theory that space penguins helped build the pyramids.
I like
And
this already.
oh, it's such a great conspiracy. You would love it, Cliff. It's that if you look inside the pyramids, there's all these shafts and stuff. It turns out that those shafts were there so the penguins can slide on their bellies down into the pyramids.
Well, okay, so let me get back to the top conversation. Can anybody prove that
Go ahead.
Let's be serious for a second.
that yeah, I know exactly. Can anybody prove that Nadia does exist?
I think John can, but he left
John's
conveniently.
Actually, hold on a second. By Nadia speaking, that's begging the question, because that's using her own voice.
But we can't prove it, but it's reasonable to assume that she does.
I mean, it's reasonable to assume a lot of things.
You have to go by evaluating the empirical evidence.
Hey, Steve, you're a little weak. We can't hear you.
In science, you have to go by evaluating the empirical evidence. Sorry, I'm eating it. I told you I had a shrimp burrito. It's really good.
It was funny just watching it down to your mouth.
Do we have enough evidence, objective evidence, to evaluate her existence? I mean, obviously, I think in any court of law, it would be submissible. I think objectively in science, she would meet the burden of proof to say that she exists. If you want to get into the epistemological, or not, excuse me, the ontological, do you believe she exists based upon what you see, or prove? That's a whole different story, because science doesn't deal with proof. So no, we can't prove she exists. You can't get past the hard solipsist thing that even I exist, but you guys don't. So,
but the doubt would be unreasonable.
Which you guys don't, because I'm a hard solipsist. But that's okay.
But the doubt that she exists would be unreasonable doubt.
Why would it be?
I think I would be unreasonable. I think it's more than the burden of evidence that she exists. I think it'd be kind of.
Wait,
unreasonable doubt that she doesn't. I mean,
you're kind of begging the question there. You're just kind of saying that.
Oh, it's fun.
No, I'm serious. Serious at this point. You are being. I mean, I don't actually believe that, but you're begging the question because you're just like, well, the burden of proof is on you. That we have a reasonable claim. Well, where did you get this reasonable claim? You're just kind of assuming that we have the claim.
That's what I'm saying. Do we have reasonable evidence that she exists from a scientific viewpoint?
No, but that's the thing.
Evidence has it been demonstrated to your satisfaction?
No, it hasn't, because I proved earlier that any evidence you provide me of a crockett of somebody else on Google
you're equating the evidence of a photograph of something that we know is biologically impossible, that was for comedic purposes only, to an actual person you're having an engaged conversation with. Is that your argument, that the two are equivalent? By the way, I'm listening, but I'm eating.
Is it not possible to make a synthetic computer program that essentially emulates a real person that can literally generate spontaneous conversation if need be?
Not to the degree that we.
That's called the Turing test, and we have no indication that the Turing test has ever been successfully implemented. So.
Well, here's an example.
Eliza.
You win on that one, man. You win on that one.
Untrained observers are relatively easily fooled.
I am. I mean, for all you know, think of it this way, guys. Think of it this way. These Google Hangouts have been online 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for weeks now. That cannot be done by a person. That is that this is actually a computer program.
Actually, I can account for it because during the time that would be in question, right, that somebody would have to sleep, Nadia has sat in front of the camera and slept.
Like with her eyes open?
Charging station.
No,
that could be the
like with her head down, sleeping.
I mean, that could be the image being presented that way.
It could, yeah.
No,
they heard me snore.
She's just a robot that's programmed to emulate sleep. That's all.
Well, I wouldn't say there's a robot at all. I would say it's just an
image. Do you guys know that Nadia actually sleep talks?
Or an AI, whatever you want to do. She's just an AI that emulates sleep.
She, like, last time she was like, I really believe in God.
I mean, I think
evolution isn't true, but I just like.
Can you imagine if you had that recorded? She really did.
Yeah, I think
of course it is. Muslim will get Farhan will get a kick out of this. I'm sure you heard me say in my sleep that there is no God but Allah and Muhammad is his prophet, right?
That would be amazing.
Yeah. She must have said said that one verse, that one over and over again. I mean, she's definitely a Muslim too.
It's possible.
But I guess you guys missed it. It happens. Wait, if you say that in your sleep, are you still a Muslim?
I think you have to say it with intentionality.
Oh, that's a
So,
little bit
yeah.
too easy to answer, actually.
But I mean, I still think the question remains. I think these evidences are flimsy, and
Look at him
like you're
getting
not
right
letting
back
go
on
of it,
point.
man.
I'm not gonna let this go. This is gonna be my new thing on Google Plus. I'm an atheist. But you know
So
what?
for
Though?
you, Farhan, can you prove that you exist to yourself?
Actually, that's one of the. I don't think so. I think the whole I think therefore I am thing is a little bit questionable.
In fact, I think you even
No,
saying
actually,
what you
no. I
just
take it
said
back.
is impossible.
James, I take it back. I do think I believe that I exist, but I think the only thing I can prove is that I exist. I take it back. I think therefore I am. I think does work. Descartes' argument was that anything that can be taken in its totality.
I like it. The only thing we heard from James is just, that's what the responses are going to be after a while for on.
Yeah.
I have a summarized work of Descartes, and he basically wrote this that the only things that you can prove that are self-evident are that which you can automatically, like you can in one shot, like know to exist. Like you can conceptualize something in one shot without having to break into components. That was his argument. I don't know how he got that from. I think he just made it up. So therefore, he said, I know that I think in my entirety because my whole thought encompasses that. Therefore, I am.
You don't exist to me, therefore, doesn't matter
Well,
what
hey,
you say.
Cliff,
That's
'Cause, I mean,
this is actually
I'm an
kind
A
of
Farhan.
related.
That's a real
That,
thought in the head, actually. That a couple of years, I thought that, like 50 years ago, for example, or 100 years ago, in some rural village somewhere, there's probably people that lived, died, and lived, whatever, were born, lived, and died, and there is literally zero evidence that they existed anywhere. And can we safely say that they never existed? And the argument would be yes, we can say that. If we're going to say that, lack of evidence kind of proves that doesn't exist.
Change the subject real quick. Hey, Rustin, I just let you know I did talk to Elizabeth Rawls for you, and she says she might drop by. John Rawls' daughter.
oh, cool.
Okay. And she's like I said, she says she wouldn't really. Did I tell you already that I talked to her? I don't remember. Okay.
How did this even come up? Because I love John Rawls.
Oh, because he was talking about justice, and one of my friends is Elizabeth Rawls, who her father wrote A Theory of Justice, and
Yeah.
she's on my Facebook page, and we used to correspond quite frequently. And I had asked her yesterday. I said, look, we have these Google Hangouts and these discussions, and the topic had come up about social morality and justice, and I said, a few people who know who your father was, would you come in and talk about? She said that she doesn't really want to espouse his beliefs because she doesn't want to talk for him, but she would probably end up coming in and talking a little bit about the topic because she's obviously familiar with it. She's very brilliant, just like her father. And I love her to death. One of the nicest people you ever want to meet. So I have Messenger. I even messaged her this hangout just a little while ago, but I haven't got any response back yet. But I will try to get her on for you, Rustin, because I know you get into that, and I think Joe obviously said he is a big fan of John Rawls. So
Contractarianism, twice that has been presented to William Lane Craig as a perfectly cromulent alternative to divine command theory, and Craig failed to deneuter it in any way.
When was this, Joe?
That's because it never could exist.
What?
Wait, what?
When you said deneuter
Shelley
it,
Kagan?
Deneuter it. Yeah, it's like stapling some balls on it.
Shelley Kagan. I think Shelley Kagan was one of the presentations.
Yeah,
who was
Shelley
the other?
Kagan. The other one.
Oh,
This
that's
is what
you're
frustrated
referring
me.
to? Yeah.
Shelley Kagan is the one who's known for it, but Keith Parsons, he's the one he's debated William Lane Craig twice, and both times I think he easily beat him. But only one of them is available online. It's the one where they debated whether or not they could be a Christian. But there's a second debate that was just does God exist? And I can't find it online. I've tried contacting the people who hosted it, and they told me they have it, but they have to go through copyright, and I've never gotten it from them. I've only gotten a corrupt version of it, and part of it I sent to Cliff earlier. I sent the opening speech of Keith Parsons to Cliff, and William Lane Craig doesn't even address contractarianism at all. He doesn't address it at all in that one, and that's what makes the Shelley Kagan debate even more frustrating, is because William Lane Craig freaking heard the same argument back in 2002, and he never bothered to look into it. In fact, he did the exact same thing. He just went. I mean, this is what frustrates me about the moral argument with Christians is they think, oh well, these atheists, they love evolution, so they obviously have to have a moral argument that comes from evolution, and so they attack some stupid like might makes right, if survival of the fittest, bastardization of morality, and think that they've attacked all like the most legitimate argument for morality that atheists have to offer, and they haven't at all. They haven't. I'm angry now.
So,
Sound angry, Joe.
what is the argument for morality? Because
it's just one of several of them. That's the thing. And
I've heard these debates for years on that particular topic, and I've never felt that there was a good argument in response.
Well, that's the thing. Atheists aren't that good at it. That's the other problem. Atheists don't present.
And probably evolutionists wouldn't be either. I mean, biologists, because it has nothing to do with evolution. It's basically a negative evidence against something that is a biological concept, and to me, it's
exactly.
It's never going to falsify. You're never going to falsify evolution by a morality argument. It's just never going to happen. Period.
I'll say
the thing is,
actually, what was it? Slash, whatever it was, said a few moral philosophers and such performed well in debates against. I'm not sure if it was just William Lane Craig, but possibly some others. I was like, oh well. In that case, I'll start arguing for morality myself. And I was like, beating up Christians for a few weeks.
You should.
You know, with kind of a counter moral argument or whatever you want to call it. And by and large, I feel comfortable on those grounds. And I'm actually pretty comfortable on transcendental grounds too. Go ahead.
Well, like the thing that is like, look, morality actually is something that is up in the air, I think. And so the issue comes, look, morality is a question, but divine command theory, the argument that's being presented by religious people that's not a good argument, and that's not the way we should have our morality. And so that's the tact I've been taking. But yeah, like when people go, well, what's your morality? I can like name a couple different systems. I would name contractarianism. That's very very similar to John Rawls' theory of justice. That's one that I think I can articulate. Well, I thought I could articulate it, but I haven't been too good at it. But
why don't you give it a shot? Farhan actually expressed genuine interest to hear it.
Hang on, wouldn't those be concrete ethical systems as opposed to meta-ethical positions?
That's the thing. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's a actual ethical issue, and what divine command theory speaks to is meta-ethics, and that's one of the criticisms of Shelley Kagan that I've heard in his debate with William Lane Craig, is that Shelley Kagan kind of got away with just sticking with actual ethical issues, not talking about meta-ethics, and so. Like, there's another issue with John Rawls' theory of justice, but I mean, and so like the meta ethics of it, I'm not that good at it. And what sucks is that most atheist debaters who have gone up against people like William Lane Craig, they're not that good at it either. And so
yeah, but Kagan does talk about the normative. The reason that he stayed on meta ethics was because it never got off that. It never moved beyond that point, right?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Explain it to me.
Well, I've generally been splitting the difference between kind of an intuitionistic and naturalistic meta-ethic, and mostly intuitionistic side, but still.
So I'll say
I've
from
only
my
really been
perspective.
pressed toward the naturalistic aspect. Maybe like I don't know. It's maybe like 3 weeks ago. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'll say from my perspective, I've listened to okay when I first got into this little evolution versus creation debate, I just listened to debates. I didn't get into it, but I was pretty much someone who accepted creation, and then from listening to lots and lots and lots of debates, I really felt that I never found a single instance where I felt that the creationist had a better argument, and I pretty much accepted evolution, and that was the end of that. But I'll turn around and I'll say that I've listened to debates about given the premise that morality is objective. I've heard a bazillion debates, and I've never once heard an atheist give a credible argument for why
Well,
you could have objective morality and no God. It doesn't make any sense to me.
That technically is a different topic, though, whether or not it's objective or subjective.
It is. It is. What I would say, I think what Steve said was that it's a biological concept that came about through evolution, meaning like, is our sweet foods good or bad? They're not good or bad. They're just what we prefer, and they're what we prefer because we've evolved that way. That's the way I look at it.
Usually,
if I was
usually where I kind of massively annihilate people is they're usually pretty freaking clumsy around what the ideas of these things even are and how they apply to metaethics. So, I mean, even kind of like remotely challenged or even like very cursorily examined, they generally don't hold up very well. And you can get, I mean, just kind of like being remotely familiar with like the ideas and such, you can just run circles around them. Go ahead.
I mean, that's kind of, there's two tacks that are, it's the same tack, but there's two different people I've seen take it against William Lane Craig, and it's, look, you've just the only argument you've presented as being the supposed end-all be-all argument that atheist has to offer is some stupid evolutionary argument. Moral philosophers have been talking about this for hundreds of years. There are countless objective moral philosophies, like moral frameworks out there that are a lot more legitimate than the silly evolution one that William Lane Craig always offers. It seems disingenuous to only talk about that one silly evolution argument and to not talk about the ones that that Nadia probably knows about, which she mentioned. And so that's why it's what? Go ahead.
It's not even a proper representation of ethical naturalism. And welcome back, Mac.
It's not, and like that was kind of, I mean, that's the point that Stephen Law made in his debate with William Lane Craig. But even before him, Michael Tooley made the same argument. Michael Tooley said, "Look, I've looked in all your literature. You only talk about, evolution. We're just survival of the fittest. You haven't looked at." I mean, that's just a naturalist argument. There are non-naturalistic. Well, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. But to move on, there's only been, I mean, actually, that did throw me off. I forgot what I was talking about. Yeah, there's a lot of
non-natural arguments.
Yeah, there are non-naturalistic arguments out there that atheists can rely on. I mean, I don't know. It's disingenuous on William Lane Craig's part, and it kind of sucks because it apparently works. Whenever
I don't think it's disingenuous. I mean, he's in a debate. What's the purpose of a debate?
No, I'm sorry. Michael Tooley himself actually said, "I've looked in your writings and you haven't done it." So even in William Lane Craig's published work, he hasn't surveyed.
Well, yeah, you could argue.
I agree in a debate, but then again, William Lane Craig's been using this quote from Michael Ruse for at least 10 years whenever he talks about morality. which is Michael Ruse pretty much saying we can't use evolution as a moral system, which, I mean, Michael Ruse is an atheist philosopher. He's a philosopher of science, but he's an atheist philosopher. He is an atheist, so he obviously thinks there is a way we can justify our morality. He just is taught in that one part of his book, he's talking about why we can't use evolution to justify our morality. And you think instead of making William Lane Craig go, maybe I should look and see what they do use to justify their morality, which is, instead he takes that as, hey, look, atheists have no morality which they can justify.
No,
what's up, Matt?
I mean, this is the thing, though. What makes how he wants to say how morality in the atheistic system is justified, that is any different from any of the atheists in here on how they justify morality? Because every time you guys point out justification for your morality, it always comes back to either subjective opinion, the popularity rule, or either popularity rule or what is it? What's the opposite?
Actually, you'd think that if we did it so much, we would remember all three.
No, because I know some of you guys say it differently. So it's like, I know it's society, popularity.
I don't think anyone. I mean, if anyone in here actually says it's by majority rule that we should decide morality,
they get voted off the island.
Those
Dex
people,
no one said anything to him. Dex has said that before. Dex has used society. He used not communication, a moral contract system. He used
okay, contractarianism. See, what sucks is I'm not very good at contractarianism. I thought it was. So if another person in here would explain that to him. Maybe we should get Elizabeth Rawls in here, who is the daughter.
I just checked my Facebook and see if she got back to me. I will get her in here one of these days. I promise, because I'm sure she would love to discuss this with you.
Hey, Mac, I could see, not to just dismiss what you're saying. I mean, I did, but now I feel bad for doing it. But, like, contractarianism is something that it's not majority rule, but it's something that it's hard to explain unless you're good at explaining it, without giving off the impression that it could be a majority rule.
I didn't say it was majority rule. I know it's something different.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah, but you believe it's subjective, right?
It all is subjective unless you get it from God.
Well, there's the other thing. Subjective moral, that's the other thing. I don't see how that's been demonstrated that a subjective moral framework is not one that we can ultimately decide upon using. And I think that that's actually two different arguments. If you want to argue against an atheist who says they have an objective moral framework, I think that that's actually different. But if you want to argue against an atheist who says he has a moral framework that can work, they can actually be relying on one that is subjective.
Well, some of the problems here are what you are even saying subjectivity and such is, as well as objectivity, of course, too. Now, beyond that, I also raise a question of how that applies specifically to, well, a meta-ethic, and as well as an ethic, right? And whether you're really applying the question to which one of the two, right? And so on and so forth. How you would apply it to each, even.
Yeah, he's saying it's subjective, both meta-ethically and normative.
Okay. Just to double check with you, Mac, is that what you're saying?
Repeat that one more time.
Are you saying it's subjective, both meta-ethically and normatively?
As far as morality, a moral system without God, yes, it's subjective.
On both levels.
Okay, the meta-ethics or the normative ethics or both?
I don't know what those what those are.
Meta-ethics kind of
Okay.
is majority rule, isn't it?
No, it's meta-ethics is. Go ahead, Nadia. You'll explain it better than I can.
Okay. Well, the meta-ethics is basically, kind of where the ethics comes from and all that. And the normative ethics are, well, these sort of rules of what right and wrong actions are and all that.
Yeah, so one is basically what does it mean to say something is good, and another one is how do you tell that something is good? Like what are the rules? So those are the normal.
So yeah, it's without God, it's subjective.
Right, so it will be subjective in like what you're saying is good is subjective, and how you're figuring out which ones are good are also subjective.
Right, because you can't justify it. You can't justify any of them in your moral framework.
Also,
Everyone knows who Lydia
welcome,
is?
Lydia.
Oh, okay, you do.
Oh, I looked up her profile.
Stick around.
But Joe, Shelley Kagan did get into normative ethics a little tiny bit in that debate. I
Yeah.
believe he mentioned one of these rules. Like he's wrote an entire book on the normative part of his theory. But it mainly, the methic ethic part never even got off the ground. It was really, I don't know, it was kind of interesting.
It was just don't harm, do good, right?
I always thought that meta-ethics dealt with more of if God says it's ethical, therefore it's ethical.
That is meta-ethics, but that's the meta-ethics
command.
command theory.
Yeah.
Meta-ethics in general is grounding it, which is the problem ultimately that the more sophisticated theistic opponents of non-religious ethics have. Their problem is you have nothing to ground it in. You have to ground it in God in some way in order to make it objective. But the thing is that there are ethicists who don't think you have to do that to make it objective, and then there are ethicists who think, well, why does it have to be objective? And then there are some like me who think that even divine command theory is not objective, which is another way I would go about attacking it. Go ahead, Nadia.
Well, let me raise the question of the objectivity here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, to say that a concrete ethical system, a normative ethic, is objective, it's a little bit interesting because to the extent you say it's non-contingent on mind, well, the mind of the affected party has some consequence, because when you inflict psychological trauma on someone, or whether you bring them joy, has some relationship to whether what's seemed to be deemed ethical or not. And of course, aside from the affected parties, the agent itself, what its intentions and its best available knowledge are states of its mind, generally deemed pertinent to the morality of its various actions, right?
But now you're putting your moral
there
framework.
we have. Well, this is a question of just how objectivity applies. That's something more sophisticated than merely a naked it's not contingent on mind. Has to be elaborated upon in order to phrase it coherently with rather typical kinds of ethical assertions and all that. Now, a meta-ethic, on the other hand, doesn't have necessarily even as clear of concerns. So when you're saying a meta-ethic is objective, there are questions as to what you mean by that. Go ahead.
Okay. A person who... God's mind is not like our mind. Okay, when he speaks something, it is truth. When he says something, it comes to pass. That's God. That whatever he says comes to pass. And the things that he does, the things that he does to us is always good. The things that he tells us to do, and the reason why we should do them, is always good. Why? Because he has our best interests in mind. He has our best interest in mind. He created us. He wanted us to have a relationship with him. And because we were created in his image, we know what is good and what is wrong. That's why the things that he, not only is the things that he tells us to do, but the things that we already know to do are morally objective because they come from God, because we were created by God. So, in a sense, when you know not to lie, okay, that is because you're created in the image of God and you know not to lie. God put his law into your heart. The Bible says the law of God was written upon your hearts. You know not to lie. You know not to steal. You know not to kill. You know not to covet covet the things of your neighbor. Various things you know not to do because God put that in you. That's what makes it objective, because it doesn't matter what you say, it doesn't matter what I say, it doesn't matter what James says, what G says, what any of these other people in here say. It's objective because nothing is going to change. It doesn't matter about your opinion. It doesn't matter about your emotional state. It doesn't matter about any of that.
Oh, you're just grounding it in the emotions and emotional states and opinions and so on of some being you picked out of a hat.
I mean that's all that it is. You have that emotional state with God. That's all it is. It's an emotional rant.
You pick your God or whatever out of a hat here. Probably not even sure if it exists. And said, okay, well, its opinions and emotional states are somehow privileged and all that, and well, that's where your morality comes from. Okay, that sounds pretty subjective.
Matt, and do you see your point though, Matt?
Hi, Lydia. I know Lydia. She's cool.
Hello, can I speak now?
Yeah.
Okay, I was listening to the guy talk earlier, and I understand what he's saying, but I don't think he was like explaining it well enough for you guys to understand. Okay, so maybe if you look at it in this way. Say you're God and you see everything that happens, and you see an action that's taken, and you can follow the chain reaction and the sequence of events that follow that action, and you see all the people that have been hurt based on the action that you might not even think hurt you or hurt anybody else. Or maybe he sees the things that we do that hurt us on the inside, emotionally or physically or socially. Um, these are what basically are sins. Sins are things that hurt us or hurt people around us in ways that we sometimes don't know. And that is the best way to explain why things are wrong and why God would not want us to do those things.
Oh, thank you.
Isn't that kind of reminiscent of divine command theory, though, in some ways?
Well, it's
go.
Oh, sorry. It has to do with the covenants. God made a lot of covenants. He made them with the whole world. He made them with specific people, but ultimately he gave everybody a guide on what's wrong and right. That's why it says in the Bible that the law is our schoolmaster, because it teaches us things that are wrong that the world might not necessarily realize is wrong, without there being somebody to say, this is wrong, and then you have this idea of these days, this idea of guilt. Nobody wants to feel guilty. Nobody wants to feel that. I mean, it's a horrible feeling. I feel it all the time. I'm guilty. Like I sin all the time, but it's something that helps us grow into a better person, I think. and I don't think it has a bad effect on society as people are making it out to have. As a matter of fact, I think that whole idea has gotten so big that it's sort of deteriorating the very fabric of the whole foundation of this country. I really think that you need, how can I say this? I think that it's important to have, whether you believe in God or not, whether you want to believe in that sort of thing, I think it's important that those voices and those ideals stay strong in this country because, if we go too far off, then, what do you have? You just have like an anarchy.
So that are you saying that if you do not have a belief in God, that there is no objective morality, that us as individuals maybe like do not believe in your version of a deity? Because I mean I know your belief system, um, but are you saying that we have no ability to have our own subjective morality, or that subjective morality would even be wrong in that case?
Well, to decide if someone's morality is wrong, I'd have to speak about a person specifically and understand what that specific person's morality was. We're all different. I mean, the morality of Hitler is not the same as my morality. And the difference between morality and, in following and obeying God and the commandments are morality does come from one's own understanding of the world around them and how it pertains to them. That's morality.
So you don't subscribe to an objective morality viewpoint, even though you're a Christian.
I don't attribute morality to Christianity at all whatsoever.
Okay. So okay. Mac would probably disagree on that, and probably James would too.
Well, I know that's
I don't know.
a lot of people don't agree with me, and I'm not always right. But
oh, I know. I've not agreed with you on many things, Pudding. Trust me, I know. We've gone back and forth on Hovine's pages.
I would say that morality is a secular construct, and I think that the secular person's way to try to understand for themselves what's good and what's bad, which is okay. I mean, I still believe what the Bible says about how the law was, ingrained in our hearts. So whether we want to sort of, justify to ourselves and to our peers what might be bad or okay or what's wrong or what's good, we still know deep down inside what's wrong and what's good for us and for the people around us.
Sounds a lot like subjective morality.
I disagree with that so hard.
Yeah, I know you would. That's what I said. I knew you would, Mac. I've always said it's an aggregate of a lot of different things, including social things, because I'm not objective I'm not into objective morality. But she expressed it kind of like I would say too, and she's, hardcore Christian, I assure you.
Yes, I believe in Christ, and I don't think that, morality. I think morality is an explanation or a sort of a justification for what a person wants to do is right and wrong. There's a right and wrong from the Bible, and there are a lot of Christian people who, like to compromise on what's right and wrong on that. And the problem with that is they're not, they're going on both sides. So, you can disagree with me all you want, but it comes a time where you have to make a choice, and you can't sit up here and get, flustered by people who don't believe the same thing you believe, because at the end of the day, what you're given as a Christian, the wisdom that you're given as a Christian, you're supposed to continue to use that to grow and to learn more about the world around you, because trust me, you're not going to learn about it in books or on television or in movies or whatever it is you think you're going to get it from.
So how do you know you're not one of those people that go both ways as far as, being one way with God and being another way in the world?
Well, it's not about my behavior. That's the difference. It's about what I know and how I'm growing in that, and not compromising on the things that I know. Like, for instance, I can reveal to you my sin and tell you that's a sin. I did it 5 minutes ago or whatever. Okay, so I'm not going to tell you, if you ask me, is this wrong? If that's a sin, I'm going to say, yes, that's a sin too. Just like the sin I just committed 5 minutes ago, that's also a sin. There's a line between there. It's saying, do I embrace my sin, or do I say, okay, that's wrong for me to do and for me, for whatever reason. There's a distinction there that I don't think a lot of people get. It's not about me saying I'm perfect. It's about me saying I'm imperfect and I hate it.
Here's the
Go ahead.
here's the issue that I have with that. How do you, if you recognize the sin in your life that the Bible describes, which is you transgressing against the law of God, and you know and you recognize that sin in your life, what do you do? Do you just sin again?
There have been times when I were really deep in like really bad sins, and by the grace of God, I kept getting that guilt. The guilt works in you. It works in society. Guilt is a good thing. It works to strive to get people to, not behave like animals, and we don't. It's not good. It's not good for us to behave like animals. I know that sounds like I sound like a purist or something, but I'm telling you, I'm not. The problem is, we have to, learn to grow past that sort of stuff. So the guilt works. If we didn't have guilt, and just imagine what society would be like if we didn't actually have guilt in it. I mean, can you think about what the impact that would actually have?
So you're saying that yeah, I just want to ask real quick, Max. So are you saying our morals are contingent upon how much guilt we feel for a particular action?
No, I'm saying your morals are an extension of how far you can see on what is wrong and right as it pertains to your limited scope.
Okay.
This is man. That's
boy, you got Mac flustered now. That's
it's.
he's literally beside himself on my screen.
Oh my goodness!
He's in here twice. You've got him beside himself.
Fun.
I know. I'm allowed to
Just
be fun every so often.
Just get on the laptop.
Reproduced. Evolution in action right here, folks. Mac
generation of new information.
Mac just speech.
Now we have
selection.
devolution. Natural selection. Only one Mac can survive this conversation. We're left with the stronger one.
So since
morality. Sorry.
Since that's are we over with that subject, or you guys want to talk about something else?
Oh no, I'm just getting started.
Yeah, Mac is like the Energizer Bunny on this topic, man.
Yeah, because that's crazy to me.
I would love to talk to, who was it, Mac.
He goes by many names, trust me, in here. People have called him a lot of things, but generally Mac. This should be interesting.
Oh, are we going back to Colin Rocket again?
First of all, lady, can I get a little bit about your background? I mean, would you mind if I or you want to tell you about your personal religious beliefs? I mean,
By what?
I'm not.
I'm a,
I mean,
I'm just this,
what
I'm a
kind of Christian you
student.
are?
I'm a student. I volunteer at the homeless shelter. Um, I do a lot of writing papers and studying.
Well,
And
I meant your ideology.
oh, I thought you meant like my hobbies and stuff.
No, I know you're in school, and I know that. I'm talking about your ideological beliefs.
Okay, well, this is my belief is that um, the Bible is true. I do believe that it was tampered with at one point, but they weren't able to hide the actual gospel. Um, I believe that the gospel of Jesus Christ is true, that Jesus Christ died and was resurrected, and that changed the impact. I mean, that changed the course of history. After that, in a myriad of ways, I was an atheist um, for several years, and it just it wasn't a good way for me to live personally. Um, I I was an atheist for about, I guess I would say only about 3 or 4 years, but one day my boyfriend at the time opened up the Bible, and I was just gonna read to him, just just because, and I've never before was able to read the Bible. Every time I read the Bible, it just wasn't making any sense. It didn't mean anything. But I just opened the Bible and like didn't even care. I just opened it and didn't even care and started reading, and something happened to me. Um, and I went back to God, I went back to Christ, and my life has changed significantly since
So,
then.
Mac, is she Christian to you? I mean, does she qualify as a Christian?
Only Mac is a Christian.
Well, no, I'm deferring to the only true Christian in the room. Just asking, I'll tell you.
No, I believe that she was. I believe
James,
that
I'm
she was
kidding.
saved by Christ, but her statements show that she's backsliding.
Okay, look, can I say something?
No,
well,
I'm just kidding, Preston. But no, I just want to clarify, James. That was not I was being facetious there.
What do you say? I didn't hear what he said. What do you say?
I love James. I love his Christianity.
You're a Christian too, James.
By
okay.
default, yeah.
Can
No,
you
I'm just
guys
kidding.
hear me? Oh,
Yes.
I froze for a second.
I think Rustin wanted to say something real quick.
I just wanted to say like her guilt, or guilt. I was talking to Cliff on the side chat, but guilt does come from punishment, and guilt mentioned that he feels guilty over things which he was never punished. I don't think that you right now can determine how good your memory is. You could have been punished from it when you were very young, and that guilt comes up later on. So that's the reason why. I think that's the reason why we feel so guilty, because everyone has a different morality. So we don't know if we're doing right or if we're doing wrong. You can go work at one place and they have a completely different morality set of rules than another place. One place won't allow birth control, another place will allow birth control. And so all those different moralities are creating nihilism. And so, but if you go to if I think if the United States had one morality, which maybe you call fascism or total totalitarianism, that might be better. I honestly believe that that's why Germany was so effective, is because they had one total system of rules. I mean, I'm not saying better, but that's why they were such a force. But guilt, make no doubt about it. Guilt doesn't come because of some inherently human bad quality that just exists because we're humans. Animals feel guilty just like we feel guilty. So that's just bad argumentation.
So where's your evidence that guilt comes from fear of punishment?
B.F. Skinner was a rigorous science, and it's all covered in human and behavior. I can ship you a copy if you want, but it's human science and human behavior by B.F. Skinner.
Yeah, I've read Skinner, but like recently, say within the last 5 years.
Okay, what are you referring to specifically?
Well, let's let them carry on. We jump right in the middle of a conversation here, Rad.
Sorry.
Lydia, what would you say is that when you say your life changed dramatically? What was the change, or the change is?
Well, I I don't really want to tell you guys all my business, but I had a lot of sins in my life that I have overcome. There's some that I'm still working on, but when the guy said I was backsliding, I guess, sometimes I do backslide a lot. Like right now, I'm going to a Halloween thing over the weekend, and that might be considered bad for some people, but I always wanted to be She-Hulk for Halloween. So wait,
I'm just side talk. I'm just go ahead. I'm just side talking.
anyway, I would just say that I'm having a struggle right now with with my relationship with God because I don't know if okay, I'm in college. I'm learning all these things which, you know, are helping me, understand the world around me in a really good way. And at the same time, I'm meeting friends and stuff and doing stuff. So I don't know if I'm going too deep into the world or if, but I feel like as long as I, am on good behavior or whatever like that, like I don't do anything too crazy, that I'm not doing anything wrong.
And that's why I made the statement that I did to you, because that is a form of backsliding, that the Bible talks about how people depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils. That in the latter times men will depart from the faith, you know,
The
going
thing
after
is
their
that
own
I
lust, going
haven't,
after things that
right,
they want to do in life, and
right.
it becomes a problem when you say that I don't know if I'm going into the world too much into the world and things like that, because the Bible clearly says that he that is a friend of the world puts himself at enmity, basically separation from God. That he that makes himself a friend of the world is an enemy of God. If you are a friend of the world, you're an enemy of God. There is no gray area with that, and this
Well,
is
I don't take that the same way you take that. When somebody says, "Are you a friend of the world?" I don't
mhm,
think that means to, reject all of the world and and don't go near anybody and, stay in my own little
I agree.
hole and all that sort of thing. You know, there's a myriad of ways that you can reach people in their lives, and you're not going to reach them, going to church or staying in your own little circle.
I
Um,
agree.
I have done a lot of stuff, a lot of social stuff in my community where I've had to go places that were not safe. I've been around people that were not, you know, in good situations, and sometimes you do have to put yourself out there. But that being said, I'm not going to the Halloween party to to for that particular reason. But still, at this in that same vein of what I was speaking about a moment ago, um, just being who you are in any situation, you can stand out, and that's just the way that I like to live. And I don't think that it's bad to be in those situations as long as you know, you're not going wild and crazy. With that
Yeah,
being
but you can't.
said, yeah,
Yeah, you can't do that. Jesus said himself that if you want to follow me, you must first deny yourself, pick up your cross, and follow me. That you
right.
must die to yourself. You need to die to the way you think, die to the way you live, die to the people
I
you hang
agree with
around
that.
with.
But see, you're saying that as if everybody's on their same on the same growth with God as you are.
No,
Everybody, there's babies in Christ, there's
right?
teens in Christ, there's adults in Christ, and then there's elders in Christ. You're putting
I
everybody
agree.
up on that elders in Christ status, and you're not even
Not
attributing the
even
grace of
close.
God in our lives, knowing that even still in you, the grace of God is still working with you every single day, probably every
Right.
hour of the day. It
Right.
just
I agree with
takes
you.
a Christian to admit, yes, I'm a sinner, and because I'm a sinner, I can't judge you for what you're doing with your life, because that's what cast the first stone. That's what that was all about. Jesus,
No, that's
Jesus
that's
told
that's
them,
actually false, Lydia.
no,
That's
it has
false.
nothing to do with it has nothing to do with anything. It has to do with the fact that if you are still on your journey with Christ, until you become an elder to Christ, and you don't have and you're completely immaculate with Christ, you can't judge anybody by what anybody does. That's
No,
what
that's false.
casting the first stone means. Yes.
No, that's false, Lydia.
You
What?
And,
can't
and,
you
and
can't
then
judge
you have
anybody even then.
Christians out here, and they want to sit up here and attack one sin. Like they want to attack the homosexual people as if that one sin was like the sin above all sins, or all sins are the same.
No,
Yes, they are.
no,
It says it
no,
right
they're
there in
not,
the
Lydia.
Word of God. They are all
All
the same.
sins.
They're all a sin.
No, not Lydia. All sins are equal in the sense that they will send you to the same destination, which is hellfire. The difference is that there are sins that are treated differently. For
Yes.
instance, the in Sodom and Gomorrah, what they was doing in Sodom and Gomorrah was totally different than when someone lied to someone else or when someone cheated on their spouse. God Himself judged Sodom and Gomorrah and rained down fire and brimstone upon them while they were still
And
yet living.
you're assuming that that's all because of the homosexual nature of everything that went on there.
It
There were a
is.
lot of other things,
It
and
is.
most of it had to do with
Jude
gods
1
and
speaks
stuff that
about
they were
that.
worshiping. They were worshiping these gods. That's why it says in the Bible that there's going to be a punishment that was worse than what came for Sodom and Gomorrah. There's going to be one that was worse. And it had nothing to do with homosexuals. It had to do with them. That was part of that lifestyle, but it had to do with them worshiping those gods. That has been the main aspect of the covenants with God more than anything, is worshiping other gods and worshiping other things above God. That is the cardinal sin.
Lu-
That's
Lydia,
Not
in Jude 1,
homosexuality. I'm sorry, but I'm getting tired of these people attacking that one sin when we got so much crazy stuff going on in this world every single day, all of this death and all this stuff going on all over the world, and you want to sit up here and pick on that one sin, and all
no,
you're
I'm
doing
not doing
is
that.
alienating
I addressed
people.
it, but I
All it
don't just
does
pick
is
on it.
alienate people, and I
No, it
don't think
doesn't.
it's right.
It doesn't. Lydia, that's not true. Because the Bible says by the foolishness of preaching men shall be saved. When you tell the Bible says better is the wounds of a friend than the kisses of an enemy carefully concealed.
No,
Okay?
better somebody hear
There
the
are things
gospel
that you
and
have
then
to tell
hear
people
what.
the truth.
It's
You
better
have to tell
somebody
the
hears the
people the truth.
gospel and then hear what the gospel entails after they hear the gospel, instead of bashing people's heads over with the gospel, because all you're
No,
doing
Lydia.
is
Hold,
telling
hold,
them.
hold on, Lydia, because I need
There are people who don't
hold on, Lydia,
understand their
because I need to address something.
homosexuality. Do you understand that? There are people who are homosexual who have a feeling in themselves where they are attracted to the other sex, and they do not understand. We all have feelings, and we all have things that are wrong, and it's hard for us sometimes to admit that they're wrong. And if you're
Mhm.
bashing, you're going to go to hell over it. And if somebody, and they're like, well, this is just how I am, you're just confusing people.
No,
What, you're
no. The
supposed to
Bible
be out
says
here
in
preaching love,
Ezekiel
but people
33.
out here are preaching
The Bible
hate.
says in Ezekiel 33 that as a watchman, you are responsible for telling people to warn them about the
Okay,
destruction that's to come. This is what it
yeah,
says in Ezekiel
yeah.
33.
But
It says
does
that
that
as a
say,
watchman,
but does
you
that
are
say go and
responsible
tell
for
gay
warning the
people that they're
wicked.
going to hell? Is that
Lydia,
what it
let me
says?
finish, please. Lydia, let me finish, please, right quick. The Bible says in Ezekiel 33, okay, as a watchman, you are responsible for warning people about the sword, about their destruction that's going to come. If you if you warn them, okay, and you tell them, let them know that the sword is coming, you are about to be destroyed, then you are not responsible for their lives. Here's what it says when it goes on further. It says that if you do not warn them about the destruction that's going to come, they shall die in their iniquity. Yes, they'll die and they're going to go to hell for that. But your blood, their blood, I'm going to require on your hands. That means that every time that you know the gospel, every time you read every single word, you are responsible for the very souls that you interact with, which the Bible tells you you're supposed to go out into the world and preach the gospel to every creature. You're responsible for that because you possess the word of God, which is truth. If you do not tell somebody the truth of the matter, that in the state that they're in, if they do not put their faith, trust, and believe on Jesus Christ and obey him, okay, and and if you don't tell them that and they die, their blood is going to be required on your hands. You're going to be responsible for that, and you're going to face a worse judgment
about
than they will.
What we're in disagreement about is isolating specific sins that you feel like are more pertinent to address. When there are so many more, there are so many things going on. I mean, if you just think about everything that's going on around the world that people are doing, for some reason it becomes all about homosexuality and all that stuff. You know what? At the end of the day, when what Jesus told Peter, he said to go and witness to people, and you would go to witness to them, and they would reject you twice. And when they reject you twice, you're supposed to dust your feet off, and you're supposed to move on. You're not supposed to keep badgering people about that, because it's not helping anybody.
I agree with you.
I used the same thing the other day, Lydia. Said the same exact thing. Even use the same scripture.
I agree with you, Lydia, okay. I agree with you, Lydia, that the Bible does say that that Jesus told the disciples, tell them about the gospel, tell them about what you've seen, and if they do not receive the goodness of God, dust the shoes off your feet and move on. I agree with you, because there are people who actually, stay there and will keep going on and on and on and on and on. I agree with you that people do need to dust the dust off their feet and move on. But the problem is that there are people who do not, open their mouth and tell them about in the case that they're in right now. Okay, like for you, for instance, do you, as a person who goes out into the streets and tell people about the gospel, have you told them that Jesus Christ said that if you do not repent, you are going to burn in hell? Have you ever told them that at all? If you just say, not even specific sins that they're doing, just any sin that they're doing, have you ever told them that they need to repent?
I have never told anybody.
I'm just asking.
That
okay, that's a problem.
If they're going to hell or not,
yeah, that's a problem though. Because Jesus said that they were.
5 years ago, and you could probably say, I'm going to hell. 5 years ago, you could see me and be like,
I probably would, but the difference is, Lydia, is I would let you know that there is hope in Jesus Christ and the crucifixion in his blood that he shed for you.
If somebody would tell me 5 years ago that I was going to hell, I'd be very offended, because I don't think that it has to be that quick. You can tell people that, but you don't have to go up to people, strangers on the street, and be like, you need to stop this XYZ, or you're gonna burn in hell. I mean, that's not.
Hang on, Lydia.
You have a problem with Jesus Christ then, because that's exactly what he did.
No,
he said, repent, for the kingdom of God is at hand. He preached more about hell in the Gospels, and you can look this up. He preached more about hell than the love of God ever. The only time he ever preached about the love of God, he didn't even preach it to more than 2 people. He preached it one guy in a secret meeting that he had with them. The second time was probably in the Sermon on the Mount, a little bit. So
are you disregarding the New Testament?
Say what?
Okay, so in the Old Testament, there were 3 covenants that God made, and then in the New Testament, there was one covenant, the New Testament, the new covenant, and that covenant says that if you follow this one law, you follow all of them, and that one law is to love God, the people, and people as much as you love yourself. That
Well,
is the
that's
law.
2 commandments. Yeah,
That
as
is the new. That is the new covenant that we live under.
no, that's not the
And
new covenant.
when you love God and you love people as much as you love yourself, all of those laws are supposed to fall in line. All those Levitical laws, all those Deuteronomic laws, those all fall in line when you choose to live a life where you love God and love the people around you. And you grow in that. You grow in your love for God. You grow in He shows you a love for people. He shows you a love in every face, something you can see in every face that's beautiful and special. That's what you get for having a relationship with Jesus Christ. So for you to sit up here and diminish that relationship because I'm not going around telling people that they're going to go to hell, I think you're completely um, lost on the whole purpose and what it all means.
Well, that will be true, Lydia, if I didn't get any of this from Scripture. But the fact of the matter is, it does come from Scripture, and I pointed to you like 3 scriptures already that
And
points to
I'm
this.
not saying that they're
Again, and
wrong.
I've gone out to the
What I'm saying
streets.
is, I'm not a
I've gone out to
preacher.
the streets and done this, and I've
No.
had experience with people on their reactions on how they see me preaching the
It
gospel.
says in the
Some
Bible,
people
you
accept
better
it,
be
some
careful
people
before
reject
you
it.
start trying to
That's just
judge
the truth of the
people.
matter. The Bible clearly says
Pull
that
the mold out of
draw
your
Okay,
own
okay, one
eye.
at a
Hang on,
time.
wait,
One at a
wait,
time,
you
you
guys
guys.
are talking over each other
You guys
now.
are talking over each other.
So
sorry.
Mac, make your point, and then go ahead,
I'm gonna
Lydia.
do a little, if it's okay, I'm gonna mod a little bit because you guys are talking over. But Lydia, quick question: how many times have you used that against me? Though you've told me that I'm like in league with the devil and I'm promoting some kind of
No,
satanic things because of my scientific literacy.
no,
You
I don't
can't,
think that. I
I agree
just
with
think
what you're
that.
saying to Mac. You're spot on so far, but you can't take the moral high ground that you have not used that type of litany because you have
No,
used it. You use it
what
with
I
me.
said was, what I said to you was, because you were just, you tell me that I have to choose science over my faith because all the data that science has found, which you guys have accumulated and made an explanation for cosmologies, which, might I add, are very similar to the ancient Babylonian and Ethiopian cosmologies, which said that the origin of life came from primordial waters. We completely disagree on that.
It's
Okay,
not
and
cosmology.
I'm not going to. Yes, that's a cosmology.
That's not cosmology.
Yes, that's what that is. That's what that is.
Cosmology is the study of the universe, and I don't mean that in the
No, I'm
context
talking
of
about
knowledge, but
cosmologies deal with
you're
more
talking
than.
about abiogenesis.
No, I'm talking about ancient cosmologies, the Babylonians. If you look up the Ethiopians, you look up their water god called Nu, and he was the primordial water that life came from. It's the same
Cosmology
thing.
is not the origin of life. Cosmology is the order of the universe itself.
Okay, but if you go study ancient cosmologies, you will see what I'm talking about. Just go look up ancient Babylonian cosmologies and
So you don't
ancient.
accept the Big Bang model.
No, I don't accept the Big Bang model. I
I
don't.
think Mac even accepts. Mac, do you accept the Big
Yeah,
Bang?
that's a big thing for Christians right now.
No, I do not.
Even G-Man accepts the Big Bang model.
No, I do
He
not
said the other
accept.
day he accepts the Big Bang. But I'll let you
No.
guys get back. But you guys just can't talk over each other. But I'm just
Wait,
saying
wait, wait.
that
Who said I
I'm just saying that
accepted the
Lydia,
Big
you have
Bang? Who
attacked
said
me
that?
for promoting things like the Big Bang and evolution and refuting young Earth creationism left and right. And that's not putting science ahead
Right.
of your religion. That's demonstrating that young Earth creationism is wrong. using actual
Okay.
evidence. But you
Yeah.
gotta go back to your
Okay.
thing. I love you, girl. I think you're doing a brilliant job here. I'm listening to this. I want to hear you and Mac, man. This is great. I'm thoroughly enjoying this.
So,
Yeah, we were talking about.
I want to talk about divine hiddenness. We never talk about that, and I'm interested
Joe,
to
shut up.
hear. No, I want to talk about divine hiddenness right now.
Joe,
So-
shut up, your mom.
No, my mom is divinely
my
hidden.
goodness.
So now that you brought her up, I have to
Let
justify.
Mac and Lydia finish their thing, man. I was going somewhere. I just don't know where.
Nadia, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Nadia, like, real, because y'all names are similar. It's like getting to me.
Oh,
Shut up, Steve. I'm gonna tell you this. But as a person who's gone out on the streets before, and I've preached the gospel. I've preached the gospel to a lot of people, and the neighborhood that I currently in right now. I've preached the gospel to kids, and I've told them out of the Bible. I would tell them the scripture where it comes from, the chapter and verse, and I would let them know, hey, you can't be doing this. Don't be dishonoring your parents. Don't be backbiting. Don't be lying. Don't be stealing, and all these things. And I would let them know that these things God clearly says are wrong. And these things do have an effect not only in your life, but also in your spiritual life, because they put you at separation from God. The Bible says in Isaiah 56 that that God's ear is not short, that God's hand is not short that He cannot save, nor His ear heavy that He cannot hear. But your sins have separated you from your God to where He will not hear from you. Okay, it says, I'm sorry, not your sins. It says your iniquity has separated you from your God to where He will not hear you. It also says in Psalms 5:5 that God hates all workers of iniquity. It says that in Psalm 7:11 that God is angry with the wicked every day. There's a reason for that, because God does not love sin. He's not all loving because He doesn't love sin. He hates sin. He hates those who practice sin. And people need to know that in the state that they're in, they need to be warned about the destruction that's going to come for them. The Bible says that pride comes before the fall. So all these things have an effect that if people do not know that there is a God who's angry with them, and that He's giving you hope by believing and putting your trust and your faith on Jesus Christ and Him alone, they will die and their blood will be required on your hands. You're going to face basically a harsher punishment from God because you're not warning them about the destruction that's going to come upon them. That's a problem. Because if you just give them the love of God, which they pretty much already know, a lot of people, I mean, I can ask anyone in these panels, every atheist and every non-believer in this panel already know that, Jesus Christ died for my sins, He loved me, John 3:16, for God so loved the world. All of these people know that
that's
already.
what you say, but divine hiddenness, it could have addressed this. Go on.
Shut up, Joe.
Joe,
they
well,
already
I'm sure
know
we'll get to
about
that,
this,
man.
but they don't
Joe,
know.
we'll get
They
to
don't
it.
know about the anger of God. They don't know that God is a jealous God. They don't know that God is angry with their sin. They don't know about that stuff until you tell them. And then once they can either accept that or reject that. If they reject that, okay, there's nothing really I can do for you. I've planted a seed, or I put water on the seed from someone else who already planted it. But until God works in their lives,
Hey Mac, is everyone
that's
called?
about it.
Hey Mac, is everyone called to be an apostle? So, Paul was to go out and preach and to help people understand the word and understand the story of Jesus Christ. But Paul also said that not all are called to be an apostle. Do you agree
That's
with
true.
that?
I agree
So
with that.
do you believe you are called to be an apostle?
No, I'm not an apostle. I'm a preacher.
Do you believe everyone is
Which
called to be
That's a great question.
a preacher that way?
That's a great question because I don't think I could ever consider myself a preacher. I don't think I would be able
Well,
to be good at
a per
preaching the
So she
place.
can be a witness. So she can be a witness to her, friends, family, or people she encounters, and the conversation comes up, and she's happy to talk about it and
well,
give her
that's
views and
that's
tell
exactly what a preacher
about.
is.
So you're saying I go out and I take the Bible to kids, or I go out in the street and I just talk to random people. I think that's what you're saying that you do, correct?
Yes.
So if she doesn't do that, do you think that's a problem biblically?
No,
But if she,
it's not that. I
if she
think it's
witnesses
a problem when you interact with people, having the gospel, like having gospel knowledge, knowing that God does not love sin and that He is going to destroy the wicked. When you have that knowledge in you, but you don't tell
You have
people
to
about it,
you
that's a
have to
problem
understand
because
though.
God clearly tells you to do that. That's a command.
You have to understand though, like not everybody has their own like blessings and strengths and stuff like that. But a really good way to get people to know God is just to live in a way to where people can see God through the things that you do, and not necessarily, going around telling people they're going to hell. That they could easily go, you can easily witness to people without actually ever having to say much to them. Just living a life that's just full of love for people, and because when I look at people. One thing that I know when I look at people, I see something very beautiful and unique and special about every single person that I look at. And that's not just something that you just are born with or something that you just, grow into. That is a spiritual blessing that I was given. And it makes me have a lot of compassion for the people around me. I always want to help people around me, and I'm very conscientious, and that all comes from me asking God to give me His eyes to see the people the way He sees people, and I've been able to like see um, that there's something beautiful and special about every single person out there, and everybody's just so unique and wonderful, even with all the things that are going on in their lives. Like it just makes me like really appreciate just the life that we've all been given, every single day. And I think it's beautiful. I don't understand why people get so upset when there are people who are different. Um, I think individualism is a big part of what this country was supposed to be based on.
do you believe
Well,
do you
Lydia,
believe
if you
homosexuality
thought
is
like that,
sin?
you might as well say you didn't like Jesus Christ then, because He was that way. If you
And
were quote unquote the quote unquote difference that you're talking about is people sinning and doing what is wrong in the eyes of God. That's the difference that you're talking about, and
no,
Jesus
that's what
was
you're
clearly against
assuming.
that.
No, that's what you're assuming. But I believe that the same way that I can look at a person past their sin and still look at them and love them, I think that's the same way that God looks at people, regardless of anything. Like He would not have anybody. He doesn't want anybody to not be saved. He doesn't look down on people and say, I can't stand this person because of the things they did. He looks at them and he sees the potential of what they could be. And that is
Um, mhm.
and that
You
is
can
something I
finish.
think is disregarding.
Don't do it, Mac.
Well,
Don't do it, Mac. Don't. You
okay.
must know the
Anyway,
mind of
Lydia,
Christ.
Mac, do it. Do it, Mac.
the
Do it.
Don't.
yeah,
This
Lydia,
is no angel devil. Did you not hear what this woman said?
here we go. Here
Beautiful
she
words
goes.
she said.
Lydia, the thing is that Jesus Christ clearly was against people who were sinning, and it's not like
Really?
what
So why did he seek out
what
the
you're saying.
most? Wait here. He was clearly against him, right? Against him, like him against them, right? So that's why he sought out
Right.
the most lost and the most depraved.
He sought them out
Right,
No.
and
Jesus
it
came
stuck
because
with
they were
them.
because
sick. They were sick,
he
and
sought them out,
was a healer.
He sought them out, so because he wanted them to change. The Bible says in John 3:16, again, God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever would believe on him should not perish but have everlasting life. Why? Because God did not send his Son to condemn the world, but that the world through him might be saved.
So
Okay,
Lydia, I
so
have a
there's a
question.
condition here, might be saved. Why is it that Jesus Christ was sent here to die and that the world could not be saved even after he died? Because it's depending upon the people choosing to either follow Jesus Christ or not following him. It has nothing to do with Jesus. It had nothing to do with Jesus Christ. Even when he was around these people, they didn't like him. It had everything to do with the
I have
people
so many things
themselves.
wrong.
If
I
you
have so
reject
many
Jesus
things
Christ,
That's
you're the one rejecting the love of God. It's
also
that
not
simple.
true. That is also not true that he didn't like them, because he won. There are several stories in the Bible where he won sinners over, where he won their hearts. So that's not even true.
Okay, so tell me this out. Did the Pharisees love him or hate him?
That is. I'm not talking about the Pharisees.
All we
I'm
gotta do
talking
is
about.
Sal, Sal,
Hey Matt,
you made a point, and I'm repeating you right here.
How about when Jesus was sad that
Matt.
he couldn't convince the tax collector to sell all that was his and follow him, because he gave him that offer.
Matt,
it wasn't a tax collector.
It wasn't a tax
collector. Yeah, he was a tax collector.
Tell me about one time where Jesus Christ came to somebody on the street and said you're going to go to hell.
He said that to the Pharisees all the time.
Yeah, he did that. Say that.
Hold on, let me find
it. Listen to this. In Matthew 23, this actually makes my point since you bring up the Pharisees. In Matthew 23, he's yelling at the Pharisees and the scribes, and he's telling them that they're clean on the outside, but on the inside, they're nothing but dead bones. Because they did all the actions on the outside that they were supposed to do. They did it all. But on the inside, there was something still corrupt on the inside of them. That's why Jesus said to them, first you clean the inside, and then the outside will be clean. So when you're sitting up here saying that the way to get people to God is to give them a fear of hell and not the love of Christ, what you're doing in that instance, what you're doing the same thing the Pharisees did. And what you have to understand that people have to be filled with the love of Christ before they can ever get anything cleaned out on the outside properly. That's why
no, they don't.
Cain and Abel, that's why Cain's sacrifice was accepted to God, because it was that same mentality. It's that same Catholicism mentality that you can add to the death of Christ in any way, shape, or form when you can't. The reason we live for God is because not only because we love God, but because we want to live right. Because we know now that we know God, we know the effect that everything that we have on us and the people around us.
Mac, I would think that because you concentrate more on the punishment side of Christ, whereas she seems to focus more on the loving side. And I think that even though I don't believe in God, I think her argument is greatly superior than yours.
Yeah, I understand that.
You do understand that it's a big no-no, right? It doesn't matter how you do it, but it's a big no-no to drive people away from God.
It's not a big no-no.
Right. The thing, Mac, is that when you have an argument of assertion that is going to drive somebody away from what you actually have to say, when you start off in an aggressive posture that you're going to hell, let me explain to you why. You've already literally have turned off the person you're trying to give the information to. It's counterproductive.
But that's your opinion. That's your opinion,
what I think Lydia's arguing.
Because the problem,
right, Lydia? Mac, is that kind of your argument? Because if it is, I'm totally agreeing with you.
Right, because what Mac is not understanding is, his argument is, he doesn't want to understand that he's inserting pride in his argument. if you just used
I'm
to love,
asserting pride in my heart.
no way. If you just used to love, that pride of, badgering people over the head about this is not there. Because you have to understand, like, if you go and read everything that Jesus did, and all the things that he said, especially in the context of the crazy stuff they were saying to him before he was crucified, you will understand really the heart of what Jesus Christ was all about, and the fact that you know you know exactly what Steve was saying here is that yes, you're supposed to tell people, but how is it fruitful at all if you're pushing people away every time you're telling people? Okay, so maybe you get, one 16th or 1/18th people to finally listen to something that you're saying about something. How
Because
about how about you go about it in a loving way,
I
and maybe
have,
just maybe.
and that is loving.
Well, maybe Mac has brought
I
a
don't
thousand
think
people to
I don't
Christ, though.
think
Ask
I don't think
Mac, how
that's
many people? Mac, how many people have you brought to Christ?
I brought, well, not, I haven't brought people to Christ, but Christ has drawn people to me because I've preached the gospel. It was a one man that I can recall. It was two of them. One individual's name was Timothy. He was close to my age. At the time he was, I think he was 22 and I was 23. Another individual was an elderly man who was 56, and he invited me to his apartment where. It was actually the ironic thing was it was like the opposite apartment complex to mine. Like he was basically right in front of me, and he says I've been here for like 6 or 7 years, and I've been a Christian, but I've never told anybody about I've never told anybody about Christ, and I've never had any conversation with anyone to tell them about Christ until I met you. And it's amazing hearing a young person like you speaking about the things that you're talking about, because not many people do that. Not many people go out and tell people about Jesus Christ. Not many people tell other people about their sin. He applauded me for that, and so did Timothy. He wanted to know who I was and how to get in contact with me, and wanted to, you know, speak to me more about Jesus Christ. I mean,
So how many people do you think you've talked to about Christ along your
I've talked to at least about 30.
Oh.
And that's not including the all these all, because I've preached on like a intersection before.
And you don't. So from what she's saying, she's saying maybe you could be more effective. Do you think you could be more effective? I mean, I know God is the one who actually does it. Okay, but do you think
Yeah.
you could be more effective? You don't think so?
As far as how she's portraying it, no.
Well, for
If
example,
I wanted to do it, the way she wanted me to do it, no.
like for example, in this conversation right now, some of the people in the side chat have pointed out that you're much more calm in your demeanor speaking to her, and she's not disagreeing on who God is and things like that. But let's say we're talking to the atheists or agnostics or whatever, you might be a lot more brash and loud and screaming, and in a way that might not be conducive to helping somebody understand the love of Christ. So. Do you think if you took this approach that you're taking with her now, with other people, that you could be more effective in helping people see the love of Christ and believing?
Yeah, because I've talked to like I had it was a good while. I think it was like 2 years ago where I was in a different city, and I was preaching for about 2 hours, and it was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. And after preaching, my voice, kind of got tired because of me trying to use my regular voice to tell people from a distance about Christ. So after that, I talked to these individuals who were smoking cigarettes, and I asked them, "Hey, God just put me on your heart. I just wanted to talk to you. Do you know about Jesus Christ?" Like I talked to them in a calm voice, and it was a little strained, but I talked to them in a calm voice, asked them, "Hey, do you know Jesus Christ?" And they told me, one of the individuals told me, "Yeah, I'm a Christian." And I asked them, "Okay, if you're a Christian, can I ask you why are you smoking a cigarette? He said, I don't know. I'm just smoking one. And I read them the scripture that I believe is First Corinthians or Second Corinthians, and I told him that your body's the temple, right? It's in that your body's the temple of God, and the Bible says that he that destroys the temple of God, which is your body, God will also destroy you. And just from that small conversation on, I said, just think about that. Just keep on reading the scriptures and study more. And I said, and from that on, after that little conversation that we had, when he said he had to go because I wanted to talk to him further, he said, you make me want to rethink if I'm a Christian or not. And I was like, yeah, just keep studying the scriptures, man, and understand, hey, there's things that you can't be doing as a Christian because you're a follower of God. And he said, all right, I'll make sure I remember that. And that was it.
All right, Mac,
It's things like that I tell people that. Oh, go ahead.
Mac, what about something like myself, who, I've said before, I am much more willing to listen to somebody like James or Rev, who are very devout Christians. I respect them from the limited time I've known them. When they want to present something that's religious in nature, I would definitely listen. I'm fascinated by it. I think they speak eloquently. I think they have informational things where we all could take lessons from and learn. But when you have a confrontational nature like you have, where you do come off with an air of superiority, a moral high ground, and a position of condemnation, it would turn off somebody like me. So wouldn't you want to try to change it up at all to try to get somebody like myself to accept?
No, Steve, because the fact that you do not believe in the scriptures, the Bible says that you're condemned. The fact that you're not a believer in Christ, the Bible says you're condemned already. You're saying that I'm coming at you with a sense of you're saying that I'm coming at you with a sense of condemnation. I don't know how to help you with that, because I'm not going to change what the Bible clearly says for me to do. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you your state that you're in right now. You don't like it. You reject it, and I'm moving on.
Wait, Mac. So what, Mac? One quick thing, Mac. So what you're saying is, though, the way James preaches is against the Bible, against the way the Bible teaches you should preach.
No, but he's not preaching.
Well, that's your argument. You're doing what you said the Bible.
James isn't preaching to you. James isn't preaching to you.
Okay, Matt.
Okay, well,
that's the truth. I mean, look. I mean, ask him. Is he preaching to you? No.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to say, Matt, I appreciate that you do what you do. Everybody has their own place. Everybody has their own calling on what they do. And I do think that that person that was put in your life for you to speak to about smoking, that's probably was a good thing that you actually went and did it, but for me, I get situations like that too, where I'm able to, help people understand, but I don't do it in a condemning way. I'm not saying I'm not saying that that's not what that man needed to hear at that time, because maybe that is what he needed to hear at that time. But people are. But
Mac has a one shoe fits all kind of thing, Lydia.
Right. I mean, if you can learn how to understand your audience a little bit better, sometimes a person just needs a little nudge.
Needs a hug. I just need a hug.
Yeah, sometimes a person just needs to be reminded that, that God is looking out for him in that moment. God put, you in their life in that moment to do whatever, and I'm not going to say that, that there aren't certain situations that we're given where we have to do that sort of stuff, because I know there are. I'm not going to speak about that kind of stuff. I don't think it's appropriate. But
Sugar has a question when you're done.
Oh, okay. Well, go ahead. Go ahead, Sugar.
Hey, Mac. You there? Hey, I know you've been doing this for just a little while now. I'm just curious, how many churches have you been to, or you've seen different preachers preach? Has it been a lot for you, or just a few?
You said how many what?
I mean, what are your examples of preaching? Because I find the same thing. Anything I've ever seen, I don't really see people coming with this approach. And I tried to tell you this a while back, that I think your approach is a little too hard. I mean, I have heard you a couple times. I know you're a sweet young man, and I know what fuels you. Or I feel like I know what fuels you based on what you said. And I just feel like when you're so rough like this, that you're holding on to something, like it's like you're afraid if you let go of something, it might all break loose. But I think you're supposed to enjoy Christianity more than this. That's what I think. And I'm a real long way away from being a Christian, but it just doesn't feel like you've got some.
It has a sense of anger. I get when I listen to Mac, and I like Mac. I think he's probably a very upright, honest, great guy. I really,
fabulous.
But I sense an anger with him though when he starts talking about this stuff.
It all comes from this division in the church, where we all have to decide. Either we're going to be a works Christian or a grace through faith Christian. And in Galatians, I think it was chapter 4, it says, who hath bewitched you? Did you come to God through the hearing of the word, or through doing some sort of acts, or through
You're talking about
the law? Did you come through the word through the law? Wait, did you come through the word through the law, or did you come through the hearing of the gospel? So basically, you're giving people the law. You're telling people what the law is, and you're thinking that they're going to be able to come to God through the law. But it says right there, in the new covenant, people do not come to God through the law. They come to God through the hearing of the gospel. That's that Jesus Christ died. He rose again, and when he rose again, that is what changed the course of history from then on. And you can see it. You can look around and you can see it if you pay enough attention. And for a lot of us, that's enough proof. But that's another subject. But
well, Lydia, what did Jesus Christ die for? Why did he die?
You're not listening. That what you're doing is you're trying to bring people to God through the law, and that's not how people get to God. They get through the hearing of the gospel of Jesus Christ.
Well, that's false. I'm not preaching the law. I'm telling them the purpose on why Jesus Christ died. Jesus Christ died for our sins.
You are telling them they're going to go to hell if they don't do this, and that. And that is not something you tell a person before they know Jesus Christ.
Well, let me ask you a question, Lydia. I have a question, Lydia. Okay, so do you believe that homosexuality is a sin?
Yes, I do. It's a sin. It's a sin just as much as me doing any other kind of sin. That's
correct,
a sin.
Right? And if a person lives in the sin and they don't repent from the homosexuality, your understanding would be that that's not good. It's just as bad as anybody else not repenting from any of their sins. The Bible would say that they're lost, that they're not, right? So how do you approach? So how would you? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Repentance is, a turning away from the sin. Repenting is saying, Lord, I don't want to do that anymore. Give me strength to get over that and to fight that and to go against that and overcome that in my life. Because those are the people who overcome by faith. Those are the people who win in the end. That's the whole thing.
So let's say you have a friend who's homosexual, and they don't see anything wrong with homosexuality, but they're your friend that you see them every day. Would you ever confront them about that particular sin?
Would I ever tell them? Will I ever pick that one sin out of all the other sins that both of us do? and tell them they're going to hell for that sin, no, I would never do that.
Okay, now let's say they were engaging in some other sin. Let's say they were in an affair, even though they're married. Like so let's say they're a straight person now. We're talking about a straight friend. They're in an affair, even though they're married. Would you confront them about that?
Well, for one, for me to be able to find out that they're having an affair, they would have to tell me or something because I don't really get involved in gossip and that sort of thing. That's not really my thing. I tend to stay out of that, and I don't.
Let's say you found out from some third party, or like no, you saw them kissing another person. Like you know this is going on. Would you confront them about that, as far as a biblical perspective about what God's desire is for them?
Well, the thing about it is, all my friends, they know all the things I do wrong too. You know, I'm not a perfect person. I'm not going to claim that I am, and I'm not going to. And I really hold true to the cast the first stone doctrine. I really hold true to the things that the Bible show us that was Jesus' personality. You know, he would go in to like the pub, and he would go in and sit and chat with people. You know, he would go in any place to talk. You know, he would go to any temple and study and speak to those people. You know, but these days, you know, you got people like I don't want to, you know, say that Mac is a bad person because I'm not going to say he's a bad person or he's not Christian enough because I really do believe that he has the same intentions as I do. He's just on a different wavelength, I guess I would call it. And I really do believe that, you know, that I think that Jesus showed us exactly how we should live, and and there's nothing in there that's like, you know, belligerent. You know, the only time that Jesus ever got belligerent is when they were buying and selling in the church, and when he was talking to the scribes and the Pharisees. And so Christians want to get out here and, you know, talk trash about the homosexuals, but they're not out here talking about all the stuff that's going on in the church that's wrong, which is a shame because I can't really find a single church that is doing it like the Bible said to do it.
Okay, well, but
Because
I
every
mean,
single church here, they got buying and selling. They got all the stuff that Jesus, you know, flipped over in the temple. They got that going on in every church, and they've
right.
monetized the gospel. And if you want to like go out into the world and preach against something, I think that would be it.
But there's a difference though, right? So you can admonish someone because it's not saying that you're perfect. Like if I come to you and I say, "Hey, I've seen this thing that you're doing," and it's only because I'm aware of it, I gotta kind of remind you of what the word says. And I would hope that you would do the same for me. Like I would hope that you see me I'm in error, I'm doing something wrong, that you would confront and say, hey, remember what the word says about this. You know, you might want to avoid that or change your ways on that thing. And that's almost like an iron sharpening iron, watching your back, you
Right.
watch mine
See,
type of situation.
that's not how I would do it. I wouldn't say you need to do this or you need to do that.
Oh no, it's not about saying what you need to do. It's saying
Scripture,
remember what the word says.
I would give them a scripture. I would, you know, I would bring up, you know, something I was reading in the Bible because a lot of times when God puts something like that on my heart to tell somebody that, I'll open up my Bible and I'll find a verse right then and there, and it'll be something, and I'll share it with them, um, or I would, you know, attempt to help them work it out and see how wrong it is, and not put, you know, the spin on it that, oh, if you don't stop, you're going to go to hell. Because
But
at the
didn't say
same
all that.
time, you know, it's true. You know, we all have to, you know, we all have to overcome in this world, and we have to overcome all the lies that, you know, we've been learning ever since we were like a baby. We have to overcome all of that stuff. But at the same time, you know, people are on different wavelengths, and you can't, you know, you can't all not everybody has the capacity or the ability in them to go and tell people those things, but that doesn't mean they don't have other abilities that help the body of Christ or help to grow the body of Christ. I think we start, pointing fingers at, who's doing what. Basically, you're throwing God's people under the bus. You're throwing people under the bus who, get up every day and they try to live right by God, by doing right by people. And it's not always about going around guilt tripping everybody you see doing something wrong. Maybe I'm wrong in thinking that.
No, you're not wrong in thinking that. I mean, because even Jesus says, don't go around pointing out the little specks in other people's eyes if you can't recognize the log that's sticking out of your own face.
Can I ask Lydia a question? 'Cause
Sure.
I think I heard her say that she believes the Bible was tampered with.
Yes.
So how do you determine what is the Word of God and what was modified by man?
Okay, well, it says in the Bible, which I believe, that God preserved His Word, and I never really understood what that meant until till that day when I told you that story. Whenever I opened up the Bible and I wasn't even thinking before I read, I just opened it and it just started reading and like something crazy happened. There is a spiritual aspect to it that I really can't explain, but that's why people call it the living word. That's why I can read a scripture and spiritually somebody else will read the scripture and get something like completely different out of it, but that doesn't make any of the interpretations wrong. Like I can read a scripture, like the scripture that I told you guys, in I think Matthew 23, where Jesus was yelling at the Pharisees. Somebody could read that and could get a completely different understanding of what he was doing there. But my understanding of that was that the only way to get it clean on the outside is with Jesus on the inside, cleaning you through the faith that He gives us that grows over time. And as that faith grows, more of that stuff is pushed out of you. And as long as you hold on to the Lord and call on the name of the Lord, more of that stuff will get pushed out of you. And you can't say that you did it. You can't say that that I'm good enough. You can't say that I'm. It was Jesus Christ who did all of this in me, and you will be a true testament to what Jesus can do in one's life. And I think that's a better way to get people to know about Christ than, pushing the law on them, pushing fear on them, pushing fear of hell on them. Because at the end of the day, if you obstruct progress with somebody by saying hell, they don't believe in hell. Okay, they don't believe in hell.
Wait. His question was about how do you know which parts of the Bible are messed with? What was your response?
Oh, as far as I don't know which parts of the Bible were messed with. I know that there are some things that aren't aligned properly. Like currently, I'm taking a theology class, and we're learning about the dialect, the context of all these different generations and eras that surmise these different books, especially the Pentateuch, which is the first five books of the Bible. And there are so many indications that the books of the Bible aren't actually in the right order. That there were some that were supposed to be before Genesis and all these other types of things.
What do they be teaching people in theology courses, man? I heard the same thing.
Not that Genesis happened after something. See, that's what people get hung up on.
No,
the word of
that's
God
not what I'm talking
was
about.
preserved over the ages. But you have to understand that they didn't all get written down all at the same time. Just because they're in the King James Version in that row doesn't mean that, you know, that has any indication of when those actual writings that came from those words were actually written.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact that Ocean, who's a person who took theology and has I believe he has a degree in theological studies. He's a pagan,
Speak of the
and
devil.
he says that. Oh, there we go. Speak of the devil.
Speak of the devil
multiple
when he
devils.
appears. Wow, that could have been more perfect timing on that. Holy cow, that was
I
eerie.
actually encourage
Yeah,
you to
perfect
take
timing on that.
I actually
I might
encourage
have
you
been
to take a
notified by
theology
somebody.
class.
Um,
I actually. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So, I hear I was being talked about. Can somebody give me a quick update? Because I was listening a little bit to the outside chat, but I don't know exactly.
Yeah, Lydia, we asked Lydia a question on how what parts of the Bible does she believe were corrupted, and she says that she doesn't know and that she's in the process right now in studying it. She's taking theological courses, and how the theological courses are teaching her things that could possibly, show how the Bible isn't exactly, pure that the Bible says that it is. And the comment that I said in the middle of that is that what are they teaching you guys in theological courses? Because Ocean went through the same thing, and that's what got him away from Christianity. And it's like, what is going on here?
Well,
That's not what got me away from Christianity.
That's not exactly what I said.
I feel like
I've
you were both
had
probably
that feeling about the Bible for a while, and this is a new class, and the thing that I find is interesting is, I'm at the point where there's nothing at all going to destroy my faith. My faith has grown big enough to where the things that they input actually help me, instead of me sitting there, saying, oh, this and that, these people aren't even Christian, because it's not a Christian class, even though right now we're talking about the Old Testament. It's definitely not a Christian class, and it helps me actually to navigate those questions, because they come up with really tough questions that you really have to ask yourself and find the answer to, and I always seem to find a really good answer to it, and end up having these really good discussions in class. And one thing that I thought was like really interesting, what we're learning right now, is the different covenants that were in the Old Testament. And at the end of the day, those covenants had to do with obeying God. And if you obey God, then these other things in your life would start to, level out and work properly. And the moment you start disobeying God, all these things will start crashing down around you. That's basically the covenants in the Old Testament. But what's interesting is for me that that I got out of it, out of the whole lesson, is that back then, before Jesus Christ, God was giving people a chance to repent, go back to God, and He was going to bless them. And He was giving people a chance to do that back then before Jesus Christ. And I thought,
Take a pause, Lydia, because I think Mac was addressing, Ocean, and I kind of wanted to hear Ocean's response to it, if that's okay.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Well,
not that we care what Ocean says, anyways, but
yeah, nobody cares what I say.
He has a tendency to sometimes be interesting.
Let's see. Let's talking about how we're not sure what books of the Bible might have been corrupted. I don't like my understanding of what's been corrupted and what hasn't been corrupted might be surprising to Mac, because that's not the reason why I left Christianity. It has nothing to do with the Bible being corrupted. So.
No, I know that, Ocean. It's just that it was like what you were taught in theological
like what you told me when you was taught when you was studying in theology, it it basically you didn't have no faith in it. Like it furthered your lack of
I
faith
started out a
in the
Christian. I
Bible.
left not a Christian. Yes, but what I was being taught didn't really have much to do with that.
So when you say you were Christian, like, what were your beliefs, and how did you come about being a Christian?
I was pretty much born into it, and I was a.
Oh, that doesn't count.
Well, I mean, I was baptized, so.
That doesn't count.
I understand.
I know that you don't think I was ever a Christian, Mac, but fuck off.
That doesn't
You
count.
that's what you said
No.
yourself. Come
What?
on, Ocean.
What the hell are you saying?
Ocean. You said that you was born into you was baptized basically as a baby. You was in Catholic.
I was not a Catholic. Fuck off.
You said you was baptized.
I was a goddamn Baptist. I said I was baptized. I was born into it, and I was baptized. Separate fucking comments.
I was a
No,
Catholic,
that-
by the way.
that-
I was a
I
Catholic.
was a Baptist. I was a
But okay.
Baptist until my 20s.
Yeah, I was a
Yes, so
Baptist.
was
I was
I.
not baptized at birth. I made the decision as later on to get baptized.
Okay, so how about you say that, because it sounded like you was basically a Catholic
Well,
right there.
if you'd let me get 5 words out, you might hear something. Anyway.
What?
Yeah, Mac. Like, you should know better than this. Anyway. All right.
No, it's
so-
just from what you said. You sound like you was Catholic. That's why. Go ahead, though. Go ahead.
Mac, I swear to God.
You
At
know
some
better
point,
than that.
I'm going to choke you.
You're,
Okay,
It's
so
going to
bad
happen.
Baptist. You're a
what
bad
Mac,
Baptist.
what Mac is saying is that when you got baptized, he thought that you didn't give your life over to Christ.
No, I did.
Run to church and get baptized. That's what he was saying.
Yeah, but he's wrong. I did do that.
Okay.
So,
Well, what compelled you to do that in the first place?
I thought it was the best idea in the world.
Mm.
Like, I was a very serious religious Christian at the time. So, and I was like baptized at 6, and then I was super religious until about 20. Or I guess I'm still religious, but I was.
Oh, so you got baptized
Christian until
after.
about 20.
Okay.
So, let's see. Hold on. Boom. Got that. Okay. Now I can fuck around. Anyway, as far as what parts of the Bible were corrupted, no, wait. Becoming not a Christian. Sorry. That had a lot to do with my being exposed to kind of other ideas, and Christianity eventually just stopped making sense to me. The whole focus on sin thing was just really strange to me.
I turned to atheism because I valued my peers a lot and their opinions of me, and people were calling me stupid all the time, even though
That's no reason to change. Like if
no.
you're gonna switch religions, the worst reason in the world is because of what other people think about you.
Right. Well, that's why I actually turned from God and went to atheism for that short time, because none of my friends were Christian. All the people around, thought I was stupid for it and all that sort of stuff. So I actually did. I went away, and it was because of what other people said about me.
Yeah, but that's very common. Yeah, I mean that could happen in any background, not just religion. You value what
you could become a
friends
Christian
and
for the
people
same
like
reason.
says about you.
I went to
I'm curious on this.
I went
I'm
to a
just curious
Christian
on
school.
this.
So.
Well, I'm curious on Ocean's quote unquote religious background on him, like just deconverting like that. I want to hear
I'll
this.
tell you a little bit about. I was at a Christian school, and I was surrounded by Christians, and everybody, my community was really supportive of me and everything. But Christianity, like just the structure of it, eventually just stopped making sense. It was a like the whole focus on sin thing and the hell belief and all that stuff. It just didn't really. I stopped really getting why. And
So
it
you
wasn't
lost your foundation.
I mean, my foundation was there, I guess. Like, what do we mean by my foundation? Like,
When you have a foundation in Christ, it doesn't matter. The things that
what is the
you're
foundation?
trying to
I understand
inquire
what happens
about
when you
these
lose it.
things
What
not
is the
making
foundation?
the foundation is Christ.
No, damn it.
The foundation is faith. Your faith in Christ. So if it doesn't, if you don't continue to like exercise your faith and use your faith, it actually goes away. Like I can go a whole week. Like in the past, I don't do that anymore, but I can just be like really like fired up, and then I can go a whole week and not even think about God not once. That's your faith it goes down and comes back up depending on what you're doing with your life.
Yeah, I was the opposite. I was thinking about it all the time.
I was thinking the foundation is more about the ritualistic side of religion.
No.
The least
No.
you go to church, the least amount of time you see the people that believes in the same things that you do, the more chance you have of knowing about different ideas and different perspective, and not just get caught up in that whole bubble that you were living in.
No,
that's the foundation.
That's religion. That's not a relationship.
Yeah, but you practice a religion too. I mean, you like to say
No,
that you don't, but
you practice a relationship.
But isn't that what
I'll disagree with Mac all day on this. But
isn't that what Christians fear though? They fear arguments outside your community because it's like cancer. It's like cancer for it.
Fear what?
That you would have people convert. You would have people convert, become atheists, like in the case of Ocean.
It's not no. I don't. Now, Ocean being a Baptist, believing in Jesus Christ.
I was Episcopalian by the time
and having. Yeah, I don't like the fact that he did. I don't like the fact that he did convert. I'm not afraid of that. I don't like that because I know that his soul is on the line for that. And the fact of the matter is, the Bible clearly says that those who do not turn, once you leave the faith, you're in a worse position than you were. You're going to be in a worse position than you were even before you entered into the faith. It was better for you to even not believe in Jesus Christ at all. That's how bad you're going to be.
Yep, that happened to me too.
That kind of shows
that. But Mac, I thought your position was before that basically if you were a Christian of your caliber, I guess you can say, it would be impossible to not be a Christian anymore.
Say what?
I mean, again, well, let me phrase it this way.
He's not one of those.
Was Ocean Christian? Was Ocean a Christian in your view prior to the way he is now? At one time, was he a Christian?
No, I believe that he was a Christian. I mean, okay. I don't have. I mean, as far as what he's telling to me right now, I have no like quarrels with what he's telling me.
He's the problem. He's the seed that was thrown on the rocky ground, and the crows came and ate it.
No,
that's the parable.
Maybe it's like Ocean had like divine knowledge. He had certain knowledge of God, and then decided to.
I can tell from how he's speaking. It's different from the way you guys are. If any of you guys try to pull this, because it showed in his life that he wanted to change from where he was before he became a Christian. The way he is now, it shows that exactly what the scriptures talk about. That when you come into the knowledge of Jesus Christ, and when you start practicing it, when you start getting yourself involved with Jesus Christ, and all those things, the knowledge of Jesus Christ is engraved in you, and then you leave the faith, you're at a worse part. You're in a worse position that you were even before you came into the knowledge of God. Am I correct? Am I correct, Ocean? Because were you a pagan before you came into the knowledge of Christ?
No.
No. So all of a sudden,
sounds like to me it's just a way to
leave the faith. After he leaves the faith, what happens? He starts becoming a pagan. Well, it probably was a good
process along the line. But at this point, he's a pagan who now believes in
It was fairly
multiple gods.
quick. I went from pretty much directly from Christian to.
Exactly. So that's what I'm talking about. That's what the Bible describes as a person who, when they leave the faith after having an understanding of God, and they leave the faith the way that they do, they are at a worse position that they were from the beginning, because he wasn't a pagan before that, and all of a sudden he is after he comes into the knowledge of Jesus Christ. That's insane.
That's exactly what Islam says also. The person that leaves the faith is worse than somebody that's not.
How much worse
part
can
of
you
that
get
religion.
than hell?
So it's pretty similar.
What do you mean they're worse off? I mean, they're going to, burn for 2 eternities?
They're worse.
Do they go to
Because they
double
know
hell?
about the teaching, they choose not to believe in it.
But what is worse? What does the worst part entail?
Well, the worst part is that you understand who God is. You understand who Jesus Christ is.
I don't think Ocean would ever say that he did.
The consequences are the same.
No, exactly. Ocean
the consequences are the same. It's just that it doesn't
You're just
look
an asshole for not believing anymore.
Right, basically.
Okay. Just want to clarify.
Basically, it's going to be harder for you to go back because you get put into what's referred to as a reprobate mind.
Oh God! Sorry. Yeah, I've heard that.
I'm just saying. I know that's talked about a lot, but you have to understand. We are put in these places because when I went to atheism, I was put in the same place, and I did a lot of really crazy stuff that I shouldn't have done.
Wait, so how does that translate to Ocean being a
never would
reprobate?
have done. I really don't think I ever would have done those things.
So Lydia, am I a reprobate then? Would you consider me a reprobate?
Would I consider you a reprobate?
I was baptized Mormon, which a lot of people don't think is Christian, but I consider any organization to believe in a version of Christ to be a Christian church, but I didn't follow very long, but am I reprobate now because I'm no longer Mormon?
Mormonism is good. I could assume.
It doesn't matter what church it is. Pick your flavor. I don't care.
The reason why I say that is because to be a Christian, you have to believe in the divinity of Christ. If you cannot believe in the divinity of Christ, like where it says in the book of John that in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was made flesh, you would have to understand that that very Word was what began creation, and that very Word is what sacrificed. And it's that very Word that we live by. And in our language, that word is the name of Jesus Christ. So if you don't believe those things, you can't be a Christian. I'm sorry, but that's just.
And who decided that? Wasn't around
the Word of God?
No, I thought they all came together and had to come to an agreement, like to the Council of Nicaea.
Right.
No, it's called the Word of God.
Wait, they came to agreement about what, Steve?
He's saying something totally separate.
What is the requirements
say
to
what
be
Steve
Christian?
I don't get what the heck he's talking
Damn it!
about now.
I'm trying to hear Steve.
To be a requirement of Christian. We had this discussion the other day of what defines Christian.
Oh, no, that wasn't decided in Nicaea.
Christians having to actually come up with a working.
How does it come up to the Council of Nicaea? That's what?
The Council of Nicaea defined more things about God rather than what a follower was.
Right, the triune nature and all that stuff.
Yeah, they did come up with a Nicene Creed, which is supposed to be what a Christian professes.
Okay, profess. Okay, with that. So, but to be a Christian, would you
More
have
or
to
less
profess those things?
Say what?
Again, it's semantics, but I think Ocean's kind of trying to gets what I'm saying.
Yeah. No, if you're talking about the Nicene Creed, then what you're like close to on point. But I don't know if Mac agrees with the Nicene Creed. He may not. Because if he sold Scriptura, the Nicene Creed.
Wait. What do you?
Google the Nicene Creed.
See if agree?
Google the Nicene Creed and see if there's something in there you disagree with, Mac. I'm interested, actually. It's just as for the sake of being.
And also, what about the Apocalyptic Creed? Maybe we should look at answer that too.
No, well, yeah, maybe, but.
I'm just curious.
How do you?
I am
hold
too.
on. How do you?
But Lydia, so you don't consider Mormons Christian then, right?
No.
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
How about Roman Catholic?
A lot of Christians don't.
No.
Wait, Roman Catholic is a yes or a no?
No.
No?
No, they're idolaters, and
What?
they're idolaters, and
That's what G-Man would say too.
and they practice
See how we start getting in on that slope of who decides what is Christian?
They
Yeah,
practice
No, that's exactly.
things
Come
the
on,
Bible
Steve.
says not to do. There's like 50.
Well, Mac only has one description of a Christian.
I mean,
No,
they
that's
have a
not true, Steve.
verse for this.
Let's cut out the.
Hold
let's
on,
cut out the.
let her speak. Jesus, guys, you're all stepping on her like crazy.
No, because Steve over here talking about I only got one verse. Like seriously, I'm getting sick of that.
Mac, your belief system is such. If you don't believe like basically you are your belief system is the only true belief system. Only true.
Never
Christian
said that.
Christian.
No,
Oh, God,
stop
guys.
it.
Go ahead.
All right, because I really want to hear what she has to say.
Yeah, go ahead, Lydia.
So what is it? What is it you're asking me now?
Catholics. What about them? They're idolaters? How?
Okay. They're idolaters because they actually worship items like the sunburst. They create graven images of things that they should.
Worship items? What items do they worship?
The sunburst.
Sunburst.
Yes.
I know so many Catholics, and I've been an Episcopal before, which is basically Catholic light. I've never heard of the sunburst.
It's called a monstrance. It's the sunburst, and they worship it.
Graven images.
What?
Not only that, they have.
I've never heard of it. It's really strange when someone says something about Catholicism, and Catholicism is like the main focus of my degree because it's really the longest standing Christian faith. And I hear something like that I've never even that they worship something that I've never heard before.
Have
That's
you
just-
ever heard of the? Okay,
Ocean, I grew up Catholic, so I grew up Catholic. So Ocean, if you want to mention
Yeah,
something,
what is the sunburst? If you grew up Catholic, so can you tell me a little bit about this?
I don't really know the details. I mean, I didn't go to college and study. I just grew up in the tradition of Catholicism. So I went to a Catholic boarding school.
But do you know what the sunburst is? What she's talking
No.
about?
No, I
No?
don't. No.
Okay. All right. Cool. So there's me who has a degree in it, and another guy in here who grew up Catholic, and neither one of us know what the sunburst is.
The sunburst. Ocean. The sunburst is the icon of, like, for example, Jamal Williams has it of like an ocean and the sun and the cross that's produced from it. That's the sunburst.
It's actually kind of funny.
I don't know how it's.
That's funny.
I don't know how it's a worship thing, but that's
They don't
worship that.
I'm looking at a Catholic form right now, and it says.
But
a
you know what?
sunburst
We
means-
don't even have to address
type
that. I mean, that's just one of
It's a cross with a sunburst behind
in
it.
the Bible
according to
not
Catholics
to
form.
create graven images of anything that might be on heaven, on earth, or in the sea.
There you go.
They have graven
Yeah, okay.
images that they worship. They have saints that they worship. They
The cross with the sun behind it. That's the sunburst.
they
Yeah,
have
I was about to
items and these things that they
They
created.
don't worship that. They might hold it in reverence, but they don't worship it.
Yes, they do.
Thing with Mary
They
and
pray-
graven images, they
Ocean.
don't do
They
that.
get down and they pray before them, and they pray to the saints. They get down and they pray before those statues.
No,
Yes,
they don't pray to the saints. They pray.
Actually, listen. The saints, they actually have the bones of each of a particular saint. If you ever go to like a Catholic church and you take away the cloth from the table, there's actually bones of a particular saint that's actually stuck in the altar, and then it's covered up with the cloth.
They don't pray to the saints. They pray to ask the saints to pray on their behalf.
That's praying.
That's really
That's like
semantic.
it's the same thing. Like, have you ever stood in a church and said, "I need people to pray for me. This is happening."
It's
There are
acting
That is prayer.
They want them to intercede on their behalf.
That's
pray-
prayer.
With a good word.
That's not the
They
same
pray
thing.
to
It's exactly what they do.
No, it is not, Ocean.
Yeah, but Ocean, that's the point that I was mentioning about the bones on the altar. That is, when you do that, plus you have bones of a saint on the altar, that is basically a type of worship.
Can you hear me?
It's a ritual.
Can anybody hear me right now?
You're not supposed to
Yeah,
call.
Minister, we got you.
I'm trying to state this, and I'm trying to make sure that Ocean understands. What she's saying, I can actually agree with because I know what she's talking about because I know many Catholics and I've talked to many quote-unquote fathers. and I've asked the fathers. Now, with that being said, Steve, if I might clarify for you, it's not just Mac's definition of a Christian, because Mac's definition is the same definition I have. So before you start stereotyping, make sure you get it right. That's the actual definition of Christian.
I don't see, no, because I don't think there is an actual definition of Christianity. I think it's arbitrary.
First off,
I'm an agnostic, so I don't think there's actually one
of course,
definition.
that's the reason why you say what you say.
No.
First off,
But anybody
allow me
can
to-
say that.
Hold on,
Go ahead.
Steve. You shotgun, okay? I've been watching outside for like a half hour. I'm not an idiot, okay? I see what you do. I'm not an idiot. You can ask Mac. I sat outside. I watched for a few minutes to about an hour before I even attempt to enter the room. Now, what you're doing right now is Mac is trying to present you some proof or some evidence in that manner of what a Christian really is, and you keep telling him by his definition.
Correct.
Which could be true, a matter of perspective. Whereas the problem you're encountering is if his perspective is correct, then your perspective would be wrong.
Why is my definition of a Christian any more or less valid than his?
I'm not stating that it is, whereas he does have a Bible, and what do you have?
Regardless, why would it matter?
No. I ask you a direct
We're
question.
getting way far
no
away
true
from the
Scotsman.
topic, and this is kind of frustrating because.
Yeah, I was kind of paying attention to what Ocean and Lydia were saying, so I don't know why that was even
I'm
brought
like,
up.
with all due respect, I can hear from you guys pretty often. Lydia isn't in this very often, and I've never even seen her before. So
I've known
Lydia
Lydia for a very long time, and I like listening to Lydia. So she's good people. We disagree on a lot of things.
Do you guys know each other in real life?
No, we've corresponded back and forth on many occasion on things.
Did you invite her, I guess, to the stuff?
No, she was just random.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I've invited her to other hangouts a long time ago, but go ahead, do your thing.
All right. Yeah.
I'll just allow her to go back on the microphone.
Is she not on? Well, fair enough. Looks like
I'm here.
Okay. Damn. I think our conversation's been sidetracked so many times that I don't even know where we were.
Yeah, Ocean, because you're
We were talking about how I felt about a lot of the Catholic doctrines that they practice, and there are many things that I feel like they go against my understanding of what the Bible teaches. So that's why I say that. I'm not saying that I'm better than any Catholic, because there are a lot of very good Catholic people that I believe that love Jesus Christ, and I don't know how much. I've been told that Catholics aren't really encouraged to read the Bible on their own, but I don't know if that's true or not, because I've never, been to it.
They definitely do. A lot of honestly, the people that I bump into that know the Bible the best are either Catholics or Calvinists.
Yeah, but see, I think the reason why the difference between reading the Bible and having it being taught to you is that, and I think like Nietzsche really kind of goes into this, is that one believes that it's almost like that it's almost better for one person to be able to interpret the Bible and give the message out than for example with the case with Mac, leading it to giving it to him and allowing him to interpret the Bible. I think that's really what maybe the Catholics try to distance themselves from. Maybe that's the reason why what you're saying about they don't want the Catholics reading the Bible. I don't think it's true, but I think that may be the reason why.
Well, it also allows them to do a lot of stuff that the Bible says not to do as well.
Well, no. I think that when a person is allowed to make their own interpretations of the Bible instead of it being dictated to them, then I think that it becomes chaos. It becomes anarchy.
Well, that's the. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lydia. I'm sorry.
Well, based on what the Bible says, that you're supposed to study to show yourself approved, because not only does the Word of God guide us and help us with our faith, it refreshes us too. We read the Bible and it refreshes us spiritually, and it's just, it's hard to explain this to people who think the Bible is just paper written by man and wasn't inspired by God or or has nothing to do with the creator, and or that there is no creator, or that they don't have a soul or a spirit, which
Okay, Lydia, I just
essence of any individual person.
so when the printing press came around and the Bible was distributed, there was a drastic change in religion before the printing press, right? Would you agree with that? Like that when we had the printing press, that really religion went in a completely different direction.
I don't think just the printing press was the beginning of that. No.
So you're not saying that the Protestant Revolution, you don't believe that had anything to do with the printing press?
No, I think the printing press allowed for that whole movement to expand even farther, for it to reach even more people. But I don't think that was the beginning of it. I think the actual beginning of it came from after Jesus died, and all his apostles and stuff went around all over the place preaching the gospel, hardcore, preaching it to everybody, and setting up churches. And I think they had and a lot of the churches went out all these different ways. And, today the modern church is like, it's completely different from what it was supposed to be. And it's been going this way for a long time. Even Paul was writing about how the churches were going back into their old ways. And
Well, no, I was just making a comment on you. You were saying that Catholics don't want or they don't read the Bible, whereas the Baptists do. And I would agree that the Baptists do concentrate on their own interpretation of the Bible, because each Baptist group seems to be different. I mean, I live by a militant Baptist group that's worse than Al Qaeda, but I would say that the reason why it probably comes from, maybe you interpret that
Worse
is
than Al Qaeda, what?
they're just bad.
I understand what you're saying about how when other people interpret the Bible, you run the risk of somebody being kind of psycho, and taking the words that come from that and twisting it either for their own ends or because they have a mental problem, which is.
Well, that's true. They do have mental problems, but I think a lot of it comes from they just have a sense of hatred. I mean, I found it to be very true for the Baptists that they are profoundly, like, there's a lot of hatred in the Baptist heart, and I don't know if it comes from not having enough relief in life. Maybe they just they're so worried about being punished that they never expose themselves to the quote unquote sin, and so they
expose themselves.
Can I?
Yeah. Well, wait, are you a Baptist or not?
No, I was just
identify yourself
saying.
as one side or the other. Don't be lukewarm, because I feel like you are.
Can it be that they're just disorganized? Because the Catholics, I mean, when I was a
you
Christian,
just addressed me and now you're talking. What did you say? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Me or
Yeah, Rustin.
Oh, I was like, you said we as in Baptist. So are you Baptist or not? Because you're kind of switching from both sides.
I'm not a Baptist.
What?
You seem like you're still Christian, but you're not Christian. Like you kind of in agreement with them in certain ways.
No,
yeah.
he just understands things about the Bible that you guys just take for granted and just basically dismiss it and say it's
No,
false.
he just said we agree. Like he was a Baptist still. He just said we.
No.
When did I
He's
say
still
that?
a pagan.
Okay.
He used to be a Baptist.
Okay, I thought he said we.
let's just have a vote and decide what ocean is.
Yeah,
what,
sure.
What do you
We'll
guys
do
think?
Why don't we
That's the best way
Or
to
we
decide
could just have
somebody's
him
faith,
tell
I
us
think.
what he is.
Why don't we just leave Ocean the way Ocean is? Because Ocean is nice the way he is.
Okay, so I'm not a part of a sect. I'm not a part of a religious sect. I believe that that the Word of God is true. But people argue all the time about what it means.
No, but you had said I'm correcting you where you said the Bible, why the Catholics don't read the Bible, and I'm telling you the reason why the Baptists have more emphasis on reading the Bible is because of the printing press and the Protestant Revolution. That is the reason why you guys concentrate more on reading the Bible than what you said about the Catholics. But the Catholics read the Bible too.
It's because the Bible says study the Word to show yourself approved. That's what the Bible says to do.
I'm not denying that. I'm just correcting you on the fact that the reason why you guys put so much concentration on reading the Bible comes from the Protestant from the printing press. That's the reason
No,
why you guys.
I'm an individual. The reason
Uh,
I, as an individual, put emphasis on reading the Bible is because the Bible says to read the Word to show yourself approved.
What about the thousands of
you guys,
years?
hold on a second. You guys have an inherent hatred for hierarchy. Like that's the reason why you guys hate the Catholics so much. The Baptists or is a
Rustin,
psychological.
seriously,
Yes, it is.
Rustin.
It's a
Can you at least
psychological.
let her speak right now? She rarely ever comes in these rooms.
All right, I'm
I
done.
know.
She was speaking what she believes in, and then you cut her right down.
In an ideal world, I would love for Lydia to just, state a little bit about her history, tell us, why she's a Christian, what kind of Christian she is, what some of her beliefs are, and just let her talk. That's what I want to hear right now.
Me too.
Okay, well, I spoke about this earlier. I actually grew up in a Baptist church, but I really didn't understand anything that was going on. I didn't really, when I read the Bible, I really didn't understand anything. And everybody, all the kids around me were getting baptized, and I didn't understand why everybody was getting baptized because I didn't understand. I didn't feel anything. But I just remember, praying one day because I felt like I was missing out on something. I just remember praying to God and telling him that I was never going to get baptized unless there was some kind of thing that, that he could show me or do something for me to show me that he's actually there. Because, how am I going to get baptized when I don't even feel anything? And, after about 7 or 8 months, I actually felt the Holy Spirit at church, and I got in front of the church, and I gave my life to Christ. And then after I got baptized, I went off into the world, and I stopped going to church. I wasn't doing anything, and I ended up in atheism for quite a long time. And I told this story earlier about how I was with my boyfriend at the time, and he had a Bible, and I was just going to read it to him because I was practicing my speed reading at the time, and I learned how to read really quickly, so I wanted to, speed read, and I was going to try to do it out loud, and when I started reading the Bible, something like really strange happened to me, and then after that, a lot of stuff in my life changed, and that's kind of how I became a Christian. I don't believe that I was a Christian before. I believe that I had no idea what was going on at all when I was that age.
Can you be a little bit more specific of the strange thing that happened to you when you were reading the Bible?
It's really hard to explain. The scripture, I just opened up the Bible and just started reading. I didn't think about a single thing before I opened up the Bible, but what came out was this scripture that was so close to what was going on in my life, about the things I had been doing, and it admonished me, but not in a way to where I felt like, not into a way that I felt like I was like being told I was going to hell or anything like that, but it was like it strengthened me in a way that I can't explain, and it told me like exactly what was going on in my life, what I was doing, the kind of people they were, because what it was the book of, it turned out to be the book of James. I opened it up and I started reading the book of James, and something just like reached inside me, and I I I read for hours. I read that book over and over for hours, and the whole time I was just like weeping. I was crying, like my face and my shirt was like soaking wet, and I could just feel like, I know I can't give you guys proof, but I could just feel the love of Christ in me, like, just building me up, strengthening me up, and just he did something in me that day. I can't explain it, but it changed, everything. And since then, I understand, from then, because that was a long time ago. I know I look young to a lot of people, but I'm kind of like older. Um, but at that time, um, you know, I can't explain to you guys, what that did to me. It just changed me. Did it make me perfect? Am I a perfect person? No, but there's something else that I really just can't explain to people that I don't think any Christian can really explain. Um, what a relationship with Christ is really like. It's hard for us to explain.
I'm curious of one question. What Bible do you use?
Well, I like the King James version. Um, I prefer it. That's the version that I read where when I read it, my eyes were finally open to what was actually being said. It was the King James version, and
Well,
ever since then, I can just open it up. I can just open it up and start reading, and I'll get something great out of it. It just helps me, like sometimes for like a whole week, or sometimes for like a whole month, or sometimes just for that day. Um, and
what would you state about other versions of the Bible then?
um, I had a really good Bible that I was bequeathed to my great grandmother, and um, I can't remember. I think it was like a Geneva or something, some kind of Bible. But um, I have a lot of good memories. Reading to my great grandma, before she passed away, with that Bible. So I wouldn't say that they're all 100% bad. It's just that as far as what I read, that I will read most of the time, it's the King James version.
Lydia, without getting too specific, because it sounds like there's a part of your testimony where it highlights the change that happened in you, and I know it's from the way you explained it a little earlier, it sounds like something very very personal. But is there a way to communicate it without being too specific, but to help understand the difference between before and now?
Um, I it's hard to talk about it because you just have to take my word for whatever I say, and it could be, made up or anything. So I really don't like to talk about it. But you know, before I came back to Christ, I was completely selfish. I only cared about myself. I felt like the only thing that mattered in my life was me getting myself to a place that I could, make for myself, and for whatever I wanted. And I thought that that was the pinnacle of living. Um, but you know, something that Christ has taught me is that the thing that's better living is living my life for other people, and spreading love and joy to other people. And that that's something I learned over time, but that's something that was put in my heart. Something that showed me, um, every time I look at a face, or every time I see a person, um, all I see is their humanity. All I see is their beauty and who they are. as an individual. And I believe that's how God really sees all of us. Um, and and it might be selfish because I'm hoping that's how God sees me because I'm not perfect. I still mess up every single day, but at the same time, I still feel the love of Christ shining down on me. So um, it's just one of those things where I think if everybody knew how much God really loved them and why God was telling us about sin, and why it was wrong, because it has an adverse effect on on us physically, spiritually, emotionally, socially. It has all these different effects that we sometimes don't always see, but God sees them, and His love for us, just like a love for a father would have for their child. He wants to see us thrive, and that's the best way to thrive is under those conditions of um, love and obedience to God. And it's not just obedience because of obedience most of the time. It's obedience because it actually helps a person live better. Actually gives a person joy, a type of joy that you just can't find anywhere else.
Do you think you could have had that change take place without having that Bible experience? Like, um, do you think you could have? Do you think you would have ended up in this good place without that experience or without that change? Like on your own, could you have come to this place?
I think many people come to that conclusion without God. That, but is that good for them? I don't think so. I think what the Bible says is that um, you know there's a narrow way. There's only a narrow way to Christ, and so many of us are traveling and we're trying to get off of all these roads that we've been being led to ever since we were a baby. We're trying to get off all those roads and trying to get back to that narrow road. And like what I was talking to Mac about the other day is, um, you know, not the other day, but earlier, we, you know, the only way that we can get better and to truly say that we're living for Christ is if we every day strive towards a higher way or a higher way of living. And I don't, me and him disagree on that. A higher way of living, or testifying, or getting people to listen to you about Jesus Christ. Um, there are different methods of doing that, and I don't really agree with his method of going and telling people you're going to go to hell if you don't do X, Y, Z. I think that a better method is to um, just live a good life and show people love. And then when you get a chance, when the Lord opens up that door for you to really testify or to talk to somebody about something that will uplift them and direct them to Christ, that's when you go in and you tell a person, I'll pray for you. You still have, you're not alone in this. That's the kind of stuff I do. And I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying that we all have a different place. And for myself, I don't think that I would be a good person to do that. But I am a good person to live a good life and tell people that I love them and I care about what's going on in their lives. And sometimes that's all one person might need to just completely change their life around. And then when they know that you love Christ, um, they might see that um, maybe loving Christ is their next step in life. Um, That's just kind of where me and him kind of diverge.
So I'm curious, do you think that living a good lifestyle, or do you think that treating others good gets you saved?
No, I don't. Um, Being saved has nothing to do with the things you do. You do it because you're part of the body of Christ, and once you become part of the body of Christ, it is sort of like a duty. Excuse me, sorry. It's sort of a duty, like you. How do I put it? Um, think of it. Think of it like this. Um, your father, your earthly father, that you really, really look up to, and he teaches you all these things, and he does all these things. You're going to live your life in a way to try to make your dad proud. In most cases, if you don't take him for granted and you care about his feelings and what he says and how he feels about you, you're going to want to do things to make him proud. That's what living for Christ is. We do it to make our Heavenly Father smile. We do it because we know that it's a testimony. Our lives are a testimony to the people around us. We don't do it, or we shouldn't do it, just to throw it in other people's faces about, what all we do and how good we are and this other type of stuff. I think that's where the distinction comes between works salvation and faith salvation, and I'm on the side that believes that um, we come to know God by faith. We come to grow with God through faith, and ultimately it's that faith in Jesus Christ that gets us back on that road that we're supposed to get on.
I was interested in know what Ocean thought about what you said so far, but I was gonna mention one thing. You did say something about the narrow road. What do you
Right.
mean about that?
By the narrow road, I mean everything in this world. Okay, it says in the Bible that the God of this world is Satan. So if the God of this world is Satan, and he knows what is going to happen to him, it's already written. He knows everything that's going to happen to him. And so if he is the accuser and the king of liars, and this is his world, um, he's gonna he's gonna be part of a great delusion that the Bible talks about. And is somebody playing music or am I
Yeah,
tripping?
somebody's playing music. Somebody needs to turn their music off. I got a curiosity question for you. You said about other versions. I was curious to the fact of the question of uh, what standard do you hold the King James at over any of the others?
Well, I hope to, like I said, you can go to. I like to use examples. Like you can go to a church and it will feel like completely blank, like you won't feel anything from it. And then, another time you can go to church and like you step in the door and you're like bawling and like snot's coming out of your nose and you don't know what's going on. It's like the Holy Spirit. Um, I can read other versions of it, and sometimes it'll open up a door to where I can go to the King James Version, and then I can go and look up like the translations of a specific word, and I think it helps me to understand a little bit more about what's being said. So at the end of the day, though I take the King James Version, um, though I make that the highest one that I go to read to, I also like to look at what the words mean. Um, and sometimes I find a new understanding based on that. And I actually encourage people to do that because I feel like I've been able to answer a lot of questions that didn't make sense to me from the Bible by actually going to look at the actual word that were being translated and find the word on my own and see what it means in that way.
The reason in which I state that, I'll tell you where I come from, okay? Ocean knows where I come from, Mac knows where I come from, and a lot of people know where I come from. I am actually a independent fundamental King James onlyist.
Okay, well, that's great. I mean, I
With
have
that
no.
being said, I'm pretty sure you know where I stand, and I'm a young Earth creationist, if I might add. So, I was checking to see what you believe and listening to you before I ask you any more in-depth of questions. I'm fixing to go here in about 5 minutes. Do
Well,
you have any questions that you need to ask? Curiosity? I don't claim to know everything, but
well, I'm also a young Earth creationist. I know Steve hates that. He wants me to believe that, the Earth has been here billions of years, and he thinks it all adds up, but it
I'll
doesn't.
make a believer out of you yet, Lydia.
It doesn't really add up if you start really thinking about stuff in depth. I don't think it adds up.
Come, be saved by science.
you start reading the Bible and you find out that it's not according to what science has to say. So yeah. So.
But with that being said, what caused you to become a young Earth creationist? Because see, for the longest time, I was one of those people that believed that, everything that I was reading, because I like science. I like a lot of books and things, and I was one of those people that believed that everything that was written down, and as long as a person was eloquent and intelligent and went to a hoity-toity university, it's empiricism. I always thought it has to be true, but there were some things that were working in me that helped me to believe that that's part of that delusion that we read about in the Bible. So how did you come about being a young Earth creationist?
Well, how I became a young Earth creationist, I actually never been asked that question on YouTube. And I've been on it for about a year. That's interesting. Actually, I happen to read the Bible for what it says, unlike what a lot of people do, and I believe the Bible at face value. And when the Bible timeline, my father explained the timeline in one of his videos, and I happen to agree with it. And I've been a young Earth creationist because I've heard many people state that that's what it was, and they were confirming it at the same time as me reading it. So God was speaking through them as a testimony to me, saying that is correct. So I grew up in a Christian household. Actually, it was an independent fundamental Baptist household, and I can't say every day I heard the gospel, but I can say I heard the gospel pretty much every day. And then anywhere in between 16 to 20, I completely went off the deep end and went and ran away from everything that I believed in, and then turned right around when I turned about 21, 22, and decided, you know what, this isn't even right. I'm doing things completely against what the Bible says, and I'm wondering why things are going wrong. So I went back to the Bible and read it again, and found out that I was completely in the wrong. That's the reason why I came to a young Earth creation, is because people were confirming it the whole time, and God was telling me that's the correct thing.
Yeah, that's so fun you say that, because the many times I read the Bible, I interpret it like in different ways according to what my situation was at the time.
Right. I mean, because if you think, this is how I was rationalizing the whole. If Adam and Eve were they didn't begin to die until after they ate off the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Um, what amount of time were they living before they died, basically? So could they have lived in the Garden of Eden for millions or billions of years? That was kind of my rationalization the whole time to get over the whole thing, to try to rationalize my faith with science. Um, and I eventually came to young Earth creationism because I felt like I was compromising. Is that a picture? I felt like I was compromising on what the Word of God was really saying and what the whole point was. Because evolution, if that's all evolution said, was that, people were, adapting to their environment, and these adaptations were being embedded into the gene code that could then be turned on and off through the DNA and that sort of thing. If that's the extent it was going through, then I could be fine. But, once you keep, tracing their beliefs back farther and farther and farther, it gets to the point where it starts to go against what the Bible actually says about origins and about what we're here for and why we're here. And the whole thing starts to breed these philosophical ideas that, while it's easy to say that those things don't breed these philosophical ideas that are the antithesis to Christian beliefs, but the reality is they do. So I decided to make a choice and decide that I wasn't going to continue believing all the things they're talking about, because, they're going to come out with all kinds of stuff. Like right now, they're saying that there was a comet in the sky that was leaking out, I think, what was it, would they say 30 tons of booze?
No, there's large clouds out there that are basically alcohol that are actually billions of light years across.
Yeah, it's the Ninja Turtles, the mystery of the ooze.
They're in methyl and ethanol and various types of alcohol, and so it's quite common to have alcohol groups.
The hilarious part is we gotta get sidetracked here from the original topic. We were talking about young Earth creationists.
I have a young Earth timeline. Well, not time, just a biblical timeline up on my screen for anyone that's interested in that.
No, that's a topic for another day with Lydia and I. I'll have that in my hangout.
Yeah, I like saying that because your timeline is super huge. I've never seen.
I know that was pretty detailed. Huh? That's even more detailed than I've ever seen. You got a link for that?
I've seen that as well. I've seen that timeline, and
that's even bigger than Hoven's, and that's not supposed to be like.
Well, his is more simplistic.
But the thing is,
I actually talked to Hoven on the phone like last week. Actually, he was supposed to do a hangout with us, and then I guess they changed their mind. But,
the thing is, on that timeline, it doesn't address the time from when Adam and Eve ate off the fruit. It says you shall surely die. So that was the process that began the death or their life, because as you live, you're living onto your death. So he was 130 years old, but that I don't know if that has to do with his life after the death of eating fruit, or his life altogether.
130 years old is when he had his son, because when you read, he begat and he begat and he begat, it says he was 130 years old and he begat Seth, and then he lived to 930 years, and then he died. And then Seth lived to 105 years and he had Enos, and then Seth lived to 912 years and then he died. So it's a dating mechanism that the Bible presents, and then when you
Right.
graph it out, this is what it looks like. And
If
what's
you
interesting,
go ahead,
and
James.
what's interesting is if you look at when God said, "I will not strive with man for forever. I will limit their years to 120 years." So He says that right after the flood. But what's interesting is people don't start to die, at 120 years old for like another couple hundred years, and you can actually notice that, like if you plot people's ages as far as when they died in the Bible, you start to see it kind of go shorter and shorter and shorter and
That's
shorter
actually what
until
I
you
was
get
about
down
to
to
point out.
until you get down to Moses, and he dies at 120 years old. And then after that, you don't really have anybody recorded as living that long.
Okay.
So you would think it would have happened immediately, but it actually took time
Yeah.
for, I guess, the DNA to change.
Well, I think it
Well,
didn't happen immediately because what I think happened is when the flood came, it affected the environment to the point that the environment actually became more, it became, well, I guess you can say that because the people were still like 900 and something, they were still alive. But I think it could have to do with after the flood, the environment changed. So the environment that they were uh, coming up in is actually getting worse because of the flood. So the environment gets worse and worse over time, which means the life is shortened.
well, see, the thing is that I find interesting is after the flood, my father explains it very simple in his. Now, he doesn't have a video about it. I'm gonna see if he'll make one about it, but it's basically he pictures it as a canopy effect. And after the flood, that canopy effect is then removed from the world because the people know, I mean, Adam and Eve were meant to live forever and built to live forever in that regards. Not saying built as in like machine, but they were made to live forever. That's why it took
Right.
so long for them to die. Whereas the funny thing is, in their genes, when they passed down through their children and their grandchildren, it was still in their genes. But when the flood happened, it was still in the gene, and they were the last actual descendants of the people through the flood that was before going to after. If you noticed in his timeline, most of the people that were born after the flood are the ones that lived shorter lifespans, not right before, because right before they still had the genes from Adam and Eve.
Yeah, it's
Does
like
that make any sense to anybody else, or is that just me?
no, it makes sense in a way that it's like there clearly was something going on with the genome after the flood, if because even Noah's sons didn't live as long as he did. Noah was only one, during the time of the flood that uh, he was the last remaining person to live in the 900s.
But it's God's declaration that He will not strive with man forever. Like I don't know if the environment changed, the genetics changed for sure. Like I don't know, but God is the one who did it. Like it's not like it was a gradual like 700 then 600 then 5. It was like you know it was relatively gradual, but it was kind of quick too at the same time. So yeah, he did that. I think God Himself was like, all right, I'm changing it right here, and then the effect was immediate.
See,
No, I don't.
another thing you also have to realize is how many people, if you remember correctly, the reason why God wiped off the face of the planet, according to what the Bible says, other than Noah and his kids, was because there was so much sin in the world. He allowed that sin to the degree, this is where I'm part Calvinist, part Arminianist, where I can actually state this. God allowed the free will of the people to make the choices in which they did, and they could have accepted, but they didn't, and they polluted the environment to the point of God had to clean the environment. Then afterwards, when I believe it was Noah's son, actually looked upon him and he got a curse and he got sent elsewhere, they started polluting again in his area. And then they just started polluting the world in their own way, which I don't honestly know how or what they did, but I know that ever since after the flood, people have been living. I mean, it's a rarity if you see people hit 105 nowadays. 110 is a very rarity. I mean, I know someone that's 112. They go to my church, but other than that, I mean, it's a very rarity because we've been polluting this world full of toxins and full of this and full of that.
But it's conjecture. It's conjecture to say why the time span was shortened. Like God just said He's going to limit the lifespan,
I'm aware.
and to say that it's pollution, you can't say that for sure.
I'm aware that is true. I'm not saying that's wrong, but I'm also stating the fact of even if that would be true, which it is, then I could turn right around and also state on top of that that we're doing things to the air and to the water, etc., that are harmful to us to make us even die faster.
There's another perspective that you're not taking into account of what's happening in Noah's time.
Well, I have to go, so you can add me if you wish, but I have to go because I'm going to be late for work. So I just happened to stay up just because I saw Mac in here and I had to help him out with dealing with someone over here by the name of Steve that happened to troll him. So
Whoa! No, I am not a troll, and I get along with Mac just fine. I like Mac. Don't call me a troll when that's nonsense.
Steve, I was not saying troll as in that kind of troll. Okay. Allow me to use a different word for you. You're being more abrasive. How's that?
Well, I mean, I've been honest. I find Mac to have a very high ground, but I listen to what he says. You know,
well, Mac and I come from the same neck of the woods, and yet I just said that you're more abrasive than a troll. How's that?
Okay. Haven't quite heard that one before, except from Pudding. Initially, when we started engaging in conversation, I was the son of Lucifer or something to that effect. But I kept explaining to her that my position was from science, not from theology. So
well, I ain't gonna go there because I don't have time.
He doesn't pay me, and if he did, he doesn't pay me very well.
I'd be more than happy to sit down with you, Steve, and talk to you more. The problem is I'm going to leave because I have to go to work. So
enjoy.
See you all later. See you later, Mac. James?
Yeah. See you later.
Have a good one. Yep.
Holy crap, it's pretty incredible how many twists and turns you guys go through to try to make sense of the Bible according to modern understanding of how the world works. I mean, when I was a Christian, what I did was I'm not going to question God. So I'm just going to not think about it in order for me not to go to hell. But at least you guys are putting all these crazy ideas on the table and try to match what we know about the world today. So I guess that's a good thing.
But there's a lot of diversity in the Christian community. I mean, and I find nothing wrong with that. But my position is.
Wait a second. Wait a darn picking minute. What do you mean twisting and turns? What the crap?
What did you say, Mac?
What?
Did Mac say
there's a lot of differences.
What do you mean twisting and turns?
He means different interpretations that people give.
Yeah, interpretation. Sure, there's quite a few. I mean,
ain't nobody giving no interpretations.
Like for instance,
I've just heard like 5-6 different types of interpretations. Are you kidding me?
Like for instance,
interpretations of what?
About
Christianity, theology. Sorry, go ahead, Lydia.
Like for instance, we were talking about the flood and Noah, right? Well, he was saying that the reason why God had to destroy the world was because of what we were doing to the earth and all this other stuff, but he left out the DNA aspect. He left out that it says there in Genesis that the sons of God, which are the angels, were mating with the daughters of men, which are
Yeah.
like human women, and they were creating these giants that were the same kind of giants that were of old, right? And
Holy
not only that, they were
They got some complicated stuff. But
they
James,
were
you're not a young. But James, are you a young Earth creationist, James?
they were splicing DNA and they were creating different sorts of animals.
You are.
That's why when he told Noah, whenever he was to bring the little baby animals on the ark or whatever, he told Noah to only bring the clean animals. And some people thought that meant like just
No, he brought the unclean
things you
animals
can't
too.
eat. He said only bring the clean animals, but he was talking about
7 of each clean animal
animals
too.
whose DNA weren't tampered with. Because they had figured out
The
how to tamper.
unclean animals were on the ark, though. There were unclean animals on the ark.
We're not talking about those animals. We're talking about animals where the DNA was spliced, not those animals. Those were still God's creation. We're not talking about those unclean animals. We're talking about specific kinds of unclean animals that he told Noah not to bring on the ark. And they weren't the
What
fowls.
did he tell Noah not to bring onto the ark?
Because,
what verse is that?
I don't know. I have to find it. Give me a second.
You got to give chapter and verse for that one.
I love how he's like us Christians right now, just talking about, oh, you got to get chapter and verse on that. Even though it's funny because he's probably the only one qualified to even ask that question in here. Other than the Christians who already believe in the faith, but it's still funny.
I also have a can you guys see me? The screen?
Oh yeah.
I have a timeline of the prophets that you would have listed in the Bible. Obviously, they wrote their different books and they went to different people or different nations and stuff. And if anybody is interested, you can just look at my screen. I also put a link in the sidebar. But as far as the key on the bottom right of the chart, you'll see which prophets were sent out to nations around Israel, which prophets were sent to the kings of Judah, which prophets were sent to the kings of Israel itself, and things like that. So it's kind of interesting, like, who was Daniel sent to, who was Malachi sent to, who was Jonah sent to, things like that. But anyway.
That is a cool chart.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
James, so I didn't hear your answer. Though. You said,
that.
James, you are a young Earth creationist. I mean, you believe that the Earth is 7,000 years old.
Yeah, I don't think you can say that humans have been on the planet for longer than 6,000 years, based on the Bible,
how about not humans, but the Earth itself? How long has it been around?
I could go along with the idea that since there was no sun around for the first day, I can see how somebody would say the day could have been as long as millions of years. Okay, but I think the Bible presents it as 6 literal days. So if the Earth and the universe was created in 6 literal days, that would not be surprising to me. That's what I believe happened. But if somehow that those first couple days, because there was no reference points, that it was millions of years, okay, fine.
It wouldn't destroy your whole belief system if that was the case, right?
But humans, but as far as humans, 6,000 years max. Yep.
Yeah. We'll have to discuss that another time because obviously, I mean, I can.
No, if you're avoiding that conversation for my sake, don't. Because once he says humans have been on the Earth for 6,000 years, I'm ready for that conversation. Just for
it's another time. It's getting late right now. Because I mean, we can discuss that for quite some time with genetic and.
Hey, Ocean, hold on, Ocean. Where do you stand on that?
He doesn't know if the Earth is real.
What? What'd you say?
I said you don't even know if the Earth is real, if it has been around. I'm kidding.
I have no idea if the Earth.
I would think Ocean would subscribe to whatever science.
I'm pretty much on science on that one.
Yeah, I wouldn't see him that be against his belief structure.
Me and science are pretty chummy.
So as far as mankind, you believe it was around millions of years?
Modern humans
million for
100,000 years, and then
million for hominids.
Yeah.
Millions for the Earth. Wait, let me do a thing.
Do your thing.
It's 1 billion for life, I think. It's either 1 billion or maybe it's a
3.6,
little bit shorter.
3.8 billion for life.
For life, really? Oh.
I've heard about 3. And then they actually just had an article that went back to. They're thinking they can also push it back to about almost 4 billion years to. But there's an article recently
So
on
life
that.
is as old as the
Not
Earth now?
quite sure if it's life as we know it.
Wow.
As I'm thinking, blue-green algae is the first thing that I'm familiar with. I don't know if... Does it go back further than that or not? I don't know.
Yeah,
Good.
it can go back further than that. I mean, that's one of the most earliest eukaryotes that had cytoplast and chlorophyll. But we can go back earlier than that, and cyanobacteria and
Okay, so how do you
the very first domain before even the protist?
how do you guys know that if you don't use the Bible, what do you use as a reference to get
I don't
those?
know if you're asking that seriously or not. But I was just asking about...
Yeah, I had this biology book in college, and they basically said whatever's in it is absolute truth, and so we go by that.
Wow. Really? You didn't question that?
That's what I would know.
As much as you question the Bible, come on.
I'm not being serious.
That was the
I
irony.
He was being a little bit of a troll when he said that.
No.
But,
I
okay.
couldn't tell.
So, let me... As far as what I believe, it's... I'm more certain on civilization and human history, so it's 1 million for humanity and not for humanity, 1 million for hominids in general, and then it's like 100,000 for humans themselves.
It's interesting.
Modern humans, right?
That's interesting because the history of writing goes back about 5,000 years.
Right, to
So
Mesopotamia.
it's like
Mhm.
so the idea that we were around for 100,000 years and no real traces of writing, and then all of this. That means for 95,000 years, humans were like maybe chilling. I don't know, and then
We didn't just
big
pop
programs that
out.
go back to 10,000.
Steve, let me address this.
Sorry.
'Cause
I
I'm
know.
gonna pop a fucking gasket.
You're preaching to the choir with me, so I'll listen.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Get over it.
Your mom should get over it. Okay. Steve, you threw me off my shit. Okay. Writing. We didn't pop out of the womb writing. So, as far as traditional history is concerned, there are cave paintings going back 15,000 years, and human settlements going back. When is Katahoyok? Hold on a minute.
and I have it on the screen. I have a Wikipedia article on the screen.
What Wikipedia article are you looking at? It's showing up as black for me.
They found fossil evidence that humans came from Africa. That's all I know.
The history of writing.
Yeah. We've been around longer than writing, obviously.
90,
So-
but I'm saying for like 95,000 years. How long do you think?
How long?
Yeah, that makes sense to me. We were in the Neolithic age for starting at 20,000 years ago. So
Yeah, but what proof do you
humans
have that before?
as a nomadic animal? Hold on, guys. Hey,
Oh,
humans as a
sorry.
nomadic animal makes sense to me for that period of time, and then we started figuring out. Once we figured out farming, things kind of went up from there.
You
And we started
can
having like
address that,
communities.
James, if you
Can I
want
ask
to
you a
occupy.
question? Or yeah, go ahead. Ask your question. I was going to say something
Oh,
else. But
so what do you think
Wait, let him address what I just said, because I know you're going to ask like something completely different and get us steering off topic.
I'll try to be within the
I think people
conversation
can
topic.
farm and write. I think people can farm and write. At the same time, I think those things can develop at the same time. You're going to need to communicate.
They could, but they didn't.
So language originated from those humans that came out of Africa, right? You know how they came out
That
of
has nothing
Africa?
to do with the conversation. Okay, so you can have language without writing. It's absolutely not. That's going into a different topic. So you can have writing and farming develop at the same time, but the fact is they did not. Because farming was around for about 15,000 years before we started writing. And even after some civilizations started writing, plenty of humanity was quite content to continue farming without writing. Writing spread out. There's civilizations that went into after the Romans without figuring out how to write. Hell,
It just
there are
seems that it's
civilizations.
consistent.
The Native Americans figured out farming and not writing. A lot of them.
It just seems that the numbers are consistent with the flood story, right? It's like 5,000 years.
No, they're by definition not. Because there's no
You would
the
expect them
human
to go back.
bottleneck is way earlier than 4,000 years ago.
Yeah, but
Wait, hold on. When did the flood
well,
happen?
I'm sorry, Jake.
The flood happened 4,400 years ago.
So after
Adam and Eve
Samaria?
would have been. When was Samaria?
5K.
Maybe. I'm not. I don't know the history
Samaria
like that.
was
to
where
say.
Abraham was from.
Yeah, that
So that would have
is
been
where
before.
Abraham.
If
Second,
Samaria is
hold on,
5,000
Ocean.
years old and the flood happened 4,000 years ago, and Noah is after Abraham and the flood killed Abraham's tribe, I'm confused.
Noah is before Abraham.
Yes.
You
But
said
in
Noah's
your
after.
timeline, he's after, because Abraham is in Samaria, and Samaria is before the flood.
No. This is where I was getting at. Old Samaria is, and how are they coming to that conclusion?
When did the Elamites come through?
Ocean, you can get it.
And it's the same thing with the oldest tree. Oldest tree is like 5,000 years old. You would expect if trees can just keep growing and getting older. Why
Wait,
not
we've
have
actually
10,000?
we've using the same general chronology. We've also established that we've had trees that are up to I think 11,000. One of the great oaks.
The oldest
living trees, the Bristol cone,
Sumerian,
which is
Sumerian
4,000
civilization started at about 6,000 years ago, and then it existed for about 2,000 years, because it was conquered. It was conquered in 2270 BC. So, if the flood happened 4,000 years ago, Samaria had been gone for 270 years by the time the flood came and killed the Akkadian Empire. And Abraham would have been floating off while Noah's floating around.
No, Ocean, you didn't answer the question though. I'm asking you, how are these people dating the existence of the civilization coming
That gets
into
into
being?
science shit, which I just really hate having that conversation with you people.
Hey,
but
it's necessary.
It's really not.
Yeah, it is.
There's all kinds of ways to date these things, and I really hate getting into it. Some of it has to do with carbon. Some of it has to do with carbon dating. Some of it doesn't. A lot of it has to do with written records and looking at how each civilization kept their years and when they mentioned certain things and when other civilizations mentioned certain things as far as writing is concerned. And Sumer is one of those civilizations that wrote. So are the Akkadians.
So how far back? So you're saying like the history of writing would go back about 6,000 years.
More like 5, but it's I don't know when Gilgamesh was written, but it would have been definitely before the Akkadians destroyed Sumer.
And Numbers was way before that, right?
What do you
Book
mean?
of Numbers?
No. Just the use of not writing, but the writing of numbers.
I don't know when Numbers was written.
What are you talking about in reference to what?
Numbers would have been written after Moses.
I'm not talking about the book. Sorry, I'm not gonna cut you guys off. I'm
not
talking about
the
the
book?
use. No, not the book. Yeah, I thought you guys were talking about just writing specific. I didn't know. I didn't know.
Numbers has nothing to do with the conversation.
Yeah,
even when they were
Oh.
created.
I'm not talking about the book of Numbers.
Yeah, I understand that now finally, and it doesn't have anything to do with the conversation.
Yeah.
Because numbers, the use of, to answer your question though, the use of numbers pops up around the same time as writing. But the use of what we know as numeric digits came way later. The concept of the number 0 is way too late in human history to really, that anybody wants to really admit. But anyway, so back to my thing about Sumer. If Sumer was conquered before the flood, and Abraham came out of Sumer, then I'm very confused.
Because it's based
I don't.
off
Wait,
of and
I'm talking to
you
James.
already see that.
I don't know. I don't know.
No,
the
but you know.
dates. No, this is what I'm for me. It's the dates are close enough to say, you know.
No,
Who knows?
that's when
If it's
Sumer
a
was
little bit more.
conquered. Sumer is conquered in 2270 BC. So that means that it had been around and it had done its thing and its strength had already waned down, and it is known as as a great civilization. So as with this tree, did this tree survive the flood? The 5,000-year-old
That's
one?
my question.
There's a colonial tree.
That's what it would.
20,000.
Well, this is the list of verified ages. So,
Yeah, you can't
5,000.
verify a colony tree. But
well,
you can
they're
with the roots,
estimating.
but that's the.
Well, it's not verified. It's an estimation, but
The colony tree is not an individual tree, so that's why it's not on that list. But
so
yeah,
verified age.
but would that tree have survived the flood? That
estimated.
doesn't make any sense.
Well, the Bible does talk
I think
about
that's
that during the flood there were trees.
Well, yes, but I don't know what trees can survive being underwater for 40 days.
Well,
Yeah.
if during the flood that the waters were subsiding in that point, what the Bible says that when the dove got an olive branch,
You know what, Mac? Unless
the
you
flood
think
was
that
still
James can
there.
defend himself, do you think that James can defend himself, or do you think he's incompetent?
Like,
No,
there's
you
multiple
wasn't.
trees
You
on
wasn't.
I'm
you
asking
wasn't asking us a question
questions.
to.
You keep talking. That's my problem right now. Because and the reason why you're doing that has to be either you think that James is incompetent or you just want to talk. It's one or the
No,
other.
you just asked the question. You didn't say
I
James.
didn't ask you
Do
anything.
you
I'm
think?
asking James.
No, but you just asked.
There was confusion.
Okay.
It's okay. There was confusion. There was
asked
confusion.
the
It's okay.
question.
So I'll respond. So I think based on the numbers, because I do think that tree rings and the way, however they dated this tree is much more accurate. Like it's harder to dispute that. So I think either this tree was underwater, or it could be that this tree is younger than 5,000. But I think this tree is 5,000. But no, I don't know how it did survive. But what I would say is, why wouldn't it be 10,000 years or 15,000 years old? Why would it be that it's that close to what the flood narrative is, that the oldest tree that we have is only 5,000 years
Well, James, I
old,
gave
as
you
far
a
as
reference to
verified.
11,000-year-old
Maybe
tree for
trees
the
only
river
live
oak
that
trees.
Well, I don't know which one to respond to. So go ahead.
I said maybe
Did you
only
get the
trees
side
live that
thing,
long.
James?
Yeah.
I posted two things about a journal from the Arizona journals that was a 11,000-year-old German oak and pine dendrochronology for radiocarbon calibration. So there's an oak tree that is 11,000. It's not living, but it still has enough tree rings to go back to 11,000 years. I don't know. I didn't know you couldn't see the side chat, I guess.
Okay, I will take a look. But as far as living, 5,000. But I'll take a look.
But when we get to the radiocarbon stuff, let me know. I'll be back.
And then
I don't think that's a good idea.
I mean, there's also other trees with lifetimes that overlap.
That's that's one thing I can kind of address because I kind of understand, radio decay and
So
stuff.
I wonder what he thinks it is, though. If the Earth is not that old, what do you think that tree shows that it existed that long? What do you think your answer for that would be, most likely, James?
That would be interesting, at the least. But I'd have to look at it because I'd want to see what the methods were for dating that. But no, it would definitely contradict with the idea of the Earth being 6,000 years old, for sure. But I have to look at the evidence.
I like how this thing, when it presents, it has this zooming out effect. I'm trying to figure out how you do that. It looks so cool.
I'm sure Mac has an answer for it. I mean, you don't think it's important to check the evidence, do you? When he's showing you that there was a tree that was 11,000 years old, you seem like you come up with the answers like really fast. Like people shouldn't question your faith.
On some things I already know because it's been repeated so many times. But like I basically do what James just said. I look at the evidence that they present. The stuff about carbon-14 dating. If it's something like that, I laugh at that because it's based off assumptions.
Really?
A lot of it is. Yes.
I sorry, Ocean. I got to inquire on this.
I'm out at this point.
So what? Okay, what assumptions do you disagree with, Mac?
He's probably talking about because you have to base it on the idea that these things were behaving the same way they were in the past.
Okay, hang on, hang on, Rustin. What assumptions do you disagree with, and tell me why you disagree with them? I'm assuming that you're going to be going into radioactive
How much
decay
carbon-14 was in? Wait, I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I was going to assume that you would be going into variable, decay rates, assuming that decay rates for various things. Like we know carbon dating, radium-14 has a half-life of 5,730 years, plus or minus 30, right? Can you give me a reason why that assumption would that have changed over the years?
In the atmosphere since the beginning.
Since any time. I mean, there are things that will affect decay rates. I'm not going to deny that. Of course, there is electron capture.
Okay, but that's my point.
Things, but that's 1 to 2%.
That's my point. You don't know how much.
Yeah, we do.
Carbon. When you know how much is decayed.
Give me a reason why give me a reason why that assumption is invalid.
Give you a reason why the assumption is invalid.
Yeah, because it's a ratio. It's a ratio of carbon-14 to carbon-12, correct?
It's a ratio.
And sometimes carbon-13
yes.
even, but okay. So if it's a ratio, what in your opinion would make that carbon dating what we have now so far off? Because like I said, electron capture can do about 1 or 2%. But give me an example. Give me an example of what would change so much to go from carbon dating something to 57,000 years, which is about the extent of a normal. It's 1%, 0.1% actually, to a model based on 6,000. So because I've already done the math. I mean, I have it. I've actually submitted it to Dr. Jonathan Safardi from creation.com, and his only response, it doesn't prove young Earth creationism, but it's supposed to show that there's an inaccuracy. But I'm like, it's still a factor of 400 is what I came up with. That's a huge factor. So what assumption would you say that would cause a ratio of 400 to 1 change? What would allow for that? What in science have we seen to have that kind of change in radiometric decay? I'll show it to you if you want.
Okay.
It's based on the rates data, if you remember that.
This is where I started off from.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Says, okay.
Mac, you're breaking
Obviously,
up.
Bible says. Oh my!
Okay, but I'm not,
Stephen
Matt,
was
hang on. I'm
taking
not
off
interested in what the Bible
the
says.
daggum time.
I'm not interested in what the Bible says. I want to know the science.
Okay, based on what the Bible says.
I'm not interested in what the Bible says. I want to know the science.
Thank you. Based on what the Bible says, God created the world in a specific way to where there was no rain until the time of the flood, that he caused a dude to come up to the earth, that he had a quote unquote water canopy that Admin had described that covered that was basically above the atmosphere. Okay, which the Bible describes as the second heaven. We know in science that when we had, for instance, it was an amber that had a mosquito in it, but also it had a air bubble. And when they drilled a hole into the air bubble, they found out that there was 30% more oxygen in the air, in the atmosphere. So obviously, that comports with the scriptures as far as there is an atmospheric difference as far as what was going on in the beginning of the earth.
How does that affect
There's an atmosphere carbon? How much carbon could possibly be in the beginning before the flood, and how much did it lose or did it gain or whatever after that, because that causes a huge difference. After that, how much did it lose or gain during all this time? Now you can address that.
What I'm asking is, how does that change the ratios? Even if it has a higher concentration, I know exactly what you're referring to.
Because you don't know what the ratio is.
A ratio is a ratio. It's a fixed ratio in a biological system.
There is no fixed ratio, because you're talking about a ratio that you are based on your assumptions are coming up with.
That the biological process has been the same.
How much? No, it hasn't. How much more could carbon be in the atmosphere during the biblical times than after the flood, when something obviously changed, and then to this point now? How much more?
Okay.
How much more? How much less?
Show me how that translates to a factor of 400 to 1 difference. And let me show you where I'm coming from on this, Mac. Okay, this right here, and I will assume.
Where are you coming up with that?
I'm gonna show you the math. I did it, like I said. I have all this that I've did before. This is basically how you would determine 0.1% of carbon-14 left with the 57,000 effective lifespan. We can go farther than that. We can go about 80, maybe even 100 with certain techniques. But let's just say 57,000 is about the high end of our carbon-14 dating, because we can't really effectively date anything longer than that. That's 0.1% left. Okay, to go with a model of 7,000 years, give or take. Okay, this is what I came up with, and I mean you can validate the math, which is using 40, which is 40%, which is a factor of 400, and then if let's see here, let me go a little further here. Might be another one. I actually figured out what the decay rate would have to be, and it was a huge difference in the decay rate. I mean, to the point of being absurd, that I would know no possible thing in physics would even account for. I don't think I have it in this one. I would have to redo the math. Yeah, I mean, I don't have it in this one. But the point being, to get to a model of 7,000 years, you literally need 400 times the amount of carbon-14 in the system. How is that explained by any creationist model?
We're talking about how is it explained by any creationist model?
Because what would happen would be that the decay rate of 5,730 years would have to be somewhere. I think it came out like 43,000. I think was something like that I came up with. But basically, you're saying that the assumption is invalid only because there's a higher concentration. If that was true, again, how that is affect?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, well, how about this then? Let me put it this way. Let's say that's true. How does that affect argon potassium dating, which has no relevancy to the atmosphere whatsoever? That still calibrates the same exact time carbon dating would.
Is argon a material that's in the earth?
It's in lava. It's in igneous rock.
Okay.
Yeah. But
Is
it's also in
potassium also a material that is in the earth?
Of course. What does that got to do with
Okay.
anything?
How much is that material? How much was that material in the earth during the beginning of it?
You're missing my point. You have
The
three
initial
independent
beginning of it.
verifications. Three independent validated things. So you have argon, potassium, and carbon dating, all coming up at the exact same time period, which has also been independently verified through other means, such as historical records for calibration. So, I mean, that's four things right there that show that it does work. I mean, you have to falsify every single one of those to get your model to work. And if you're prepared to do that, I'll listen.
Okay, how much of I'm asking you is actually the earth.
Mm-hmm.
If going back to carbon, not even going back to potassium and argon, going back to carbon itself, carbon is a gas. Okay? If the oxygen it's 30% more during the quote unquote time in the beginning of the earth.
Carbon is
if there was more oxygen, is there a possibility that there is either more or less carbon than there was in the beginning of the earth, than there was even
carbon
now?
is a solid. Carbon dioxide is a gas. But I don't understand your question, because it doesn't really matter if there was more or less. It's still a ratio. It's two types of radiometric isotopes for argon, and it's argon and potassium. What I'm asking you is, regardless of the concentrations, explain to me how 3 or 4 independent methods all converge and have consilience to the exact same date on many different things.
They converge on the exact same date.
Let's say I carbon date something. Let's say I date something. I use alternative methods to date that as well. Well, they all give about the same time period. Let's say there was a historical monument that was a good example I saw a while back. The monument's dated at a specific time. We now date the wood in that area, and we find that the carbon dating matches that. We also date the rocks and find that the argon, potassium has the same time frame. Okay, it has a consilience. It's various independent methods. Okay, how to all those are now wrong just because there might have been a higher concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere in the primordial.
I'm not saying that they're all wrong. I'm not saying that they're all wrong.
You are saying they are all wrong.
To tell me something about carbon. No, I'm not. I'm not saying that they're all wrong. I'm asking you if you're doing carbon 14 dating and it's based on a certain decay rate, and there are things out there that can affect a decay rate on something depending on if it's been exposed, if it's been exposed in the atmosphere, if it's been exposed or it's been heavily preserved, or if there was a different atmospheric change to where it could lose more carbon 14 that way, or whatever the case may be. There is clearly a process that can affect the decay rate.
We take that into account. That's called calibration. That's what we take into account. That's how it's calibrated. We understand that things can affect that, and that's how we calibrate to get the exact same dates by any other methods.
Okay, so this is what I'm
asking. If we have other things that affect decay rates, it's nominal. Electron capture, I think it's like 1 or 2% is nominal. It's still not going to get you to where you're at or want to go. It's not going to get you from 57,000 years to 7,000 years without a huge change in the decay constant. And that affects other things like the fine structure constant. And that affects other things like the speed of light. And that affects other things like the magnetic and electric constants, which basically, if your model was correct and our understanding of carbon dating was wrong, we would reach a point where atoms couldn't even fuse anymore. We would have nothing beyond hydrogen, even, if that was even possible. I mean, what I'm saying is basically you have to change the entire structure, known laws of physics all across the board to get to the type of model to say where the carbon dating has to go for the decay rates. And I don't find that to be plausible.
Obviously, hold on, because so wait, let me get this straight. So there was nothing that could affect the atmosphere as far as the oxygen levels on the Earth. There's nothing that could affect the oxygen levels in the Earth from this point up until the beginning of the Earth, where there was 30%.
No, of course the things are affected.
There was nothing that could affect it in
the oceans
that way to
that
where
into
the
account.
percentage that we have now of oxygen. Wait a second. Wait a second. What did you say about the oxygen? What did you say?
We had higher concentrations in the water before it got it actually came out of solution and produced more oxygen in the atmosphere. It was actually trapped mostly in the oceans.
It was trapped mostly in the ocean.
Yeah, trapped in the oceans.
Shut up, Ocean.
Surfer.
Anyway.
Honestly, Mike, I am trying to follow you, but you are really breaking up heavily. Maybe it's just me.
You're doing a better job than I would.
What, following him or
Yeah.
breaking up? Oh.
No, following him.
But it still goes back to my main question, though. When you talked about evidence, you talked about following science, and when I gave you 4 independent methods that all have the same time period with a high degree of accuracy, I mean, you're basically saying, well, all of them do have to be wrong because they have to. You have a presupposition that the Earth is only 6,000, so you have to actually falsify each one of those.
But what happens when you have what happens when you have soft tissue dinosaur bones, right? You have.
Oh, you want to get in Mary
blood
Switch's
vessels.
report? We can do that too. I actually talked to Dr. Safadi about that as well. That she's a Christian, and she stated full on it's 65 million years old. They found heme, which has an extra iron ion, which helped prevent degradation. But the soft tissue wasn't even malleable until they soaked it for several, I think, days even, in a very acidic solution.
That are.
Hang on. All that would do would at best would change our understanding how fossilization occurs. That's all it would do, and we probably do have some misunderstandings of fossilization occurs. It doesn't state that the fossils were less than 65 million years old. That is she outright said that, and then she's like, creationists have quote unquote hijacked my studies.
But I can't. I'm not an expert. I can't really get into it and try to talk about it. But I understand, from my understanding, the soft tissue shouldn't last more than 100,000 years, and that's in like a deep freeze situation.
Based upon our understanding of fossilization, but again, when they say soft tissue, it was very minuscule type things. It was things that resembled like red blood cells and vascular, but the main thing was the proteins, which was the heme that was found.
You don't have to say resembled. You know what it was.
But again, it's worse. It will be how we think how fossilization occurs. It doesn't falsify everything else we know whatsoever. You have to apply parsimony here and say that okay, does this abnormally destroy everything we understand about the planet and physics, or is there something about fossilization we're not understanding? Which one makes more sense?
Well, there's no right when fossilization.
Both would be because they affect each other.
Doesn't occur, right? And you have dinosaur bones, bones with tissue in them, and you can say that they weren't soft until they were in the substance or whatever, but it's obvious that the blood cells should not be there.
Why?
Even if
why? What's the expertise on that? Because even Mary Schweitzer said, based on our understanding, but it's not impossible. So what does the expertise say that it's not impossible to have happen?
It's Mary Schweitzer's expertise because she's
an expert in the field. And her colleagues reviewed her work, and they couldn't falsify it.
So to respond to your question, when she first did the test, when her assistant did the test, right, and she found the soft tissue, she told her assistant that's impossible. That can't be there. Do it again. She did it again. Did it again. They did it 17 times.
Right.
At least, she said
because it's one of those things that's hard to believe. Right.
Because from her expertise, that standpoint, this should not.
But then she was
there.
able to explain it. That's the key part. She was able to explain it by the extra iron ion in the heme. If you read her paper.
That sounds like a cry for dire desperation.
No. If every expert has read that paper and they agree with it, then that's peer review.
Well, before she did her experiment, like there were many other scientists who were saying it's impossible. They're saying what you think you found is not what you found. Blah 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 blah. So they were trying to explain it away. Even scientists who aren't like theists or young Earth creationists, they were just like, this shouldn't be there. And after she did her experiment, I don't know that we would say that 100% of scientists like accept her results as, you know, proving that this formaldehyde or heme that you're talking about.
It's a thing of hemoglobin.
I don't know that they all accept it. I've seen from, you know, Mark Armitage where he's explaining that the way she did the test, she kind of did some stuff with the blood and the cells and the centrifuge to kind of set up a situation that wouldn't have been what the situation that the bones and the vessels would have been in reality. But even then, you're trying to say that you have this solution or this setup where you can preserve tissue for 65 million years. You probably want to patent that and get that, you know, own that, because that's a very interesting thing that we've never.
That's why it was a big thing. I mean, it was a big discovery. But James, I'm asking you, what makes more sense to you? Is that the discovery of soft tissue? Is that a discovery to advance our understanding of fossilization? Because there's numerous types. There's like 5 or 6 different types of fossilization. Or is it a falsification of all this other evidence we have that dinosaurs lived 65 million years ago?
It just seems to be consistent with that young. I don't know enough, and maybe science doesn't know enough yet.
Dinosaurs didn't live 65 million years ago now?
Well, young Earth creationists say they lived 6,000 years ago.
Dinosaurs?
It's soft tissue and dinosaur bones, man. That's all I got.
Yeah,
no. A lot of the times those things are preserved in a bog or something.
What's that, Ocean?
A lot of times those that kind of situation is preserved in an oxygenless environment, so it's able to basically like sit in a can.
No. So like Mark Armitage, he has a Triceratops horn that was like a foot under the ground. It's in Montana, same area where Mary Schweitzer found her bone, and it was open, like it should have like porous and open. It should have been infiltrated and met. There were bugs in there, all type of stuff, but. Oxygen, whatever.
Still, any anomaly is going to be an anomaly. I mean, you're basically saying you're taking 1 or 2 anecdotal little things that supposedly have been explained by experts in their field, saying discounts our entire understanding of all the evidence we have that they were much older than that. I mean, that's not even a way you would apply Occam's razor on that.
Normally a scientist wouldn't crack open a dinosaur bone.
That was the problem. They didn't.
Like
Right.
And so because as a scientist you're trying to do everything you possibly can do to preserve the bone. So I think what Mark Armitage's prediction, he likes to say, is that if you just start looking in the drawers where people have their dinosaur bones hidden away in museums and stuff, if you just start cracking them open and testing them, this would be the norm inside of those bones. Obviously I don't know.
I wouldn't say no, because almost most of the dinosaurs remnants we have left are not bones. They are a representation of the bone, but they have been fossilized to the point where it has all been replaced by minerals.
Yeah, we're not talking about fossils. The bones that we have, because people have.
I don't know if we have any dinosaur bones. I would be.
Yeah, I don't think any exist.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be. I'm not gonna say it's impossible. But as far as I understand, no, I don't think we have any dinosaur bones whatsoever.
That's what Mary Schweitzer found, was a bone. That's what Mark Armitage found, was a bone. People find dinosaur bones. We also find dinosaur fossils. It's just that
I've never heard of that.
It's just that they had to.
Well, the
crack
horn
that
would
bone.
be a bone if it's that preserved, like if it's porous.
Okay, I mean I don't know that story. I'll have to look into it. But I mean,
Mary Schweitzer.
Yeah, I don't know this story either, but.
Mary Schweitzer, when they found that bone, it was just too big for them to ship it out. They had to crack it in half and ship and do it that way. And when they crack it in half,
misrepresentation happening here somewhere.
Say that again.
I said I'll bet you there's a misrepresentation happening here somewhere.
Oh no!
You want to link us to the event?
Well, there is. I mean, Ocean, there is, because she has said that she has been misrepresented. She has said that young Earth creationists have taken her data and ran with it, and I find that to be just
All I'm telling you is what they said on the 60 Minutes interview. They had this big bone. They were sad that they had to crack it in half, but they did. When they cracked it in half, they had pieces. So they figured, okay, we'll do tests on these pieces. The assistant left the bone, not fossil, bone. The assistant left the bone in the solution too long which caused it to dissolve all the bone away instead of some. And when all the bone was dissolved away, there was still tissue there. That soft tissue should not have been there, even in the bone. Like if it was just bone, like it would have just been bone.
I read it would all have been
Again,
gone.
according to our understanding of fossilization, it doesn't suggest that the bone was not from the time period that she said it was from. That's the difference. You're taking it to a far extreme and saying, well, because we have found some type of soft tissue, that the bone cannot be that old. But why not? It's still based upon our understanding of fossilization. That's more likely to be the case.
No,
to be
it
wrong.
isn't because
Why isn't it?
It says the researchers also analyzed other fossils for the presence of soft tissue and found it was present in about half of their samples, going back to the Jurassic period, which lasted from 145.5 million to 199.6 million years ago, Schweitzer said. The problem is, for 300 years, we thought, well, the organics are all gone, so why is it going to be there?
Which is a misunderstanding
And
of
nobody
that
looked.
we've learned. But we're learning now the fossilization process might allow for that. That's all.
It just seems like the
No,
calculations.
she's clearly saying that it wasn't going to be a reason for them to look for
Because
soft tissue,
because at our
there
current
wasn't.
understanding, because science learns from things. At our current understanding, we in our model of fossilization, it wouldn't have allowed for it. Now we know that it can allow for it. Before, we couldn't allow for bisons that we found from 45,000 years ago that have DNA. We found DNA from them. We were able to sequence the genome. Now we can even go back further to 100,000 that they thought was kind of impossible. So, I mean, science progresses, but that does not falsify a complete understanding of the existence of when dinosaurs were on the Earth. It just means that we're learning more about the fossilization
300
process.
years of being wrong?
I mean, at the same time, it's
Why
consistent.
not? I mean, how long we were wrong about the Earth going around the sun? Come on, science learns about things, man.
It doesn't hurt the younger Earth's perspective. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean,
Finding
I'm not
soft tissue
claiming, I'm not, and James, I'm not claiming it does, but you know, I mean, if that's the best argument they've got, that's not even, I wouldn't even consider that a weak argument.
Right.
But I mean, if you look at Hovind's claims for young Earth creationism and dealing with carbon dating, they are demonstrably wrong. I mean, outright demonstrably wrong. I can show you that the information he's presented from his Young Earth Creationist Handbook to the actual source is different. I mean, are you familiar with the claim that they had found a mammoth and a carbon dating one part?
It's possible. It's possible, Steve.
Hang on, let me finish, Mac. The carbon dating one mammoth, the 15,000 years for the fur and the skin, and the leg dated to 11,000. Have you heard that claim?
Yes, I've seen it in Hovind's presentations.
Correct. Okay. Have you read the actual source for that?
No.
Okay. It's called the Alaskan Stratigraphic Radiometric Journal. It's from 1975. And what it has in it, it shows that it was actually two different entries found in two different locations, 8 years apart. And one of them had glycerin in it, because the collector had incorrectly sorted in that, which is an organic compound, which invalidated the result. But it is completely two separate mammoths that were found. And I'll give you the link for it. I have it. You could definitely validate it yourself.
If the information is incorrect, you shouldn't be presenting it and continuing.
Well,
on
I mean,
with it.
I want you to validate the information. Don't just take my word for it, 'cause who the hell believes me?
I don't think. Well, don't worry. It's not big enough of an issue for me to go check it. But yeah, no. I'm saying if it's wrong, he shouldn't be
I'll
presenting
post it for other people.
So what did the scientists say that soft tissue was on the T-Rex? What did they think it was, at least?
The other scientists?
Yes.
They were trying to say that it would have been other bacteria and little organisms that would have crept in after the soft tissue dissolved away. And kind of reformed into the same shape that the soft tissue would have been. The problem with that, I mean, there's you then have the blood cells that are inside of the vessels also. I mean, they're saying that the bacteria formed the shape of the blood vessels after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and it's showing like numerous things that can affect soft tissue, bacteria, being being exposed to the atmosphere. I mean, all these various things that can affect. It clearly said in the best conditions. In the best conditions, DNA should not be there. As far as what I was reading, in the best conditions, only 1 million years. It can't exceed that
According to our understanding of fossilization. How many times can I say that?
at all.
According to
Now,
our understanding of
James,
fossilization, but that might be wrong.
Well, it's not just fossilization. It's about
James.
how collagen breaks down and like all these other things break down.
But we have changed that over the years. Again, we found mammoths that had DNA to 45,000. We've gone back, I think, 100,000 in finding DNA. So again, how does that demonstrate that the fossil is not as old as it's supposed to be? It doesn't. It just means that we don't fully understand the fossilization process.
It shows that your dating system doesn't work. It shows fossilization.
No, the dating system works.
That
Unless you
doesn't
can falsify that.
James, Mac, I want to ask you, like, what would it take for you to believe that the Earth was? I guess I'm not sure where James stands on this, but I'm guessing he's along with Mac. What would it take for you to believe that the Earth was older than what you believe it is?
I'll go ahead.
Like,
Go ahead.
How much evidence would be needed to prove to you that the world was older than it really is?
None of it.
So none of it, no matter what. So I mean, that's the point that I'm trying.
He's like Kurt Wise. No matter how much.
Like for me, like yeah, again, it's not like for me it's not like a problem, but I think the starlight is like the best argument. It's like how do you approach that? Starlight, yeah.
What is wrong with starlight? I mean, yeah, okay, if you want to get into the horizon problem, that's fine, but
no, I'm saying starlight is the to me strongest argument of the amount of time it would have taken the light to get to us is much more than 6,000 years based on what we understand about the speed of light.
Hogan didn't work around that, but if you ever seen his math on
that's
die because he basically took Hubble's constant and he changed it from like 70.5 to like it had to go to like 160 million. It was obscene.
No, I don't play with that. But it would be interesting to find out that light doesn't behave the way we think it does, or that these distances aren't what we think. But at the moment, it seems that it seems to be good math. So I don't know.
I mean, imagine having light without the stars or without the sun. I mean, they can't. I mean, that behavior.
Yeah, it's called a flashlight, Mac. It's called a flashlight. I mean, there are legitimate questions about cosmology, of course. I mean, there's a flatness problem, and of course, the horizon problem is a huge issue to get around. Although I think that we have in explanations, but I'm not subscribing to the variable light model. But the what is the oh my God. I'm trying to think of how they got around the horizon problem. It was.
The Hawking radiation, right?
No, I'm not. That's for black hole. Horizon problem arises that if you're looking out in a distance at the furthest galaxy, like we've seen one like 13.7 billion light years away. If you look in the opposite direction, those two regions of space have never had any relationship to each other. They're completely isolated. They've never been in contact, and therefore they should have different properties to them. There's no causality between them, and so that's called the horizon problem. It's different spheres of influence.
I think it might be causal.
I don't. There's two ways around it. There's a variable speed model, and there's another one I honestly can't remember off the top of my head. Oh yeah, the rapid inflation of space-time. The Big Bang, the actual inflation period itself was a workaround for that. But again, that doesn't falsify the Big Bang. The Big Bang is just saying that if we rewind the clock, the regressionary model gets to the point where it has to have a point where at T0 where the singularity exists.
It's funny how the Big Bang almost represents like the opposite of the black hole. Don't you agree? Like there's like a similarity between that.
I kind of agree with Hawking and Susskind, Leonard Susskind, that I think we're living inside a black hole. I find that to be completely reasonable.
Wow.
Wouldn't it be like a white hole then? Isn't that what the white hole is? Like the opposite
Your
of...
mom's a black hole.
Hey,
My
Sorry.
mom's white. What?
hey, that's
It's a white
racist.
hole.
All right, your mom's a white hole.
Yeah,
Sorry,
thank
Matt.
you.
Okay.
Be correct,
All
man.
of that is racist.
Um, well, I mean, okay. I mean, you're familiar with the holographic principle, right? I mean, in that alone, we can be considered a black hole because we do have an event horizon, the observable universe. That is our event horizon. We can never see past that, no matter what. It'd be completely possible, and all the information of our entire universe is stored on that, that two-dimensional hypersurface of that event horizon. That's why we're like the hologram from that information.
Yeah, but I'm ignorant, and I confess my ignorance on this, but when you're in a black hole, wouldn't time slow down? So wouldn't you basically be...
Well, actually, what happens is space-time switch. If you look at a Minkowski diagram, if you go to Google and type in Minkowski, it'll show you a type of diagram. It's very similar to a Penrose diagram. And what happens past this one or two event horizons in most black holes, it depends if they're spinning and they have angular momentum and charge. But what happens is once you go past the event horizon, you're actually doing a time-like journey. Space and time are basically switch places. And then basically you reach a point of infinite density at the center, the singularity, where you have neither.
The in-between is just nothingness. The in-between switching.
I don't know if you'd call it nothingness. I mean, there's still, quantum fluctuations as there would be everywhere because that's ubiquitous.
If you were in a black hole, wouldn't you be like the Grice Tyson was saying, that you'd be stretched like a spaghetti? Like you would be...
Depends. Not necessarily.
We're not really feeling... I mean, it would be destructive, so I don't really think
No,
that...
not always. If the black hole was large enough, the gradient, because what causes spaghettification is that you have a very large gradient over a small period. So basically, an inch, it may be a certain amount of pounds per pressure here, and it may be 10 times more here. But if the black hole is super massive, that gradient is much much smaller, so you don't feel it as much. You could actually get into the event horizon without being spaghettified, and you wouldn't even notice. You would not even be aware of that happening. That's what's scary.
So there's a more...
I think you can use Occam's razor on this and just say that that's a complicated explanation, and you can just go ahead and toss that out. I mean, I
oh no, the complicated explanation is when you start getting into the firewall paradox, dude. Listen to Susskind's explanation of the firewall paradox, about how different observers observe different things, and both things that should happen actually happen. Because Susskind and Hawking went back and forth about the firewall, and basically it was kind of resolved that they were both right. It all depends on you're the outside observer or the inside observer. No, they're not a gravity sink. It's not like a Hoover vacuum, dude. That's a big misconception. Black holes don't suck anything. Not like my mom.
Not like your... Oh, damn it!
I had to do it before he did.
Yeah, but like at what time...
I denied you that.
Wow!
But at what point would you actually start like breaking up into where, if it was like the opposite, if a Big Bang was opposite of the black hole, at what point would you... Like, at what point would the matter start to go away, and then you would just have a release of energy?
Singularity. At that point, you decompose into nothing.
Like,
but I mean, there are theories out there. I mean, obviously you've heard the white hole thing. Most people have said now that is not possible as far as transversing. There was something called a long time ago the theory of the Einstein-Pulaski-Rosen bridge, which does exist, but the problem is it's so small that anything that would actually go through it would actually collapse it, and it has to do with quantum entanglement across the barrier of the singularity to the exterior part of it. But that gets super complicated. I way beyond my interest in it. But I do like listening to Susskind talk about those things. But yeah, so light can't escape from the back. The escape velocity for a black hole is the speed of light. That's the problem. Just like it's 9.8 meters per second squared for Earth. For a black hole, it's the speed of light. That's why nothing can get out of it. However, given enough time, billions and billions of years, like 70 billion years or something like that, light actually could, because it boils away what you mentioned before about the Hawking radiation.
Why does the years matter in that, though? What's the
Because the time element for a black hole, it boils away so slowly that the time element for a large black hole would be pretty much longer than the universe would be around. For a micro black hole, it's really quick because the surface area you're dealing with a very small micro space. So the boiling away of the virtual particles, because what happens is on the event horizon, virtual particles are created like they are anywhere else. But when it's on the event horizon, on that very, very small point, one particle actually is going to go into the black hole. The other particle is going to go out of the black hole. And the particle that goes out has a real property to it. I think it's called the Higgs mechanism or something that gives it mass. And so basically it loses mass over a period of time, but it's very, very slowly. But on a very small scale, it's still in the nanoseconds. I don't know. Get Cliff in here. This is his area, isn't he? I thought he was a physicist.
Maybe. I don't know. Where's Cliff? Probably asleep.
Or inside a black hole, it could just be like hell. I bet you Mac believes that.
That reminds me of Event Horizon, that movie Event Horizon.
No.
Yeah.
I wanted to.
That wasn't hell. That was like another dimension or some shit like that.
Dude, wait, what do you think is gonna happen when they put that new telescope up? I think they're gonna see some weird shit. I think
We're gonna see
that.
Jesus.
It's gonna be something weird. I'm not saying Jesus, but I think we're gonna see. I think it's gonna change our view of the universe.
Oh, I completely agree. Oh, I think Hubble changed our view of the universe.
Yeah,
I know
that's my
it changed the universe. But yeah, no, it's supposed to, but it's not for a while. It's still a few years away. Hey, G.
Hello.
You missed all the fun, G.
Never mind.
Oh, Philo.
Oh, did you guys see that video of the student? We were talking about it this morning, and then it actually showed up on the New York Times page with the police officer arresting that student. Y'all didn't see that? I'll post it.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, I saw it.
That girl. That he just tossed her like a rag doll.
Yeah, but we were arguing that there was provocation, and me being as a teacher, I'm telling you, there was more going on. I bet that cop probably said something in the past that was maybe off the cuff, and so what happened was that was a black school or black college. I think it's just a basic school. So I bet a high school, and I bet you what happened at that point, just because he said something like off the cuff that came across racist. It may have been racist. I bet you there was provocation that started on and on and on, and then he just said fuck this, and he did that because he couldn't get the students under control. I've seen it happen. I've seen it, and I've taught at an all black school, and they do. There is provocation when you're like, you don't care if you're all
Are you
white.
talking about the video where she was filming on her phone and he asked her to stop?
No.
Okay. She's probably gonna be charged with resisting arrest too, even though she didn't do anything.
What?
No, I think that person probably did something. That person did something. That cop didn't just act like that for no reason.
No, but she was just sitting there, right?
Yeah, but that's all you see in the video.
Do you know she did something?
No, but it's almost like you really believe a cop just came in there and did that. You really believe that based on
No, but even at that, what do you?
I wouldn't suggest that somebody did
manhandle
something
the girl like that.
I'm not saying he should have, but I'm saying like there's more sides to the story that to me it seems a little sneaky and insincere.
Yeah, but the only
What
way
he did was, if what I'm hearing is correct, I haven't seen this video, but if what I'm hearing is correct, this guy did something that was a little bit over the bounds.
I'll give you the
They
video.
should be given disciplinary action for that.
Yeah, you don't do. Even if that, the only way like a cop would, if like she had a gun or something, and that's the only way. But I mean, what did the girl say? She was just sitting there,
right?
And I'm sure she just swore at him or said something, and he shouldn't have manhandled. He totally like.
Point is, if the video doesn't show her doing anything, then I wouldn't go under the assumption that she did something. Like, why would you do that? There's no evidence.
I'm just saying you shouldn't just take a clip at the very. It looked to me like he took I'll show you the video, but it was a clip right the moment when he did it. Why didn't they show the entire video? Why do you show a video as soon as something bad happens?
Yeah, but even at that, the worst thing that she could have done is like through violence that he was super violent. He took his manhandle with
Somebody
threw her
posted
over.
a video maybe he was waiting there for like
Okay, let me guys, can I talk? Because this is something I do know something about. And okay, so when I was at
Somebody post the video, please.
I can't find it.
Let
Somebody
me
else.
see if I think I
I
found it.
could probably find it. You just say girl getting abused by something like that. I'm sure it's gonna. I saw it on Facebook.
And all the
I'm
other
doing my-
kids, they were just sitting there. Nobody did anything to try to help her. They just sat there.
No.
Well, they're probably gonna get manhandled too. They're probably afraid of him, man. Who knows? You
No,
know,
what
he
are you
is
gonna do against the cops? Seriously.
The best is with that girl. At least videotaped it. You know.
Okay,
That girl videotaped it was the best.
Philosopher Truth, are you white or black? I'm just curious.
I'm white.
Okay, I taught at an all-black school, and I didn't realize how racist it was. And then, I mean, I got into that situation because I just got out of the court system. I really needed a job. I was the only white person there, and I can tell you that no matter if you're an all-white person in an all-black situation, you're gonna deal with like the most vilest form of racism. So I'm telling you that cop was probably in a situation where he was. You gotta think about all the videos that we've been seeing about the hostile environment between blacks and whites, and then when you put a black cop or a black teacher or a white teacher in that situation, there's gonna be harassment that cop was facing.
Yeah, but it's his actions. You do not do that. Like, I mean, you're a cop.
So
you have
you're beyond that point. You're beyond that point. That would never happen to you.
I saw that video. I mean, there's no way, unless I told you, if she had a gun and it was like something life-threatening, then I would say, okay, he did the right thing. But what could she have done?
Somebody
you as a
please
cop
post this
have
video.
to like.
Oh, I found the video.
You know, it's just
Yeah, post it for me,
retarded.
please. That'd be
So much excess force. He could have just been there. Says, okay, give me your hands. I have to cuff you or some sort of punishment. Everyone leave the room right now. Like outsmart. You're an adult. You're supposed to have you have to outsmart like a child or basically a.
You have no
child.
idea. Those kids are not children. I mean, they are children, but you have no idea how vicious they are.
Yeah, he acted barbaric. That was like.
If you're referring to the video I just linked,
you have to see
then
the
that
video.
cop's
Someone just
way
watch
out
the
of
video.
order. If that's the one I just linked, that cop was tossing that person around like a fucking ragdoll.
I'm watching the video that Bo.
It's retarded. It's like there was reason to do that.
I couldn't even imagine a situation that would require that kind of.
I'm not saying that.
Techniques.
I'm not agreeing with his technique. I'm just saying there's more to the story than I'm just an innocent black person in the classroom and I'm getting harassed by the cop. There's more to the story to that.
Well, I don't think it had anything.
And
I mean,
by
I
the
can't
way,
say that
there's
had
not
anything. You
only
can't tell by a
black
video if
people,
that dude was
just
race
put
or
it right in
not.
front.
I mean, it's a child.
Yeah.
Here she's black or white. It's a child.
Yeah.
It's the same
I see an
thing,
Asian
like,
guy right in front.
He or she is getting tossed around like a fucking ragdoll. There's no excuse for that.
Right.
No excuse for that at all.
Yeah, looking at these
No,
videos, this is the same thing.
It's not
Rustin,
exactly.
I was.
There's no way. I
wanted to see the video before I commented on this. She's sitting there. She's not of any threat to him whatsoever.
Right. She's not in
At all.
aggressive posture. It's not a life,
Yeah,
threatening
not even
situation.
aggressive posture. He just walks up to her calmly and then does this.
Right. Right.
That
That's
is
what I'm
not,
saying.
so you think there was no provocation at all?
But even if it was, he has to control his.
I already agreed with that point. But I'm just saying, wouldn't you like to see the provocation as well?
Do you think? Wait, let me ask you this question. Do you
What
think
would be
his
the provocation?
actions
What
were
was the provocation?
justified by
Why are you
doing that?
asking about
That's one question.
I just said it wasn't justified. I just said that. I just admitted
Okay,
that.
good. Okay, it almost sounds like it's almost like you're saying, yeah.
No, I just believe that it's so prejudiced towards the cop where it doesn't show any provocation, like he's not doing that. They're not doing anything. That they're not harassing him. I mean, and I just know better than that. I've been in this
Show maybe a little bit before why he did it, but at the same time,
what you're
he's still
saying,
guilty.
though, you're saying, oh, maybe just a little bit. You have no idea what that cop may have gone through.
Okay, but unless she pulled a weapon, I don't know possibly
Exactly. That's all.
what would be provocation to
I
require that
also-
much force.
Okay, so give me an example of what I'm talking about.
I kind of agree with Rustin, like a little bit that
She
we're
was
not
resisting.
seeing. Damn it! Let me finish my point because I'm
Sorry.
saying something controversial. I want to get it all out. All right. So I just said I agree with Rustin, and I never agree with Rustin, so I don't agree with him entirely. With we're from the video. We're not seeing anything before what happened.
Right.
That being said, I know that people can say shit that will get people pissed off,
Mhm.
but there's no excuse for this. There's no excuse for the way he acted, and I do know there's plenty of abusive cops out there. So
Oh, yeah. He's one
I'm
of them.
perfectly willing to say that he did this completely unprovoked. But I also don't know that. But I can't imagine what kind of provocation would make this in any way defensible whatsoever.
He was saying, "Show me your hands, show me your hands," and I guess
And then she didn't do it, so then he
Yeah.
decided to restrain her. Yeah,
She was
bullshit.
resisting.
That's fucking stupid.
Yeah, he went over the top.
Over the top. You know, he could have just easily, like I said, if he was smart, he would have said, okay, everybody leave. It's just going to be us two, you know, whatever. And that would be scary because knowing that cop or
I'd like to know why he was in there. What the cop was doing in the classroom in the first place.
Probably showing how
we can find more information about it. There's got to be more of a backstory.
The thing I read was
I don't like just watching videos and not getting the whole story. I think.
The thing I read was the teacher asked her to go to the principal. She refused, and then they called this
So
guy.
she got fucking slammed for
Yeah, she
not
got
going
slammed
to
and
the
not going to the
principal's
principal's.
office. What a fucking horrid crime.
So he's
Let me
probably
tell
not
you
even
what.
a real cop, is it? Or
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
I
that's
don't
what I read.
Is
It
he a
doesn't seem.
campus
It
cop?
seems like he's a school. He's a school.
Security.
Yeah.
This is a school security cop?
Yeah,
Those
that's
guys
what
are
he's
actually-
not even a real cop. So
no, those
that's
guys are real cops. I went to the school with one of them. They are under the police.
Oh,
station.
okay.
So
I thought it was
they carry the authority of
Paul
they carry the authority of the police station.
It's a South Carolina officer. And they had the FBI investigating it now.
Good.
Yeah, and he deserves. That's the thing. These cops or whoever's in authority, my belief is that they all have to get examined psychologically, have a test every month or 2 months, or have some sort of regulation. Because these cops
I
are
don't know
going
about every month
crazy.
or
They're
2 months,
shooting
but-
people in the back. They're killing
Maybe
people
once
in
every 3
vans.
years.
Yeah.
It's retarded. Like they all need to be psychologically evaluated. And you know what? I would like piss them off purposely in closed environments, see how much they could take. And if you don't pass the test, well, you lose your badge.
Yeah,
You know?
but
there should be some sort of test where they have to show that they have patience, good judgment, you know, and then go out in the real world.
Yeah, but I think
right?
I think anybody can lose their mind. I mean, they're all human beings.
I agree with that.
It's not justifiable, but they are human beings. So
I get it, but they
she
should
was being
also be
arrested for quote unquote disturbing school and given instructions when he had told her, you know, stand up. But to be arrested just for disturbing a class, that was unheard of in my day.
Yeah, stupid.
I mean, I don't get that at all. You're
You get
disturbing the
detention for
class,
that.
and so you're
You
getting
get
arrested
detention
for
that.
it?
You don't get fucking arrested.
No shit.
Well, it's complicated though because the schools themselves, they aren't allowed to administer discipline and as in physically remove kids anymore from the classroom. They can't get away with that anymore. You'd get the shit sued out of
It
you.
used to be you called their
anymore.
parents.
Right.
Not SWAT.
But
Yeah, exactly.
but you know what? Though? They don't even dick with that anymore. They will just call the cops, and then they will build a record against kids to just like an employer will build a record
You don't
against
find that to be scary as fuck?
employee.
That's ridiculous.
Because their MO is to eliminate problem children anymore instead of trying to work it out with problem children, because they don't have the means that they used to work it out with problem children. And I'm not suggesting that teachers and principals should be able to like beat the shit out of kids, but your options are what you just suggested. You'd either call the parents and have the parent come down to remove the child, or you're going to call the cops. They're more than likely just going to say, you know what, fuck this, we're calling the cops.
from what I heard,
Out of here.
Rustin
Well, hang
was
on,
a teacher, right? I mean, what kind of students did you have? Like, how old were they?
I was
Stop masturbating.
No.
That was like,
hey, at least quiet. At least take your mic off while you do that, man. But, that
was funny.
Here's okay, Rustin. Here's the thing, though. On this, what I'm reading here, another person in the classroom yelled, "What the fuck?" And the officer then yelled back, "I'm going to put you in jail next." That, I mean, to threaten to arrest somebody for saying what the fuck? That's how we've come down to.
Okay, listen. So first of all, I don't believe, because it's all an all-black school. I believe there's going to be a natural protection for any black
Not an
person.
all-black school. The first
I don't give a
person
fuck
on
what kind of
camera
school is
a
in.
non-black person.
I thought it was an Asian guy or something.
Can I say something?
Asian guy.
Can I say something? Can I say something? I've been speaking the whole time. Okay. Well, I know the truth. I've been in situations, so you guys don't know anything about this. All right. So right now, I think I should have the floor.
I know a lot about it, by the way. That's not
Yeah,
true.
my sister's a teacher for 20 years, man. She's working. She almost has her doctorate degree in
I've been the only
teaching.
white guy in a number of situations, and I've never encountered anything like what you're talking about.
Let me say
go ahead.
one thing. Let me say one thing in this particular case. Even if everybody left the classroom,
No, let's let Rustin put his foot in his mouth for a minute.
I just want to say this one point, and then you can say what
Rustin. I want to hear this, Rustin.
Please.
Taste your toe jam. Come on.
Go.
I was just going to say that most public schools, by the way, are minority groups, so it's not white anymore. A lot of that. That's not ridiculous. That's a fucking fact. All right. Most public schools are for minorities. All right. That's a fact. That's not ridiculous. That's not something I'm just saying absurd. It's a fact. And when you keep pushing these fucking videos out that the white cop or the white authority figure is the bad person, this is what you're going to get. You're going to get a system that's constantly increasing in tension, and you're going to have releases like this. All right? The news is responsible for this. This liberal news is responsible for this shit. That's what it all.
Okay. Let's grant you that, right? Let's grant you that.
There's somebody's thing wrong with what he just said.
But if that be the case, why can't the cops be smart enough to know that that's going to happen and not
be better trained and prepared
restrain themselves to begin with?
Some are, but look at my experience. Like when my girlfriend her father had a stroke, they locked me up in a closet, and it was all minority, all black, and nobody cares though if it's happening to a white person. But yeah, they locked me up in a room and they were harassing me. They wouldn't let me see my and basically if I was going to do something, then they were going to dock me on my as a teacher for it. So
I don't know, Russ. It sounds like you have this filter that you place everything through a racial filter. I mean,
it has become. I mean, no, but it is becoming. Not that it has to be, but it has become racial, and it's not just between whites and blacks. It's between Mexicans, Muslims. Everybody's against each other. I mean,
Why can't you just look at it as an issue as it was a cop with a child?
That's it.
Because it's not like that. Because they're trying to say that.
I think there might have been a race component with the cop just looking at this person like there wasn't like.
There might have been. We cannot tell by the video.
I think
and that might come out later, but still, it still boils down to excessive abuse. That
Don't you think
trained for.
Do you think that video would have been shown if that would have been a black cop? That's all I want to know.
Yes, I think so.
Absolutely.
I really believe it would.
I've seen it. I've seen videos like that. Black cops with black perps. Sure. What about the situation where you had the black cop shooting the guy running from him? They were both black.
Yeah.
That made it
rounds like crazy.
Race? Oh my god. That's
and
not
then,
the question.
And then he planted evidence there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the situation could have been handled a lot better.
Yeah, didn't they place like a stun gun next to him or something
we all,
like that?
We all know that the situation could have been handled a lot better. The question is, we're talking about the race factor, is whether or not it would have been played as much online if it had been a black cop. And I'd say, yeah, sure.
Absolutely it would.
People would still probably be talking about the race factor because
then it would be black on black crime. Black on black hate.
So black cops can be part of the white power structure shit too.
That's
because
true.
they get the same kind of crap shoved down them.
Yeah. Okay, so you do know though, and I hope that I don't sound racist when I say this, but you do know that like news medias, they report almost all of white crime, and they barely report black crime in comparison.
They barely report black victims. Period.
Well,
that's it. If something is not deemed newsworthy,
you know who the number one
unless the victim is white, it's usually not deemed newsworthy.
Who's the number one victim of black violence by a large margin?
Yeah,
This doesn't matter.
What demographic
That was a third comment. Ocean. More white people are killed by. Well, no, actually, it's because I agree with Ocean in that sense. More white people are killed by cops than black people, but black people are the ones that are shown on TV.
Well, there are more white people.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You're still given.
And it's usually not simply a race issue when it comes to white people being killed by cops. With blacks, it is often.
Well, the media paints it that way.
Yeah.
The media disproportionate. they report a disproportionate amount of crime based on race. That's just all I'll say about it. And they have for a long time.
I mean, whenever a child is abducted, most of the time it's a white child that they show. I rarely see like a black child, the media being worried about a black child that was just abducted. That's rare. Sometimes you might see it, but it's very rare. I don't know if you guys agree with that.
I do.
Steve, I was just stressing the fact that when I talk about race or feminism, I'm really talking about the fringes, okay? Like, I'm not really talking about, obviously, the more moderate people. But I mean,
Some of the fringe are your students.
Well, in my situation, I was in a very racist area. You can look it up on the internet. It's extremely racist. It's called White Castle. But ironically, no, it was extremely racist.
Yeah.
But Ocean, like, you do the same thing. You've mentioned when we're talking about feminism, you were like, oh, I think they have mommy issues. But I never heard you say, well, feminists have daddy issues, and you are biased towards your.
Sometimes
you have
they do.
When
you get into the really fringe ones, yeah.
But no more disproportionate than the men do. So, but you do seem to be biased towards that. If another male's in the room and does that, but if there's a female, then you're not going to say, well, she has daddy issues. I don't ever hear anybody say that.
No,
and so I just. What's that?
I have said that.
Oh, I never heard it.
No, you haven't seen me in a conversation with a radical feminist. I'm not nice to them either.
I think with respect to that cop's behaviour, if nothing else, he is clearly poorly trained. I can accept there might be an argument for restraining a student, but to just go about it like that and just throw them around like a rag doll, he is clearly incompetent. He is not in control of the situation. He's in the wrong job.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, he just let his emotions take a hold of him.
Okay.
I'll
tell you a story about a teacher that worked at McKinley Magnet for like over 30 years, and then just recently, like he just decked a student in the face and got fired. Now, why in 30 years he can go without incident for 30 years, and all of a sudden he decks a kid in the face? Because the situation is a lot different now than it was 20 years ago. All right, you guys have no idea until you've been put in the situation. You're talking about the inferno. All right, and I know it looks all nice and peaceful, but in that classroom, he was probably. I'm telling you, in public schools, I don't know if that was a public school, but in public schools, it's like the fucking inferno. You don't know if they're gonna bring guns. You're fighting that. You're fighting the public opinion about you because they're shitting on you all the time for being a teacher from the public's point of view. You're getting shitted on by the public. You're getting shitted on by the students. You're getting shitted on by your other faculty members. And then you have feminism, and you have all these other different groups fighting, not just feminism, but all these other groups fighting for striving for power. And yeah, you do. Especially if you're a white male.
I agree with you on that one, Rustin. I absolutely agree with you on that. What you just said. Those things do happen, but I don't know how that applies to what we were talking about in the video. That's all.
You can't. I accept what you're saying also, but you can't punch a student in the face. That just cannot happen. You can't excuse that. Well, yeah, really, you can't have teachers punching students in the face.
Well, never mind.
Why not? Jay just go around smacking kids around.
My thought process.
You don't get Pythagoras theorem? Oh.
I can have every sympathy with the guy. I really can, but you cannot do that.
Who here is old enough that they ever received a spanking in school?
I got a SWAT when I was in 7th grade.
I got strapped in boarding school.
My parents will whoop me in school. It wasn't a good feeling.
Well, that's your parents, but who here has been spanked by either a teacher or a principal?
I like second SWAT, and my parents would spank occasionally, but I think it was more the threat of
Yeah.
getting spanked that was
Today,
deterrent.
that would be unacceptable.
Well, I got a paddling from the principal at one point in elementary school. Still remember that, and having still remember that, I remember that I deserved it.
See, I didn't. It was
I
a
did.
fight, and I was defending myself, and I'm like, I'm sorry, but I mean, I wasn't the instigator, and if somebody, it comes up on you and throws a punch, you have a right, I don't care what age you are, to defend yourself. That should not be punished.
Even a teacher, if he
Even
gets
a
punched by
teacher.
a student.
Yeah, I agree. That's one thing I was going to say about G. If a student comes up to a teacher and is violent, you have the right to defend yourself. I don't care who you
Well,
are.
I mean,
But there are
that's the situation.
escalations for it.
Right,
I mean,
but is that the situation that's being presented, though?
Right,
I would
right,
say, Steve, the problem is that you'll have teachers who were who wanted to practice a new WWE move and just chokeslam the kid, after they punched him in the face. I'm pretty sure that's not okay for the kid.
Too. He just wanted to.
Hey guys, I just heard something about that video there earlier on today about the fact that she had been in a similar situation recently, where the same sort of thing happened in another class. That still doesn't take away from the fact that there was way too much force exerted on her to remove her in that situation.
It's a ridiculous amount of force.
It has to be looked at, in a case by case situation, and in that case, there was definitely an over amount of force used, and I think that the way things will go is he will obviously probably end up losing his job over it. But he was also known for being very violent towards the students in the school. So that he was known to be quite physical with them. So there obviously needs to be more training. There obviously needs to be more training and more emphasis on focusing on de-escalating those situations. I mean, we all know what teenagers were like. We were teenagers once. They can be real shits and whatever, but it's just the training needs to be in place to learn how to de-escalate. And if the guy's not suited for the job role, then he fucking shouldn't be in it.
Well, I think for a person like him, he'd probably be better off in in Japan or Russia, where they allow that. They allow you to sweet chin music, kids in school, if they so much to look at you funny.
I don't think that's the case in Japan. I could be wrong.
No, because they're
Russia,
you can look that up in YouTube. A teacher can actually punch. I saw this on a video. It wasn't even a dude. It was a girl, and I'm not even exactly sure on what she was doing, but the teacher literally was punching her in the face. And there was I don't think there was any repercussions for what he's doing.
Right. You were saying that if they're not suited for the job, but what about the fact that it's a simple answer, but don't you think that eventually, because you do depend on the police and you do depend on the teachers, that you're going to have to hire somebody to do that job? You can't just say that everyone who has a small temper is is not suited for the job. I mean, eventually, nobody's going to want the job. That's my point, I guess.
Everybody that's suited for that job should not have the short temper.
But you're not going to be able to find anybody.
Somebody with a short
temper.
Rustin. Come on. Suited for that position at all. And to suggest otherwise is silly. Cops should not be people no. Somebody that's in a position where they have to physically deal with a student should not be a guy that's like this.
I wasn't referring to that. I was more referring to the about the shootings between the cops and the public. But I was just saying
in general, yeah.
Yeah, I was talking about that. So can we get off of that particular video, because I don't want to keep seeming like I'm talking about.
I think it goes to training, but Russ, let me ask you this: why is it these things happen a lot more in just the paramilitary type things, like the police, but not so much in the military? You don't see these types of over excessive use from the military police. They don't even when they're arresting somebody, they don't even go this route. I mean, how often do you see military police literally doing what the actual police do.
Okay, so what I
find
believe
it in the military,
believe
they're trained. They're trained to handle those situations.
So what I believe has happened in the recent, I've been looking at this for a while. I've been keeping up with the feminism. Like I said earlier this morning, I know that third wave feminism has started, but there was something that happened in 2010 that I felt just physically that something was different in 2010. But I don't want to go on that issue. But to answer your question, I believe that there's before 2010 there was, I'm not talking feminism. Teachers were getting shitted on a lot. We had the core, the Common Cores that started recently. I'm not familiar with that, but that's what started
Crap.
when I got teaching. Okay,
Complete
well,
shit.
okay, but anyway, teachers are constantly being crapped on. Okay, so when you say that's crap, people automatically, just the way that their psyche works, think teachers are crap, and so they teach us, they treat us like crap. But
No.
but after the teachers got beat up enough, hold on, let me finish, please. What happened was after the teachers got beat up for enough time, now they're moving on to cops. Now the media is beating up on cops for some reason. We didn't see this 10 years ago, or
We didn't have everybody recording it 10 years ago.
even
20
5 years ago. Okay, that is a good point. That's a good point. That's another factor too in the situation.
It's not for no reason though, is it? When you see clips of police brutality, you can't say it's for no reason. It's for the reasons that we see.
Here's what
10 years ago, cell phones in classrooms were just becoming a thing.
Right, and here's what needs to happen with cops to protect them, to not only protect themselves, but to also protect the people as well, is that if we have the technology to do it, we should have cameras on cops. Cops should be wearing cameras nowadays.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Most of them are
and people might say, oh, no, that's people might think that that's shitty to do to the cops. That's the best thing for the cops, because say what you're saying is right, Rustin, and there was more to that story than the cop could clearly prove that there was more. He'd have it on tape. He would have the more to the story on tape and be able to defend himself. Whether the police departments would be able to defend themselves and wouldn't be at the mercy of people who did what you're talking about and only took the action clip and then cut out the narrative from it.
I think
I
I
also
kind of
think
understand.
that
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
that with body cams, a lot of cops will just turn off their body cams, and they should be not only really not able to be turned off, or if they are able to be turned off for the sake of battery saving, sure, but if an arrest happens without the body cam being on, that arrest should be null. I'm willing to go to that extent.
Yeah, I'm all right with that.
I think I understand what Rustin is saying. I think he's saying that the public needs to find something to hate on, to find a certain group of people in a certain time period that to just everybody get together and just step on it, step in that group of people for that certain time period for whatever reason. The cops has gotten the short end of the stick recently. They're the ones that are getting.
Well,
I don't know.
They're being overwatched.
Well, he had said that teachers were getting shit on for Common Core, and I don't find that. I had talked to my daughter's teacher about that, and she didn't like Common Core either, but she also taught older methods for things. She integrated both ways of doing it, and I was like, wonderful. So why would I shit on her for that? Even if she was just forced to teach Common Core, I wouldn't blame the teacher. I blame the institutions that put Common Core into place, because they're insane. Because the people that wrote Common Core were not teachers. They've never been in a classroom whatsoever. They were the more the administrators type things. So
Do you think that the more that these schools are fitted out like prisons in some instances where you have to walk through, metal detectors and all that sort of thing, then they're going to behave similar to prisons. They're going to feel like they're in a prison, and they're going to start behaving worse than, say, like if they're going to school in more of an open environment. I mean, there should be better ways to make sure that there was no weapons going into schools and using metal detectors and all sorts of screening sort of situations.
yeah, I'm not a big fan of metal detectors either. If somebody wants to get a weapon in, they're going to find a way to get a weapon in. But I mean, I've had to go into when I was in the military. My school was classified, so you had not only metal detectors, you had to be searched, all the time going in and out. It didn't make me feel like a criminal, but I think for maybe a student of younger age, it might. I can see that.
What do you do though after a couple of shootings in a school? You know.
Well, this is the culture, isn't it? Now we're talking about the culture that informs all this paranoia. That's the problem. Everyone is paranoid. So I have some sympathy to that, to the police in that respect, because they are having to oversee a culture that's soaked in guns and paranoia, and look out for this guy, he's the enemy, and there's a brown coloured guy over there with a turban, he's the enemy, and God only knows where that's going to end up.
I just see it as a lowering of the bar of trust between individuals, and school students, and between students and teachers. It's just lowering that bar of trust. And look, I mean, there's other ways. I would say, basically having, I guess, uniforms without pockets and all sorts of things where they can't carry stuff in. There should be other better ways than
Well, it seems like we're going into a type of dystopia type society where everybody be taught you have your own little cubicle, and there'll be no social integration whatsoever.
Well, I know.
I can see that happening one day. You just fed through, like a TV or something, and you have your own little workspace with a computer, and it's all done like almost online kind of thing.
I know I'll probably be crucified for saying so, but I think that in the U.S. that we need to start phasing out public education.
I don't think that'd be possible. I mean, I'm pro public education, but I believe in vouchers, and I also believe in private education as well. I just think our public school system is horrible.
All voucher.
I just don't think it'd be feasible.
Why not?
One, I don't think some parents even get involved enough to even care.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, why not? Why not? If that were the case, then why not consider that a form of child abuse?
What? So you're gonna legalize legislation for a parent that doesn't care about their child or their education?
What I'm saying is that if we could phase out public education, give out vouchers that would provide for education for all children, and then dare a parent not use that or leave their child out of school, then that would be child abuse.
Well, then you have schools open to a being subject to a corporate agenda, or whoever runs the school, teaching whatever they want.
Doesn't it turn into more of a business without a specific curriculum?
That's not true, because we have because the private schools in this country as it is already have a required curriculum. They have the same required curriculum.
No, not all.
Oh, okay. Which don't have a minimum scholastic curriculum.
A lot.
Which?
Baptist schools that teach young Earth creationism?
Where?
The southern places. Hovind taught at 4 of them.
Which exact schools?
You want me to give you the actual names?
Liberty University or something, then they teach it there?
What?
I don't know of any university level. Okay. I guess there are. Like Patriot Bible College. You can consider
Liberty University.
College. Liberty. Well. But he wants to know the Baptist schools. Just look at Baptist schools. I think all of them teach some form of.
Are we talking about private schools?
Private schools, yeah.
They don't have they don't have the same requirements as the government.
Correct. They're unaccredited.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's plenty of those. I live in the South. It's full of them.
Maybe that's a good reason for the government to have control over that, or else it would just be schools out there teaching freaking all kinds of religious, scientific point of view that wouldn't take anybody anywhere.
The private schools in the city I live still have a required curriculum.
Yeah, but if all the schools become...
are they accredited private schools?
Okay, well then make that a requirement then. Make that a requirement then.
Yeah, but the problem is
you're shitting on freedom of religion.
Right.
If you take out the public sector entirely, that's what's going to happen. The schools will just do their own thing.
But Ocean said right on. If you mandate that, you're taking away what would be a freedom of religion, and you're saying that all schools have to be accredited when not all schools are required. They're not required to be accredited. To make it appear that They have to be. I mean, you're basically telling every private school what they have to teach, and some of them are private for a reason because they don't want to teach what the public school system is teaching. I
Yeah, they
understand it.
get
I
the
don't agree
middle
with it,
finger
but I
together.
understand it. I wouldn't infringe upon their right to do it.
Yeah, you would, because you said that they're not teaching science.
No, in a private school, I'm fine with it. I don't give a shit what they teach in a private school if it's unaccredited.
All right, there
I mean, I
are.
do. I mean,
Okay,
I do. I should say I don't care. I just,
I'm looking at it right now, and there are state regulations for private schools.
accredited private schools.
Yeah, that's what he's been saying this whole fucking time. He's talking about accredited private schools, and there are plenty of unaccredited private schools that teach.
Yeah, I
what
can
the
tell you
hell
right
they
now in the
wish.
South there is. Go to Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia, any of the Bible Belt things. There's a shit ton of them.
And they
Now, one in every corner.
and they aren't to comply with state reg. They don't have to comply with.
They don't
state
have to, no,
regulations.
and they don't. But and they don't.
Because
they're
they
not
are,
required
for the
Show
80th time,
me the proof. They don't have to.
unaccredited
to. Oh,
schools.
really, Saul? Seriously?
Yeah, really. Yeah, really.
Fuck's sake.
He's really asking this, isn't he?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Let's see here.
Is he asking for you to show him the school?
The schools the unaccredited schools that don't have to
You know what? How about
that
I just
don't
name
have to
the
follow
most
state
popular one?
regulations. That don't have to
Patriot
follow
Bible
Yeah,
state
University.
there was one in it was one in my hometown called Central Heights.
Patriot Bible College. How about that?
College. I'm talking about
Yeah,
primary.
Central Heights was a
schools.
primary school.
Well, if you're happy for schools to
I'm
be
talking about
accredited,
K
I don't see
through
what the
12.
problem is.
I'm talking
Yeah,
about
that's what
K through 12.
I'll give you
private
some.
That is what Central Heights was. It was also a school that you could get sent to for reforming your behavior. It was I think it was, I can't remember what the church was that supported it, but it was a church school.
Yeah, because just think
But
about
the
it.
state used it for reformative.
The state allows.
So they're going to be teaching unlicensed K through 12 teaching
Yes.
institutions.
Yes,
It's,
Hovind
it's
has
not, it's not as licensed or unlicensed.
That's
They
legal.
did it on a-
kind of names that for you.
Yes. For fuck's sake, it falls under freedom of religion.
And yeah, and the state allows homeschooling. Their parents can teach them whatever they want.
There are types of Baptist academies. They're
Oh my
not
God.
accredited.
Homeschooling still has a curriculum as well that you have to and required tests.
Yes. No, that's definitely true. But
Right,
these
so if
schools are
homeschooling,
Okay,
homeschooling
wait.
Aren't
required tested
homeschooling.
curriculum, but licensed private schools don't.
Okay, here's one right here. Bethel Baptist Academy. It's K through 12, non-accredited. First Baptist Academy, Bourbonus. I can't pronounce that word. Holy shit. Longview Christian Academy and Texas Baptist College.
Can you link it?
Yeah. Well, these are all the ones that Hovind had taught at or had affiliations with, and though none of those are accredited, they're all K through 12, and they're basically if you can actually look them up, and I have before.
They don't look good on a college application because of the unaccredited.
Yeah, they look like a cross between a church and a school. It's like a weird morphic between like a church and school just kind of got smushed together.
And do you guys really
have
think they should allow that though? Just because they're unaccredited? You think they should be allowed?
Unfortunately, it is. I have to think it falls under the church and state. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, unfortunately,
That's how that works.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I detest it, I can't really say that I would deny that their right to do that. However, do I think that it limits the children? Yes, immensely.
Oh yeah, it definitely does.
Yeah. That's why I believe education is important to win a student. It has that kind of education.
This is Midwestern Baptist. Okay, hold on.
No, so I mean, honestly, I'm really surprising that
In
you really.
1972, transferred to Midwestern Baptist College. Let's see what else we have here.
I mean, but look up like Bethel Baptist Academy. You can actually look it up and see pictures of it.
From 76 to 78.
A lot of these places are
From
like
76
in
to
the trailer.
78.
It's still
They're
there.
like tiny
Right,
buildings.
It still exists.
Right, and it still has like no curriculum requirements.
Correct.
And
Correct. It's unaccredited. I don't know how many times we can say that.
Yeah, I know. This is getting ridiculous. We're talking about unaccredited schools.
I know, and I'm not even a part of this. I thought I would be the one making the arguments ridiculous.
oh,
No,
shut the fuck up, Mac.
Sal, why you have to hate me, man? I'm just being real.
All right, Bethel Baptist Christian Academy, Jamestown, New York.
You see that, Ocean? I'm hated, even though I'm not making any arguments whatsoever.
Academics.
Listen, if you quit flapping your mouth, you'll stop being hated.
Never.
I just read that the students
The
studying
best
at
way
an
to not be hated
unaccredited
is to never
institution,
express a
and
single opinion.
they're never eligible for financial aid, including student loans, through
Right.
any government agency, although it is legal for the school itself or other private entities to offer financial assistance to students. This rarely occurs. So there was Idaho, Hawaii, Montana, California. The states permits anyone to claim to operate a college and issues degrees with essentially no oversight. Additionally, in 21 jurisdictions, unaccredited religious degree granting schools are exempted from government oversight.
Wow. That's insane. I
You
wonder
just need
if
a business license. That's all you
I
need.
wonder if they're keeping up with these kids after they graduate. What they,
A lot of them go to things like seminary and all that jazz.
Yeah,
Because
probably.
they look good when you're going to somewhere like Liberty College, but
Yeah.
they don't look good if you're trying to get into Harvard. 'Cause they
Right.
just won't accept it. It's like you don't actually have a degree. Fuck off.
And they're probably like families with the
Like,
with the good
an
amount of
argument
money.
can be made that enrolling the kids into these schools is basically abusive because it kills their fucking futures.
That's what I'm
if they
thinking.
change their interests. But at the same time, if you, it's, I don't know, it gets into the freedom of religion section.
Yeah, but
What,
I mean,
what are the rights of people to hold to their religious beliefs? And if
I
part
mean,
of the
Roach,
religious
I
beliefs
can
is
play devil's advocate. I could say, do the religious rights, do they supersede a right to have a child to have a proper education?
I mean, wouldn't you?
I think that an argument can easily be made that no, but that's when you get into what are the rights of the parents.
Right. And that's
What about?
That's why I'm not an advocate for telling a non-accredited things what they can and cannot teach.
Yeah, but a sick.
I don't want to go down that route.
If a child is sick,
it's a nasty road.
If a child is sick, she has to be taken to a hospital. If the child dies, it will be the parents' fault that they receive the necessary treatment. So why not school-related?
I mean, you could make the argument it deals with the health and welfare of a child for having a proper education. I mean, I think that argument could be made.
That would be how you would do it.
The child belongs to the
probably a
state
good way
more
to
than
do it.
the child belongs to the state more than it belongs to the parents. I believe. I mean, that's just my personal experience. That's my opinion and my only personal experience. I believe that it used to always be that way, but I think now it belongs to the state more than it belongs to the child. So.
What do you base that on?
Well, I know like the Roman Empire. I mean, I think you could kill your own child, and it was okay with the Roman Empire. I believe that Ocean can. If Ocean knows, he can come in on that.
No,
but no,
he convicted of
you
murder.
think that's true? No, I think. Okay, I'll give you some. I'll go look back and find the evidence for you. But I do remember reading that if a father wanted to kill his own son, he could do that. But I've seen in the Roman Empire, if a father wanted to kill his own son,
a slave.
I'm sorry.
You could kill a slave.
I'm reading about it, and out of a couple of publications that I've read about it, it says that private schools are still subject to basic educational requirements determined by their local Department of Education.
I'm a bit lost as to how murder is
That's why
evidence
they're able to
behind
do
them.
this. They just pick places that don't have huge local oversight.
So
I've also just read there where it says that using a diploma from an unrecognised institution to obtain employment or for any other purpose is illegal in some states. Criminal penalties may apply should such a degree be fraudulently presented in lieu of one from an accredited school.
Great, so you make your degree. You're going to get an illegal degree because a local board of education isn't enforcing their shit.
And the requirements vary from state to state.
Yep. So
there are still state regulations on.
If you're in the Bible Belt, though, there can be no regulations if your local board isn't enforcing anything, which is where you would be looking for if you're going to be setting up one of these things.
But I guess what I was trying to say earlier is if you discipline your child, like we used to be able to discipline students. I'm not saying we should. I don't agree with corporal punishment. I mean, not corporal punishment, but I don't believe in spanking your students or your kids. But I'm just trying to make a point here that we can't even do what schools used to do to our own kids now. So a child can say that my parents spanked me, and then you can go to jail for that if the cops believe that it was if it was too rough. And I'm not talking about abuse. I've seen situations where it's just a simple matter, a simple spanking. So yeah, you belong to the state.
Well, I don't see how that follows. Belong to the state? I don't see how that follows.
But you belong to the state rather more so than you belong to the individual. I mean, the individual doesn't belong nothing but to the state.
I would say there is definitely more protection.
You are the strangest
Anyway, that's all I was saying. I'm not saying that private schools have to follow the same curriculum as public schools, but there are still minimum requirements that, based on whatever state that they're in, that are required for them to even have a teaching license to begin with.
I would hope so. Yeah. Sure.
Right. That's all I was saying, and I'm still standing by that.
And my position is that what a lot of people do is they find places where there's basically little to no enforcement, and then they do whatever the hell they want.
So what you're saying is that there are teaching institutions out there that are basically breaking the law, and it's
So
just
they're just basically unregulated
it's being
because
ignored.
if they're subject to local authorities, then they're getting away with it legally, but through taking advantage of the fact that there's little enforcement. Which you can do. I mean, you can get away as long as the local authorities are not enforcing the law. It may be technically illegal, but you can still do it. It's just like in the state of Georgia, in the city of Gainesville, eating chicken with a fork is illegal, and there's a ton of lawbreakers in that city. Nobody enforces that law.
Spitting on the sidewalk is illegal where I live.
See, we
Right.
That's still
So
on
that's
the
kind of
law.
the point.
We have the opposite
Yeah,
problem.
a lot of these institutions may be illegal, but it's illegal in the same way that eating chicken with a fork is. It's just not enforced.
It's opposite over here. We actually we actually arrest people for having homosexual sex in Louisiana still.
I'll be back in a minute.
So it's the reverse in Louisiana.
What?
Yeah.
Gay marriage is legal, but homosexual.
Orson, would you listen for a second? Like, I'm telling you, like recently, people who have been arrested for having homosexual sex in Louisiana. Look it up on the internet. I'm not making this up. I'm saying that we're doing the reverse because in our law.
Were they on a street corner, like in public or something?
No, they went to the apartment and then they were saying that because they were using old case law, but the Supreme Court had already. This is before gay marriage, by the way. This is probably like right before gay marriage was legalized, and it was in the New York Times and everything. Y'all didn't hear about that?
I didn't.
Yeah, I didn't hear about that.
They were saying, and the argument was there was no money exchange. See, the guys were going to the park and they were meeting up at the park, and then they were. What happens is you had cops who would pretend to be gay, and they would go to the apartment with the guy, and as soon as they got into the apartment, I guess the
It
condoms
sounds
came out.
more like prostitution.
No, but it
And
wasn't.
then
There was
they
no.
Sounds more like a
sodomy.
trap.
No. They were just that's where their meeting place would be, but there was no money exchange.
What was the charge?
No, these cases were dismissed. By the way, none of the cases went through. It was like over 12 different individuals.
But what was the charge, though? It doesn't matter if the case was dismissed.
In Louisiana, homosexual sex is illegal.
So the
And
charge was sodomy,
right.
even though there was no act actually committed. How does that follow?
Because you intended to commit sodomy, just like if you were going to go into a prostitute, you don't have to actually commit. You don't have to actually go through with prostitution, but if you were trying to, you still get arrested, right? That's what your intent is, and they can prove it beyond reasonable doubt. But the problem happened because our case law, our statutes, penal code says that sodomy is illegal. Now, before gay marriage, we still had the Supreme Court justice saying that that was unconstitutional, that you could still have sodomy. There was nothing illegal about it. But they didn't even care about what the Supreme Court had to say. And I think that's really that pressure started to build up. And I think that's the reason why the Supreme Court finally came and allowed gay marriage to exist. I think it has I think what happened in Louisiana had a direct effect on the Supreme Court's justice recently, on the outcome of that.
I thought
What base was it thrown out on? Do you remember?
Those 12 cases, because the Supreme Court had already deemed it to be unconstitutional to arrest a person on that account. But the thing about it is, even though it's illegal and then it became unlegal by the Supreme Court, I'm talking about before gay marriage, it became unlegal. I mean, it became non-legal. See, you still have local laws. So if the local law is just like what you guys were saying, if you don't want to enforce a law, then but there's so many laws in the book. So, for example, if you're eating chicken on the fork or whatever Ocean was talking about, or spitting on the ground, if you don't like a particular group and they were spitting on the ground, then that gives you the reason to arrest them. And that's how it is. Like we reinforce the laws we want to reinforce, and we don't really care what anybody else says. So.
Yeah, I could agree to something like a little bit of that.
Well, it doesn't matter if you agree or not. I mean, I appreciate the support, but that's the fact of the matter. I mean, that's
no, but I'm saying that I'm saying that I agree because I know that does happen. But as far as certain laws concerning gay marriage, no, that was mainly backed up, one, because people disagree with it, even with there being a Christian background in that time back then. Mainly people disagree with it. Even if they weren't Christian, they just disagree that homosexuals that was unnatural.
Well, I mean, what I think happened was they were on the books, and the sheriff's department was saying that they weren't aware of the Supreme Court decision that supersedes.
No, he said it was before the Supreme Court decision.
No, because the court case was in 2003, okay, and the arrest that he's talking about in Louisiana happened in 2013.
Yeah, that's right.
2011.
Oh, what's the Supreme Court case we're talking about then? Because I thought we were talking about the gay marriage.
Lawrence versus Texas Supreme Court.
Oh, okay.
So it was actually, like 8 years later, and the sheriffs actually they had come out and said that they weren't aware, but then they kind of changed that and kind of it looks like they were aware of it and just didn't care. That's the shit they were getting for it. Because the Supreme Court decision was this. Oh, I think it's Joe in here. Sorry, Joe. See, but look at it. Also prohibited oral too. Texas statutes prohibiting oral. God, think our
it's a sodomy
law. Be overcrowded.
They basically it's a sodomy law, and in a lot of cases they define sodomy as any sex that is not in the missionary position.
Yeah.
I think that David Cross.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'd be a convict for life then, I guess.
Right.
Well,
Yeah,
usually what
David
it's
Cross
used for is
said
they slap it on a rape case.
Would that also include masturbating?
No, because that's not sex.
At the same time that they voted against, for this law, they also voted that that bestiality was okay. And yeah, I think it was in Texas. David Cross mentions this, and that so it's like two consenting adults in the privacy of their own homes can't bone each other, but you can go down to the pound and say, "Hey, show me your death row lineup."
You can pound the pound.
Yeah, and it's like.
Yeah, I'm trying to pick up a bitch.
What are you doing, fucking
chocolate
bitches?
lab? That sounds good.
Gotta get that chocolate. Right, Mac?
I like vanilla. Does that make me racist?
Vanilla lab?
No.
I like mocha.
Vanilla ice cream.
PC, bro. PC, bro.
What?
You guys get mocha, don't you?
What's it called?
We get what, Black?
Mocha, chocolate and coffee.
Oh, mocha?
Mocha, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, what's interesting about this though is that they refuse to take it off for Louisiana statute. Like the sheriff and the lawmakers, they still refuse to take it off the statute. So they're basically saying, yeah, if we want to, and if you're gay, we can still arrest you if you want.
Well, that was the issue. It looked like
It still is the issue.
That,
I don't think the gay marriage matters. It's weird.
But it went to harassment, and they got a lot of shit for it, even though they're still advocating they don't have to take it off the books, but they're nullified. I mean, they could not be used because the Supreme Court obviously 8 years.
Yeah, but does it matter? It doesn't matter because you do a character assassination and then it's over with. You're over. You know, that was the point. Like you destroyed 12 people's lives based on a law that was no longer applicable.
Yeah, well, that's why there was harassment, and it was deemed harassment, was it not?
Oh yeah, but I guess what I'm trying to say, they're still going to do it though. Like here, dude, this is a wild state, man. They do whatever they want. I mean, this is a rogue state.
Well, stick with missionary. You don't have to worry about it.
State what missionary?
stick with missionary. Hey, that's still more than I get.
Well.
It's almost time for a mom joke, Ocean.
Yeah. I haven't really been looking out for him.
I'm going to go watch Da Vinci's Demons, because it's the 3rd season's out. I don't know if you guys didn't watch that show, but it's brilliant.
How good is
you
that
would
show?
really like it. What's that, Mac?
How good is that show? I've heard
It's
about it,
fucking
but I've never
brilliant.
seen it.
I've never even heard
Seriously.
of it. What's it about?
It's on Stars. It's a fictitious portrayal of Da Vinci's life, completely fictitious. But I mean, people talk about Game of Thrones. I think it's way better than Game of Thrones. I haven't really been able to get into Game of Thrones, but no, Da Vinci's Demon is on Stars. You can go to couchtuner.lu, I think it is, or something, and they have all 3 seasons now. Because the 3rd season, just literally they put it all out at once, like they did the last season of The Orange is the New Black. But yeah, I'm telling you, it's really good, Ocean. You should check it out if you can. It'd be right up your alley. Good, I know you probably would like those things. It's because it has a lot to do with historical, like the Medicis, and
the Medici family in Renaissance.
The
Florence.
Renaissance, and it has mysticism, a lot of mysticism, but it also includes a lot of science, a lot of his ability to take mysticism and science and kind of combine them into one thing. And he's also bisexual.
Your mom's bisexual.
There's another element in there. And you're too late for the mom joke.
I know. I'm sorry.
But yeah,
I
I recommend it. I don't recommend shows often, but Da Vinci's Demons is brilliant.
And just don't use it as a reference.
Well, if you don't like it, then you didn't hear it from me.
No, I mean as a reference for facts.
Oh no, it's supposed to be a fictitious portrayal. I mean, it's over the top, but it's freaking hilarious. It's really well done.
Was he really bisexual?
No.
In real life?
Did you know that? Did you know
Da Vinci, probably.
It may have been. I honestly don't remember, but
I know Michelangelo
it's,
was gay.
it's definitely something that's it's a current theme in that show quite a bit. It's promoted.
Do you know in the UK?
Homosexuality.
Do you know in the UK, like more people? And I don't know if it's more, but a large majority now identify themselves as bisexual, both men and women now. There's like a trend going on in the UK, supposedly. I saw it on the Young Turks. I don't know how true it is, but they reported that about a week ago, 2 weeks ago.
They say there's a spectrum, right? I mean, everybody's got a little bit of it's leaning to one
There's a
side.
scale.
Yeah.
5. It's like if you're a 5 on the scale or a 2.
What holds us back? It's probably the culture. Depending on what the culture is, we tend to follow the footsteps as much as we want to think that we think for ourselves.
But Bo, didn't you say last weekend, or it was last weekend? You said that if you were to have homosexual sex with somebody, then for money you would need so much psychiatric treatment. Didn't you say that?
You could buy it with that kind of money.
Yeah, but who said it? Somebody said it. Is it
I
gonna
think
be?
I heard somebody say it.
I know I've always said that. $10 million buys a lot of therapy. I'll suck a dick for 10 grand.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah.
Really?
But it's funny is I would probably be more likely to suck a dick for 10 million than I would be to make out with a guy. I find it.
Zach, how much money would it take for you to suck
Come
a dick?
on, Mac. Yeah, come on, let
I
them know.
probably would say that $1 million would probably be my low ball, but I'd like to negotiate it.
$1 million?
If we're in a negotiation contract here, I'm gonna start off at like 10, and we can probably negotiate.
$1 million is a lot of money.
But I tell you what, if you go higher than 10, it'll be the best blowjob you ever had.
Oh my goodness.
God.
Tell you what,
What's the price? Name your price, Mac. Come on.
Steve, just shut up. Just. Oh my goodness, like ridiculous.
If you suck my dick for free, you'll be able to go into that deal saying you have experience.
Oh shit! You're not excluded.
Just on Ocean for free to make sure you give a good one to Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Because Joe can offer you the big bucks, but I can offer you an internship.
You could offer me pointers, Steve, a little bit to the left.
You can put it on your resume.
How
Mac,
about
what about if we found out that's the way you could convert people?
And I'll really appreciate
you know what? I'd probably be pretty good at it too. I mean, I know what I like, so I would figure they'd be pretty damn good at it if I ever did. Joe's getting worked up. You hear this? He's like,
Yeah, I'm getting ready to go.
This will tickle your balls, man.
A mustache
I
ride.
bet you if they gave Mac $1 million not to come, if a guy was sucking his dick, he wouldn't be able to win that $1 million.
That already implies he's okay with that.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be okay with it.
It's like you trick him into.
Well, yeah, but he's already. He could, if he's already like forever saved, couldn't he just like do it, get
That's
the
what I'm
money, and
saying.
then repent or
You
something?
could do like win a soul for Jesus or something like that. If that's all you had to do.
And that would show.
You see,
like,
and this is why I try to keep my thoughts captured under the obedience of Jesus Christ, because I feel like stabbing a few folks in here right now because of the crap that you guys.
Is stabbing a term for sticking your dick somewhere?
Wow.
Okay.
You had to jump on that one, didn't you?
Oh, he's jumping on
No,
something.
well, I understand why. I mean, when I was a Christian, I was the same way. Like Mac, I would definitely take something like that seriously. So I'm not gonna push it.
I think you already did, but it's fine.
I forgot.
Your
Mom's gonna push it.
You guys have been sick bastards. I'm gonna go watch my show. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, while you're doing that, repent. You're nasty.
Have a good one.
No.
I wish there was someone who is Irish, so they could like say what I just said, except in their Irish accent. It would sound much better.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure somebody here has an Irish accent. I mean, can imitate an Irish accent.
I cannot imitate. Yeah, I can't. I can't imitate an Irish accent. I wish I could. Like I wish I could speak various languages and have their accents in certain words that I want to just say to people.
Why is that?
It just sounds funny when they say it. Like
Oh.
I had this uh like this woman who was she was Puerto Rican, and the way she would say words to me would like it would just make me cringe with a feeling that I've never had before, because I just love the way she would say words, and her accent just made it so much better just to hear her just talk.
Yeah, German women have the opposite effect on me. They're just, I've got a neighbour and she drives me insane.
What about Russian women?
Your mom drives me insane.
She drives me insane.
Yeah, she does. You know it. Oh.
The French accent for me is the winner. You got to have, you got to have that French lady in your life, I reckon. Yeah, French anything's usually good.
Does anybody think that a hillbilly accent is a turn on?
Maybe for the animals.
No, your mom doesn't really turn me on that much.
Dang, Ocean. Why you gotta go? Why you gotta go there with what like? Anyway, it depends on who's the one saying it.
I'm from Hillbillyville, so I have to admit, to a certain extent, I have been turned on by the occasional southern twang that may have been a little too strong.
Have you you would have heard
Ocean sounds like he has to go to therapy for what he just said.
I do.
I don't want to admit the women that I've talked to who said the things that they said to me. It made me feel feel good in certain nether regions that I don't want to talk about.
I probably don't need to admit this.
Be free, Ocean. You gotta let it out. You gotta tell somebody about your issues.
Yep.
Has anyone else heard of Eve before? Who used to get on here a little bit?
Oh, Eve?
Yeah, I think it's Eve Real, is it?
Yeah, she's got a little bit of a twang, doesn't she?
Yeah, I don't mind that sort of accent. That sounds okay.
But I don't know. At least with me, women who have accents, that's just like a whole feeling that I don't even want to describe when I'm around them, because I'll tell them not to talk because you make me just feel a certain way that I just don't want to be around you, because it's going to be very, very awkward. I had to tell my manager that because she was from a certain place in Africa, and she was married too, and I was like, please stop talking.
Dude, I met this woman that was Ghanan, and her accent. Oh, I couldn't take it. I had to go home.
I had to change my pants.
It's just like, I need to loosen my belt when I'm around. I'm sorry. Please say that sentence again, just like that. Please say.
You're fired, Ocean.
Damn it.
Hold on, Ocean.
Let's say it again.
You know
Seriously,
what?
Yeah, I know that was
Ocean. What made my situation worse though is I asked her to say she was I wouldn't say she's like relatively new to like American movies.
Was she just aloof about it, or what? Oh, okay. Oh no, I'm hearing what you're saying now. Go for it.
Yeah, she didn't really know much about like early movies, so she didn't know. She's never seen Friday. So the whole time she was speaking, I was asking her, "Can you say can you say like that certain word that the African dude said?" And I would say it's like what it was a specific word.
Who's actually got mods in here at the moment? Someone needs to unmute. Is it Philosopher? Philosopher? Yeah.
Who doesn't have mods?
Well, he can unmute himself, can he? Or
let's see.
He's broadcasted.
I need to give out mods to some people. So I'm going to give you some mods.
Oh, okay, yeah, he was broadcast. I don't see why you couldn't unmute, but it is what it is. Dang, I'm trying to remember what that dude said in the movie Friday. He would say something in his African accent that just sounded so funny.
And you just get
I
her
would
to say
ask
it?
her, huh?
You would just get her to say it.
Yeah, I would get her to say because she had no idea what I was talking about, and people would laugh at me like, "Why are you gonna make her do that? Why would you make her do that?" And I wish, you know what? I gotta go back and see it because it would sound so funny because she sounded, it was like she sounded so hot saying it, but it made it hilarious because it was like a racial thing because of her accent, you know, saying the very thing that she was saying. It was like, I feel so wrong, but it feels so right. It feels so right.
Feels so right in your pants.
No, I wasn't feeling that way. Shut up, Ocean. Anyway.
No, I know how you were feeling.
Oh no! You know what was funny? I asked her to say, "I spit hot fire." I spit hot fire.
Spit hot fire.
I asked her to say, "I spit hot fire," and she said it in her accent, and it sounded like one of those. It sounded like a mixture of Hawaiian and African.
Shit. I'm sick. BT dubs. It sucks.
Yeah, you're disgusting, Ocean. It's horrible.
I'm disgusting.
Your mum's disgusting.
You know what? You're probably right.
That's not true. That's not true.
It's impossible.
It's impossible. Name. Well, hold on, Ocean. With all the accents that you ever heard before, what if you could marry that person who speaks like that, like they're speaking English to you, but in that specific accent, what type of race would that person be, or who would that? Colombian?
For me, yeah.
Really, Philo?
I don't know. They're hot.
You sick bastard. Anyway, no.
Colombian is hot. I will admit. A buddy of mine was dating a girl who was Colombian. She would apparently she would like just start speaking Spanish in bed, and he was totally into it.
How much difference is it to this original Spanish lingo? Is it much different?
A little bit, I guess. It's like I know there's Mexican Spanish and Spanish, but I don't know that. I don't know where Colombians live in that. I assume it's closer to Mexican Spanish.
Dang it, Ocean, you got me sick.
Sorry, dude. Didn't mean it. Except I did.
No,
Totally did.
It's got to be French for me. The language of love.
Trying to figure out what it would be for me. I don't know. An English accent on a woman is always attractive.
Yeah. True.
What about
so is
Kalahari?
Irish. English and Irish, I just lose it.
He said English and Irish. Okay,
Dude,
so
no, I did meet a Ukrainian for a little while, and I'll admit that was super hot.
Kalahari doesn't do it then.
Okay, so Philo has Colombian, Black Swan has French, and
And I'm all over the
Ocean
place.
has
I'm a
yeah,
fucking
he's
traveler.
So apparently, whoever this woman has to be for Ocean, if she's gonna speak in English, she has to be like a Rosetta Stone of all various types of accents.
No. I'm a polygamist, so I can just find an Irish chick.
Well, he's basically on a different level of disgusting. But with that being said,
I just gotta find one of each. I gotta play Pokemon, man. I gotta catch them all.
he basically wants to be the white version of Lil Wayne.
I remember having this conversation with Incorporated when he asked me what my dating history was. He was just like, "You've dated
I'm surprised he
only
hasn't,
white
because
girls,
he
right?"
asked every
did
other black person if they ever dated a white woman, or do they date white women. I don't see why he doesn't ask you that.
No, he did. You weren't in here for that, were you? Oh my god, that was
No.
hilarious. Yes. He straight up asked me. He was just like, "You've dated like only white girls, haven't you?" I was like, "No." He's like, "But you've never dated a black woman." I was like, "Totally have."
Oh no, wait, well you was in the side chat. I saw that in the side chat, but I didn't hear you talk about that.
Oh no, that was when he was that was after that conversation. And he started like dogging me for it. I'm like, "Dude, why are you even?" But he was saying that I was here's how the comment went. Because I talked about my dating history, and I was like, I've dated an Asian girl, I've dated a couple Asian girls, black girl, and so on and such as. It's like, I've got a fairly varied dating history. And he started saying that I was that black girls should only be able to date black men, and that with the situation that the black community is in, that I'm basically affording opportunities to black women that they shouldn't have access to, or something like that.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, this is his opinion. He's totally all over that shit, and I'm just like, I was like, first I have a smart ass answer and I have a real answer, and and I explained my real answer is just like, you're totally eliminating women's freedoms on this, and this is misogyny. Like, I don't throw around that word too much, but that is misogyny. And my smart ass answer is my lineage is Viking, and I'll raid whatever community I want to. and he was just like,
as racist as I am, I would not go that far. I'm sorry. That's
right. What the fuck?
Wait, did you say you were racist, Mac?
You're racist?
Mac is a little bit racist.
Yeah, he's homophobic and racist, but Ocean gets some carte blanche because they both were Baptists. That's basically what it comes down to.
No.
In the same way,
no, that's not it at all.
How are you racist?
Say what?
Huh?
No, how are you racist, Matt? Go ahead and explain.
My little racism just depends on who what I'm talking about. Like, I'll make fun of my own race and say that black people are stupid. Like, I've said that to people.
Oh, you're
before.
black?
I didn't know you're black.
Oh my goodness.
He's kidding. I'm sure he's kidding.
You should be able to tell Mac is black from like 10 miles away.
I didn't pick up on it. I didn't know.
Hey, Mac, tell me you're going to ask me something.
Sounds too white.
Oh, just didn't pick up on it. I don't know.
Mac, tell me you're going to ask me something.
I'm going to ask you something.
Oh, you went above and beyond in pronouncing that word. I know you did.
Ask.
Because you have slipped over and over again in this hangout.
Yeah.
But anyway,
yeah.
no.
I know your games, Ocean. So I don't play him as well as you.
One of my roommates was a guy that had a little bit of a lisp. He was from up north, and it was like this kind of sort of New Jersey-ish accent. I think it's from Pennsylvania. But he was always like fua, dua, like it's just the whenever there was an A and an R sound next to each other, a W would slip in there, and I was just like, Devin, would you describe yourself as a very artistic person? And he's like, yeah. And I said, why don't you say it loud and proud that you're an artistic person? He goes, I'm an autistic person. And I was just like, oh. And then he looked at me for a second, and then he got it, and he hated me for like the rest of the day.
Can you guys tell me if I was racist? Because I was listening to what's the name of that one with the oh my gosh, atheist experience, right? With the what's the name of that debater guy? Forgot his name right now.
What debater guy? You're talking about Matt
Matt
Dillon?
yeah. And a dude called, and he sounded white as fuck. But he right in the beginning said he was black. So he was throughout the whole conversation describing like some weird scenario, but with the white accent, and I was like, what the hell is going on? Why they didn't even question the guy?
You might be a little bit racist.
Yeah, well,
Okay, look, listen.
I don't mean to, but I mean it's just on the accent, I guess.
You might be just a little bit racist.
As soon as you're put in an environment where you're like the minority and everybody else is the majority, that the opposite race or any race, not the opposite race, but any race, you're automatically, if you're not in a welcoming environment, you're automatically going to become racist. I don't care who you are. I've seen people from my mom's a nurse, and she was telling me that people from Texas always complain about the Mexicans, and they always wonder why we complain about African Americans. But she says when they work with the Mexicans, when they come to Louisiana, they stop complaining about the Mexicans, because they're no longer around the Mexicans. They complain about the minority race. So it is just everybody's susceptible to it. I've seen every race behave very, very racially towards other races. So no one's better than anyone else to say, oh, I'm not racist. Everybody's racist to a certain extent.
Have you ever, just out of curiosity, have you ever come across an Australian who has an Asian appearance?
Have I? No, I haven't.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, that's something that it spins quite a few people out, particularly the Asians, when the Australians go over there and they look Asian. They have quite a lot hard time to actually try and convince people that they're not actually Asian and that the language they're talking is their native language.
Right, and a Asian British with a really heavy voice. Yeah. I've heard one and then I saw it and I was like, what the heck?
Could you picture me as an Asian? I mean that's the reality of Asian Australians. If you picture me as an Asian, it's just the mind sort of doesn't sort of comprehend it for a lot of people.
Right.
Well, you're not Asian?
I thought you were a black swan. That's why I didn't.
Australasian.
I just hate it when someone tries to play like the super morality court and say, "Well, I'm not racist." It's just bullshit. Like it's just a psychological phenomenon that everyone is susceptible to. But you're right, Swan. Like if you're outside of that normative way that people view things, yeah, it does kind of it's kind of hard for us. It's kind of fuzzy at first, I believe. So.
Yeah, because I see racism. If somebody considers a different race superior or inferior, when I heard the guy talking, being black, but he sounded like a white person, I didn't think he was inferior or anything. I just thought he was a white person, but he was just talking about living in the black culture and.
But if you knew he was black, you would have thought he was inferior, right?
What's that? No, that's
racist. That's racist.
The only reason why you didn't think he was inferior is because you just weren't sure. But if you were sure, you would know.
What if you could show that some races are better at certain things than others? Is that? I mean, are you saying that's the definition of a racist then? And that there's not true at all to any. There's no validity to that belief at all. Are you saying that?
Well, there's a little.
I'm saying there's no validity to that. Yeah.
In the sense that black people influences. Black people are the few groups that influences almost a worldwide variety of people, in just based on their culture and what they do. But at the same time, this was what makes me racist about it, because because I can take jokes about people making fun of black people, I'm just
and I'll make fun of my own race before I make fun of another race. But what I say is that black people aren't very intelligent on what their culture is about, and they lose sense of who they are once they lose sense of where they came from. And I mean, it's really sad, but it's true.
So you don't think that's
So,
just culturally?
so what?
Don't you think that's just the culture, African American culture?
A little bit. I mean, it's just dumb when you see like Africa and then how people react towards people who are from Africa in the United States and they're black as well. Like I've had a deal with people thinking I'm like questioning me even when they see me in front of them being black and everything. They say, are you really black?" Like these are Mexicans saying this to me. This is what made it very funny. They said, "You can't be black. I'm blacker than you, and I'm Mexican." I'm like,
right.
How does that make sense for you? Because just because I talk with an education, all of a sudden I'm white? How does that? What?
What's the terminology you prefer people to use for people in your situation, Matt? There's different terms that people use, and they do evolve and change. What's the most appropriate term these days?
Shoot, I don't know. I call myself, sexual chocolate or peanut butter, or
I use Negroid.
But would you say that you're a black American, or would you say that that you're just an American, or how would you denote yourself?
What do I call you, strange people?
Ocean.
Yeah.
Well, I missed your question. How come you don't see any Asians playing football? Really? I mean, can you answer that question? Like you don't see Asians playing in NFL?
Who are you asking?
If you want to start noting cultural differences, you can start noting those.
Yeah, but their body mass just simply wouldn't be the same, and they would
They
just
tend to be smaller. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's racist, and according to your standard, and that Asians are inferior in football.
There are physical differences, but when you go into usually what people mean when they say what you're talking about are like mental differences, and there isn't really much.
Yeah, but
that shows that.
Don't you think the brain is the same as any other, or like it's like anything else in the body? It varies.
I think there's nuances. Yeah, I think there's nuances.
I think there's nuances between individuals, but I don't know that race would be much of a distinguishing factor. As far as the mentality, because we've seen, people that are geniuses in all races, and we've seen people that are fucking idiots in all races.
Right. Yeah, because the argument that the racists use to say that black people are inferior is they say they are better at sports, and they just say it at that to not sound racist. But it's like if you're saying that, then you're automatically saying that black people are more evolved than white people, because out of everything they are at least better than everybody else at sports. So they're superior from what you're saying, even though they're trying to be racist in that sense.
So none of that would have to do with them being more interested in sports than other cultures, then, right?
No, but I mean, like black people playing basketball, it's like 80% of black.
That's because they're taller. There's
Right,
we know there's a physical difference, but there's also when you get into mixed martial arts, they get completely different stuff.
Like Dominicans are culturally drawn towards baseball.
So why would there be nuances, or not even nuances in physical appearance, but there wouldn't be any nuances in mental abilities?
As far as we know, there isn't.
When you get into averages, there's differences.
When those averages can usually be explained by cultural differences.
Yeah, that makes sense.
There is some evidence here in Australia that with the indigenous culture, they're more susceptible to certain substances and that sort of thing. How that sort of relates to actual intelligence and that, I mean, I'm not sure of any studies that have happened along those lines, but suffice to say that they've reached the same sort of heights as what European Australians Caucasian Australians have reached anyway. So I mean, they're more than capable of reaching those same levels of intelligence, of course, or same levels of position. But there is just some genetic problems there. Well, not problems, but just differences, I guess, between the Caucasians, just with how they handle certain environmental factors,
I think the environmental factors changes DNA, and then DNA reacts to the environment. I think those things are really homogeneous. So that's the reason why, like, Russian literature, I think, is different than French literature. I think Russians have a completely different perspective on the world than Americans do, and I think there's a good reason for that. I think weather attributes to that, but weather also attributes to how your DNA is as well.
My system isn't necessarily working. If somebody wants to toss mods to Art, please.
Art? Are you serious?
Yeah, he's usually.
We don't like his kind
I
around
don't trust
here.
that bloke. Yeah, I don't know that bloke.
We don't take kindly to their types around here.
Okay, give him mods. Anyway.
But I did read some studies saying that, like, everybody's a little bit racist. Like, when you take in consideration quick reaction to things, we show any race shows racist reactions to certain things.
Right, and I agree with
See,
you.
that's absurd. No, I'm not racist. I just think the white race is the superior race.
I agree with him. I agree. I think most people do. Most people admit to me that they do. From every race, people have admitted to me that they have a certain prejudice towards their own kind. But I mean, it's just like Mexicans actually show more preference for American Mexicans than they do illegals. So if you're an illegal, then like Mexicans are going to want to distance themselves from them because they don't want to be associated with illegals.
Yeah, it's it must be a tribalistic trait, that's stemmed through the generations, and it's just something that we've got to try to minimise, as much as we possibly can.
Well, racism is based on tribalism. It's a unfortunate byproduct of evolution, and we have to deal with it.
Just like you got to deal with your mom.
I don't like Martians.
Every night.
Every single fucking night.
I just woke up. I have no fucking mood for you. Stupid I'm just drinking my coffee here, damn it. I just want to drink and listen.
Touch of vodka in it. You'll be right.
Listen and believe.
How do you like your coffee? Black.
Like he likes his women.
Just like his mom.
You're racist.
I like my coffee the way I like my women. Ground up and in the freezer.
Jesus Christ.
That's how that's how like your
mum's
mother.
ground up in the freezer. Ooh, Jesus.
That's crazy. Psycho.
I'm sure there is a feminist that's going to pull out this small comment and just prove that feminism is necessary in the world because of what you just said.
You know what? Feminism is necessary because of your mom.
Fuck women.
That's a good point.
Hey, I'm going to have to agree with that.
That's a good point.
Yeah, just like women, it's like you
It's
can.
like, you know what? Fair point.
You can definitely see the difference between men and women, but it's like there's nobody out there talking about it because what's the point? Why are we going to be talking about the difference between men and women? That women can practice sports with men because they will lose.
Well, it's the same thing. Like some of the guys in this room don't, are feminists, and they don't declare that there's any such thing as racism. That racism doesn't exist in a lot of that it's inherent in us, at least a little bit. They just believe that women are just equal, just like us. Like they have the same exact abilities that we do, and I just think it's bullshit.
Well,
they could have babies and we can't. I mean, it's not fair.
I agree that
I agree that that women have some ability, some of the same ability as we do, but not all of it. They're clearly in a different role than men, obviously.
Yeah,
No, there's
yeah.
definitely
Well,
differences.
they're better at some things than what men are. I mean, obviously,
Yeah,
cleaning
I
dishes,
mean,
and ironing.
obviously,
I mean, they're
obviously
good
they're
at it.
meant to
So.
do things that we can't.
Again, you're talking about on average, though, not every woman, not every member of one race. We're talking. I mean, if you wanted, you could generally say that and say that on average,
Right.
women are better at something or men are better at something on average, but not across the board.
We could write our names in the snow and they could have babies.
We can write our names in the snow.
Just shut them up. Just shut them up.
You know, everybody already knows. I know it's a lame joke, but that Chuck Norris can piss his name into the concrete.
Okay, somebody's been watching too many Disney movies, and I'm gonna need this whole idea of it to stop.
Star Wars is gonna be a new Disney movie, so I'm down to watching that.
Oh my gosh! If they ruin it so much, I'm gonna kill Disney twice.
Disney's already dead.
Oh, there's no way they're gonna make it worse.
Well, died a long time ago.
It couldn't.
There's
It
no
couldn't-
way that Disney can fuck it up more than George Lucas did.
It couldn't be any worse than the last three.
And you know what? Fun fact: Walt Disney was a fucking racist.
Yeah.
He
I mean,
looks
that
like a
was
racist.
Didn't he want Mickey Mouse to be all white?
He didn't like Jews.
Probably.
He didn't like
But-
Jews.
Seriously, it's a good point.
Yeah,
think
he was
he-
anti-Semite as fuck.
He
I mean,
hated.
have you wait? But I mean, that was obvious. Have you seen like the cartoons that he made with black people? I mean, one cartoon that I remember that was in black and white. They had like 3 black children in one diaper eating a watermelon. Like this was a talent
Yeah, I
show.
remember them. Yeah, I
Really?
remember yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and
I
just
don't-
look at
Some
all
of
the
the
bad
first ones
guys.
that came out.
I don't remember that.
Show
but
me
I remember.
footage. Show me footage.
Show you footage. Ah.
Was it a Dave Chappelle skit?
A lot of them would be black
No,
and white ones. Yeah.
it was a black and white like old school cartoon, like one of those Betty Boop type old school cartoons, and it was a talent show for children. Like one child was a singer, another child was able to do tricks, I guess. Another one was a cowboy, I think. But like these children, when they came out, there was 3 of them. It was like they were triplets. They came out having one diaper. They was all in one giant diaper, and they was singing like this slave ship song. And then after they was done, they ate a watermelon. Like a watermelon was given to them, and then they was hauled off the stage. And you see like a small black crowd like cheering for a baby, like you go baby, you did it, you did it.
And this is like a Mickey Mouse cartoon or something.
How old is this?
This is old Disney stuff. I know what he's talking about.
It'd be like in the 30s, I would imagine, 20s or 30s.
Yeah.
Like
It was really old.
all
you
I've
can
seen
see
is like
sort of-
Looney Tunes. Like there are some old Sambo Looney Tunes cartoons still floating around.
You can see the anti-Semitism in more modern Disney cartoons. Just look at the evil guys. They all look like typical sort of caricature Jews.
And they're always black. They're always darker than everyone else. Like like Scar, for instance, he was black man, just like all the hyenas. It was apparently black people. Then you have Jafar, black man. Then you have who else?
Jafar sounded
you're
more
destroying-
Darth Vader.
Arabic.
You're freaking destroying Lion King for me, man. My favorite all the time.
What are you talking about? It's James Earl Jones.
Dude, you know what? I will get you. I will destroy like almost every Disney fantasy. Like for instance, if you watch Peter Pan, go on YouTube, go on YouTube and type in honest trailers and put in Peter Pan, and you'll see like some of the racist things that they'll say in Peter Pan, and they'll make your childhood fantasy of Peter Pan so much different because you don't remember how that cartoon was. Like you don't remember one of the Lost Boys asking how the because the Indians are called Redskins, right? One of the Lost Boys asked the question, "What makes the red man red?"
You mean is that the old
Yeah,
cartoon?
that's one of the. That's the song that's in there. They have it's a whole fucking musical number about it.
They used to love me a
It's if they were. He was embarrassed. He was kissing a girl.
Did you ever have them? Well, you'd call it candy over there, Redskins. They were just like a pink stick that you used to, like well, not an all-day sucker, but they were like a long stick of candy. And you don't get them anymore. I think that's probably the reason why, is because they probably saw them as being problematic.
Is the football team still around with that name?
Yeah, the Redskins. Yeah, it was in the. Who's seen the South Park episode when they're making fun of that?
Yeah, I did. It was funny.
I saw the PC one. That was really funny. Did you guys see
you
that
mean the
one?
last one? The last one with the protection safe zone? And
The one where
filtering-
he raped the Canadian president.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
That was
yeah.
insane.
He raped him to death.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. That's the latest one, or one of the latest ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was funny. South Park's the best.
I love the last one when they were like doing the sketch sort of against the, safe zone, sort of your safe place, for people who are sensitive about comments. Cartman posted a photo of himself naked, right? And he was so offended. He was like in PTSD mode because somebody called him fat in comments. And so the head of the school is like, okay, Butters, you have to filter all Cartman's comments, and you have to give him only the good ones. And so poor Butters is like sifting through all of this shit and just giving him the good ones. And eventually, everybody else who has this problem comes to that school, and Butters end up screening all of the comments for what is that fat superhero dude, action hero, with a pigtail, has belly now. Fuck, what is his name? Steven Seagal. There we go.
Yeah.
Steven Seagal.
What?
Yeah.
Did you call Steven Seagal a superhero?
So eventually, Steven Seagal, then Vin Diesel apparently as well.
Is this the latest one? I haven't seen this one.
Yeah, that's the last one.
Oh, fuck! I have to see it. My friend's like, you gotta watch it. Now I'm gonna download it.
Yeah, and eventually what happens is that poor Butters basically almost commits suicide
Why
because.
are you ruining the show for me?
Oh yeah,
man?
yeah.
What the hell?
Okay,
Piece of
sorry.
shit.
Spoiler
Piece of shit.
Spoiler
I'm like, I haven't seen this episode. This is like the latest one.
Okay, sorry. Well, the fun thing is that eventually.
I gotta see this episode now.
The awesome thing is that eventually this character comes up, and his name is Reality, and he fucks everything up. He fucks everything up for the social justice warriors there. It's like, guys, this is the fucking reality, okay? But yeah, you have to watch it. It's awesome.
I have to watch it. Yeah, it's one of those things you have to see too, right?
Exactly.
It's amazing what South Park can do, and nobody can, complain about it. They could do whatever they want.
I think they get sued. They have to get sued to a certain extent, but I think they probably just have amazing lawyers because they're so rich. They don't
I think they get away. I think they get away because they make fun of everybody, so it kind of makes everyone neutral in the end. I think that's how it works.
When it first came out, people were saying.
I'm sure they've gotten sued.
Yeah, people were saying when it first came out, like, how long is this going to last? Yeah, I thought it would have been taken off a long time ago.
No, it's amazing though because they actually they're risky, and I like that. They're not like cookie cutter, cartoons that are just.
Well, I mean, the Simpsons came out, and then South Park came out a few years later, and it was like one step to the next step, and the Simpsons were blamed for so much shit in its day about how kids were behaving badly and all this sort of stuff, and then South Park came out, and then that copped all the blame,
But The Simpsons is I find it's more mainstream. It's not that racy. It's clever.
No, but that's a sort of I think a gauge on how things are progressing. Things that we would have seen today as basically inert. They weren't that problematic. Back in the day, they were full on. When they first hit the screen.
But yeah, Black Swan. So do you believe that's progression? I mean, I think that like
I think so.
my teachers
Yeah,
in high school. Well, my teachers in middle school were like, I went to an all Catholic boarding school, but I remember they were like surprised. My teachers told me that they were shocked and surprised when they heard "Damn" from Gone from the Wind, and they couldn't believe. So I think we've gone more in the gutter. To tell you the truth, I mean, I don't think that's progression.
Well, I'm not a language expert. It's just something. Language changes over time. I mean, and geez, there was a few years ago you couldn't use darn. It's just the way language goes.
Yeah, but nowadays though we're in this in this never-ending contest to see who can be more over the top in entertainment today.
That's true.
Yeah. So that video that I posted earlier, that feminist group, I think that's basically what they were doing. I don't even think they care about the issue. Yeah, so that's the point that I've been trying to make.
And you know what? In 5-10 years ago, I giggled about it, was entertained with it, and now that it's old hat, it's fucking obnoxious anymore to me. And I don't watch, and I usually don't watch TV over it now because that's all it is to see who can outdo the other with how shocking, even though I'm not shocked anymore, but how shocking or over the top they can be. In other words, they don't have any real entertainment to sell, so they've got to sell a car accident instead.
What would you say would be the ultimate shocking thing that possibly you could hear on TV?
Well, I think it's we've already been there and done that. I don't think there is no further that you could possibly go, really.
Yeah, so like Marilyn Manson said that shock was done with, and that the only thing left was to be weird. That's basically.
I think what would be shocking is a YouTube video about kittens that has less than 1 million views. That'd be shocking.
But once the shock value is over, it's just cheesy to me, at least.
So that's what I'm saying. What's left? I mean, so if we're going to take another step in, say, if you say like in a gutter direction, what's going to be?
I think we've hit max as far as entertainment has to go. I can't see where it has to go from here. I think we're at max level with it.
No, I think society could top it. I mean,
no, we're gonna.
I think one day there's gonna be televised battle to the deaths, like picture like UFC, but with like inmates or people that are sentenced to death.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think that's what's going to be the next thing.
Have you seen Russia's version of that?
Oh yeah, I saw that.
With where they actually have they use swords and armor.
Oh no, I didn't see that.
Oh yeah, they have night duels now that are like UFC style night duels, that take place in a ring with swords and armor.
Really?
Well, you would imagine they'd probably try and push
There's a Kickstarter going for that
first.
right now. It hasn't been done yet.
I mean, UFC used to be illegal, and now check it out,
Now you have 5 versus 5. I saw one where the guy just came from behind the other one, just kick him in the back of the head because he was fighting somebody else. It's pretty insane. 5 versus 5.
You would think that they would try to implement some sort of something like cockfighting or.
Cockfighting.
Cock magic. No, cock magic.
That sort of stuff to enter the.
Cock magic is the best. It's another thought of South Park.
I think
night fighting has happened. There it is, right there.
That show is the best.
But I think things could go in full circle, right? I think if society breaks down like it looks like it is going to, I think things could go full circle. So when society gets back on its feet, it may just be extremely conservative again. I think that's the only way that society will be able to get back on its feet is by being extremely conservative.
Do you think we're going to end up like the Roman days where they're going to have a Colosseum style sort of thing?
No.
We might
send the lions in. Send the lions in on the inmates.
The Christians.
We already have a football stadium, so.
Yeah, just dig up a few holes for the animals, and just there you go. Just like in the Gladiator movie.
Why do you
Put in
think
a couple of swimming pools with alligators or crocodiles?
Why do you guys think those people were entertained watching people just killing each other. It was like something that the whole family went to see.
Look at what your look at what your entertainment options were at the time.
That's true, right? Looking at the dust.
No, but I mean, wouldn't that be
Having
like just?
14 kids, you know,
It would just be horrible to watch somebody else just get freaking slaughtered and cut to pieces.
Well, it was a different
when you're living in the day, you would see death, and you would see what's the word? You would see a lot of brutal stuff happening every day anyway.
Right. It's the back in those times, basically. You know, if you can survive, you're awesome. If you can defend yourself, you just suck and you deserve to die. You know, it's brutal time.
But you know what's really weird?
Lifespan.
45. But you know what's really weird about this is that like right now, like even on this Google chat, if you guys were to show something of like violence, that would be perfectly acceptable, and you wouldn't be this channel wouldn't be shut down. But if you were to show something with sex, then you would get shut down, right? If it was like pornography. So people are, even though we are constantly being exposed to violence, sex still is for whatever reason taboo.
Well, no, if you show gore on YouTube videos, it's
it doesn't matter.
Accountable. Yeah, I mean, you cannot show death, for example, on YouTube videos.
Oh, but it is shown on YouTube videos. There are videos where Africans are ganging up on other Africans and literally burning them to death on YouTube.
Really?
Yeah, there is a rating system in that, but there's also the fact that there's a jurisdictional thing.
It doesn't keep it off of YouTube, though.
Well, it should. It's against the rules, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
that's why you. That's why you have.
I've actually flagged one of those videos myself before.
Yeah, that's where you have these sort of underground.
I was so. I don't know what the word is. Yeah, over it. It was. Yeah, I was so disturbed by it that.
Yeah, you see, that's where you have the underground sort of video sort of websites like what is leaked, where you can see this fucked up shit, and you can see this on YouTube just by searching it. I mean, there might be something that has been missed by the software or the
All right.
people flagging this.
Let me ask that same question I asked just now. Why do people watch those sites? Those just people getting murdered nowadays?
Well, I can tell you why I watched one of the few videos is because I was curious. I didn't know how it looked like.
That's a good point. Curiosity.
Yeah, and I think it's also because you want to see somebody else in trouble, but you don't want to be in trouble. I think like Mark Twain said that everyone likes to see someone else in trouble as long as it doesn't cost them anything. And I think that's probably true when it comes to that.
I never wanted to see somebody beaten and burned to death. I never wanted to see that.
I don't mean that.
Quick about the Colosseum. Hey guys, let me make a point real quick about the Colosseum. When as people are talking about like seeing people get beat up and so on, our civilization gets that outlet from film and movies, and the Romans did not get that outlet anywhere. So when they get to see conflict, it was in the Colosseum. When we want to see somebody get beaten and gutted and torn apart, we just flip on an action film.
Right. Like I said, look at what your entertainment options were at the time.
Right. So I think we're probably more depraved than the Romans because they're watching in a Colosseum somebody get eviscerated from how far back, and we want to see a close up.
It's still horrifying, though. I mean, this is the prospect of it. Like the reality of it is still unbelievable to me.
So what about books, though? How does books fit into that? I mean, you had like Sherlock Holmes. That you don't think that also was a part of that theater of getting it out?
What do you mean? Oh well, yeah, obviously.
Okay, so the point that I was trying to make with the Sherlock Holmes is like you want to be terrified, but you want to feel safe, too, right? That's the purpose of like a ghost story. Like you want to know that someone else is in trouble or there's a threat, but you're safe in your own environment, and it's like a thrill to be safe and know someone else is in trouble, I think.
But what's the purpose of it? Why do we want to be thrilled?
It's like a roller coaster ride. I think it's the same thing as a roller coaster ride.
But is that like useful, like in the evolutionary sense?
Does it need to be?
No, that's a good point, though.
Why not?
No, it probably is because it probably keeps you on guard. it's probably stories that help you deal with society. So when you're walking down the street, if you see certain patterns, it may actually serve as a survival technique.
How would that be useful? It'd make you calloused to it after a while.
Well, no, evolution, guys. We don't have to like take it into consideration because it takes like thousands and thousands of generations to see evolutionary change for us. So.
No, but I'm saying that's always existed. That's always existed. I don't think it's new. I don't think we're.
Well, throughout the whole human civilization, evolution didn't really play much of a role for us. Not on any major scale, at least. I mean, there might be some.
We're talking about how it would have made an effect earlier. Like, evolution is part of the conversation because it's like why humans are the way we are in the first place.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, sure. Yeah, we are shaped by evolution, sure.
Why do we have these traits to be thrilled watching somebody get their heads chopped off, or watching a murder in the Sherlock Holmes book, for example, or just trying to figure out?
Well, I think there are sort of a lot of ideas proposed of why. I mean, I said, curiosity, and I think somebody else said, adrenaline pump, so.
I don't know. To me, something like a book or a movie is a bit different than a snuff film.
Well, when you see that, I mean, is there a sense of pleasure, or you like an excitement of it? Because if that's the case, then you have problems.
Hey, Fockers, could you broadcast black? If you give me mods, I wouldn't have to tell you. So
Yeah, somebody should be. I said somebody gave you mods like a while ago. I don't know why nobody's done it.
That's because no one liked art, so that's why we didn't do it.
I gave you mods. Give some to art.
Who you gave mods to?
Basically everybody except you, extremely new guys.
Yeah, I can't reach you. Or.
Can anybody scroll down the thingy? It's weird.
The fucking thing. Google needs to fix their fucking shit, dude.
Yeah, we already told that to Armin, by the way. Armin is a bug reporter, right? She has the special mods, and she knows the guy who does these things. And apparently, it's not gonna happen.
So I'm not the only one where the chat scrolls back up a little bit, like the side chat, or am I?
Oh, it does that. It does that too. Yeah, but I'm talking about the stuff with the mod system. The mod system isn't fixable. Why aren't they fixing it?
It's because it's basically these tools are third party. They're not actually made by Google itself. They're made by a special company, and the company.
Is Google do they not have the finances to handle it?
They don't care. They don't give a fuck. That's the thing. They're actually about to close Google Hangouts. If you've noticed, the Alpha Hangouts are a completely different thing. They're not even called Close Google Hangouts. They're something else.
For those that don't have the chat feed there, I've just posted a video to a TED Talk. If you just go onto TED Talks on YouTube, you'll see there's someone that's done a recent one on beheading videos and why we watch. She doesn't show, obviously, the beheadings, but it's a good talk on psychology of it.
Yeah, I definitely watched that.
Yeah, I would watch it if there was a beheading, but I don't really have a reason.
I don't go into the detail, obviously. But, yeah.
I mean, it basically just comes down to humans are excited by drama, and that's definitely drama.
So you're telling us that ISIS is basically a huge drama Google Plus circle?
It's pretty dramatic.
They're just doing it for the lols and the views.
They're just the giant
Doing
trolls.
it for the views.
Does ISIS have a Kickstarter? They have to have a Kickstarter for something.
I'm just saying lols and views. Are you guys still talking? Still?
Sugar!
Yeah, I said, are you guys still talking?
Yeah, but your audio sucks.
Want us to sing you a lullaby?
What else is new? My audio sucks. It's made by Google.
If they shut down Google Hangouts, I will be both saddened and elated at the same time.
What'd you say?
If they shut down Google Hangouts, I will be both saddened and elated at the same time.
Oh my gosh, you know what would happen to me?
Would you like start doing things that are productive?
Oh, you know what? What is wrong with you today? You're in a really crappy mood if nobody has told you that. You really suck. I don't know the last time I heard you this angry. This must be what it's like to see God angry.
I'm an incredibly angry person.
He's got a cold, so we've got to lay up on him.
Yeah, you know what? Can you just... Yeah, well, just...
It's been a long time since he saw some beheadings and burning people.
I know. I need to see a good old-fashioned beheading. I haven't seen it in a while.
Maybe you need a girl-fashioned
Good old-fashioned
spanking, but that's just me.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Yeah, I know.
It's because he's Baptist. All Baptists are angry.
I'm a one-trick pony.
So wait, I didn't know Ocean is a Baptist.
What? So I'm confused now.
Yeah, I thought
Apparently
you
I'm a
were
Baptist.
Sugar's a slaptist.
I think Rustin has become convinced I'm a Baptist.
I thought you were one of the guys, Ocean, who's like running naked around a tree or something.
It's one of those faggots, yeah.
Oh.
No, I'm saying Ocean's a Baptist like I'm a Catholic. I think that's a fair analogy.
So you mean ex-Baptist,
right?
Raised Baptist.
Yeah, but it still plays a part in our lives, right? Like you can't
Oh, yeah,
get rid
sure.
of that.
Yeah, we were shaped by it, yeah, sure.
So you guys are all atheists, right?
Oh no.
No.
Well, okay. You mean now? Yeah, now, yeah. I am.
A Gnostic.
I believe in cock magic.
Cock magic? Oh my god.
That was the best.
I can't understand like when you see like people when they get baptized, and some of them when they get baptized in the ocean, they drown in the ocean.
You've been baptized in the ocean.
Yeah, but then they drown. Like they get washed out and they drown. I was thinking, what the fucking hell is God's plan there?
Yeah, I know.
I don't believe in baptism, really.
Must to feed the fish or something. I don't know. How do you work?
Never been baptized. I never plan to be baptized.
Oh, that's right. You're Saul. You're a Christian Scientist, right? And I was wondering.
I'm not committed to that, but I do like some of it.
Okay, because I'm really not that familiar with it, but I heard I think we had a small discussion about it. I'm curious, what does anybody else think about it? Christian Scientists.
What is that?
It's fairly obscure. What you'll have heard about it is the extremists that would rather let their kids die than to get a blood transfusion, that kind of shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's not me.
That's the Christian Monitor there, right? The Christian Monitor.
Yeah, Christian Science Monitor. Yeah.
They have a good newspaper.
That's their publication. Yeah.
But you have other interesting beliefs, you don't believe there's going to be a second coming, right? There's not going to be a.
No, I can't. I couldn't tell you about that. We're not going to be around for it. I don't believe that. But what I don't believe in a break and void in between being on the planet and leaving it. If that's
Wait. You're telling me that Donald Trump is not the chosen one?
Son of a bitch.
Well, he definitely has the chosen hair.
I mean, you'd have to say, you're talking about Christian Scientists. I mean, as far as, from my opinion, I would be happy enough for Christians to be scientists, like in a laboratory somewhere, moderate Christians but fundamentalist Christians. Certainly wouldn't want them in something like working on a Large Hadron Collider or something like that.
Yeah, I don't want younger Christian scientists anywhere near laboratory or medicine or anything else.
One thing put on your mom like a Large Hadron Collider.
Seriously.
No, that was a Large Hadron Collider.
I mean, wasn't the dude that came up with the MRI a Christian?
I'm sick. He must be taken care of. I can't stand this. I'm getting a Patreon account right now. I will be right there.
I was gonna make some soup a little while ago. I don't know what happened to that.
Yeah, your mom made soup.
I think this. Whoa! I think there's some.
I mean, that's like a female teabag right there.
Why do?
What type of soup?
Why do mom get all the hate? How come dads don't get
hate? Because we're going to be making mom jokes from the nursing home. That's why.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Your
it's kind
mom's
of
gonna be making mom jokes when you're.
It's just required.
It's kind of like Jim Jeffries said that like every father wants his son to get as much pussy as he can get, but no father wants her daughter to get as much as cock as she wants. I think that's
True.
That sounds fair.
True. It's not
It's all
fair.
right.
Poor Mac.
Poor Saul over here.
I wish he would tour Australia actually, because he doesn't tour
I guess
Australia.
I had a weird dad growing up because he never asked me, "Hey, son, so how much pussy have you gotten lately?" He's never taken interest in how much pussy I get.
well, me either. But I think that it's fair to say that a father is probably more prouder.
I think it's more fair to say that fathers are more protective with their daughters than they
Right.
are with their sons.
Yeah, it's a double standard. We're used to it.
But the whore calling names, like you call a woman a whore but not a man, I don't think that's true. I mean, I looked on Wikipedia and they did research on that, and men and women do get treated equally harsh.
That's a fucking lie.
That was based on like I guess like I don't know. Look it up on Wikipedia. Look up nymphomaniac, and then
I thought if you called a man a
That
whore,
has-
it was just funny.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with it. I mean, it's
okay. Well,
Well,
what if it's
because a whore is the woman version. The whoremonger is the man.
so what if yeah? So what if what about a gay prostitute? What would you call a gay prostitute? A whore, right?
Yeah,
I do my best not to go around, you know. It's, I wouldn't know, you know. I mean, if I'm.
Gigolo.
Yeah, that's like a funny movie.
I guess because I don't care. I mean, if somebody is really sexual, I don't care. So I mean, I wouldn't call somebody. I mean, I know the word, and I may say it.
Gigolo is like the male version of a gold digger.
Yeah, and that's like
It's a male gold digger. Is a gigolo.
Your mom is the male version of a gold digger.
Well, your face is
Yeah.
the version of a gold digger.
So let me ask you a question. Is it worse to just like if to have sex without discrimination, or is it worse to have sex for money?
It's worth.
I don't think I have a preference
I don't know.
between the two.
Let's ask your mom.
No.
I guess I was open for that one.
When you say this,
I was gonna say that, but I just made one, and it's just like I was like, well, whatever.
When you say.
Gotta let somebody else get one every once
I
in a while.
know. It's like, gotta let somebody else, and it took like a good solid 20 seconds before Art did something.
Hey,
You're
I
slowing
just
your
woke
game,
up.
man. Your mom just woke up.
What? When you say without discrimination.
I mean, like, okay, so like if you go, like, for example, if you go to a bar, and then you obviously if you go to a bar, whether you're a girl or male, or if it's homosexual sex, if it's free, casual, like you're not trying to get money and there's no money being exchanged, that seems to be worse. It seems to be worse if you like actually did it for drugs, if you did it for money. Don't you agree? Like it just seems like that. Do you think it's better if you get money?
I don't have a preference between the two.
Oh wow.
So you're saying like it doesn't seem worse.
Really bad, sorry.
See, well, first of all, I don't go to bars, so I mean, I get it. I mean, wow. I don't know. I just don't think that. How do you?
It'd be much to your disappointment, I'm sure, Rustin, but I don't fuck on the first date.
Are we not supposed to do that? Oh, damn it! I knew there was something I wasn't. Nah, I don't think. Why do we have to talk about fucking? You're never gonna get me again, damn it.
Like I said, you know, I'm the male version of a prude. I'm a male prude.
Why?
I don't know.
Why be a prude?
You know what? I'm gonna go with that classic line that I was probably born that way. I don't know. I don't know. It's just always been how I've been. Well, it's always been how I've been, and it's been under no influence other than my own.
I think cleanliness. I mean, to me, like my only prejudice really when it comes to sex is like they don't have any STDs and they're clean. Like I keep myself up very well when it comes to
Well, how do you know that?
because I go to the health unit all the time and get blood taken.
And how do you know?
So you fuck around like enough to where that's necessary?
No, but I like to be clean. I like to know. Like okay, let me put it this way. Every time I have sex, if it like let's say a one night stand or something, I will always go to like the health unit afterwards, and I will do the entire 3 months, 6 months period.
So you do engage in activities that would require that.
I have
Not
before.
that, not that there's anything wrong with that. I don't,
Yes,
you know.
I've had one night stands. Yes.
Well, I think I have. We all have, haven't we?
I've had like 2 one night stands in my life.
Yeah.
And out of the 2 one night stands, one ended up eventually becoming like a long-term girlfriend that started out a one night stand.
Well, other than a Christian belief, I mean, really, what's the big deal? I mean, if you're not Christian and if you're not, I mean.
I think disease is what makes a difference. If you're a carrier of a disease, but every time I engage in one night stands, I know for a fact I don't have anything.
I don't know. To me, it's more like self-worth. Like I'm not gonna go around and fuck everybody that I can.
Why?
I don't need to do that.
But why?
Why is it necessary? Why is it a big deal? Why is it a big deal on the other end of it? Why is it a big deal that I don't?
It's not that it's a big deal. I'm just wondering why it makes you worth less.
Yeah.
To fuck somebody.
I thought every man did that.
Well, even if they didn't, I mean, it is us enjoying each other sexually.
Let me answer the question.
No, we've talked. What was it, like a day or 2 ago, Sugar, that we talked about this? And remember the jokes that I made? Like it sucks having to actually like some chick before you fuck her, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So again, I don't understand.
Yeah, my requirement is that I'd have to be into a chick, like on a mental level.
Okay, let's say there are like 7 chicks that you were into, like that you've met over the past like.
Well, I'm gonna then I'm gonna pick the one that I like the most and try to make that work out.
I mean, well, what's wrong with having sex with all of them?
If that's your MO, if that's for you, that's fine.
No,
I'm not gonna tell you what to do
I'm just
or
asking
judge
you
for it.
Like, why does that?
What's wrong with me being selective and wanting to be with just one chick?
It's not a. I'm not asking about your personal preferences of being selective. I'm asking about what you said about it being about self-worth, and I'm asking what about having sex makes you worth less.
To me, it makes the whole notion of it all worth less to me. Not just me myself, but it just makes the whole notion of it worth less.
But why?
Sorry, I don't know. Maybe it's just how I feel about it. I don't know.
Okay. If you don't know, that's fine. I was just wondering if you.
But I am not into fucking around. I would rather have some kind of more meaningful relationship than just hitting it and quitting it.
So now you know the girls that's not the way you guys are bred. I mean, men are not supposed to feel that way.
It's not the way women perceive men.
What was that movie where they said,
and a lot of men out there will talk a big game, but still there's a lot of men out there that aren't that much different than I am. I'm not saying that there's not a lot of men out there that won't do their fair share of whoremongering if given the opportunity, but not every man out there.
So T-Saw's actually proving my point, right? So he judged me in the beginning, or at least, I mean, I don't care, but I'm just saying that like he judged it as harshly as a female would judge it. So I think that's my point.
But what I'm asking you guys is, listen to what's going on. Is there's all this judging going on over the most natural thing.
How did I judge it? I said specifically that I'm not going to judge, but it's just not for me.
I get it. But do you understand what I'm saying? Why is this a big deal?
Sugar, something that Rustin should respond to.
Sugar, aren't you judging Saul now for him not like acting like most men?
Right, I feel like my lack of promiscuity is being judged.
No, I don't mean in a bad way. I don't think you're judging him in a bad way. You're just questioning his way of being.
No, there must be something wrong with me. I must be a fucking pussy or something. I don't know.
You know,
wait, Rustin.
So I'm not the woman who hurt you, okay? Don't treat me that way. Okay?
This just reminds me of that movie, The 40-Year-Old Virgin, where the bloke comes out and he says,
"No, I'm
Or you're
far
putting the
from a
pussy
virgin.
on a pedestal. That's the line he comes out with, and that sort of reminds me of the conversation that's going. Whether it's true or not, I don't believe that for a minute.
What's your name? Tisa. I can tell you this though. Like most girls that I have a relationship, like I found like if I have sex with somebody I don't like, I find that I don't like it. To tell you the truth, so I do kind of agree with you. But sometimes I do it just as I do it sometimes as a conquest too. I think I'm like a Don Juan. I try to get as many as I can get.
It's good. If that's what makes
It's
you
your natural
happy,
self.
if that's what makes you happy, go for it. It's not what makes me happy.
It's not supposed to make you.
Wait, hold on a second. Couldn't you easily say that your self-worth comes from how many girls you can get into bed? Couldn't you also make that argument?
You can find that out without actually doing it. You do know that, right? Like so you could still engage in the thrill of the chase without having to be the executioner at the end. I mean, and I have done that before.
Yeah, it's a lot safer too. By the way, I agree.
Right.
I think you guys think I'm thinking something else. Why is this a big deal?
They're
I mean,
not.
it's just. I don't get it. Can you?
They're more talking to each other than about you.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I don't think it's about me. Yeesh, let's not make that mistake.
No.
I'm just curious why this is.
It's obviously about me and about why I don't like to fuck every woman that would give me the opportunity to.
It's about sex. It's about sex and humanity. It's just about sex and humanity. Why is it that we are making such a big deal? Why do we care about these things? I mean, why can't we just enjoy somebody sexually, protect ourselves, be proud, be happy? Why is it that it has to be connected with some shame or judgment?
I know why should any like genuine feeling be involved with it, right?
I think you should have. I think you should have genuine feeling, but
okay. Well, that's a further stretch. That's a further stretch for me, apparently, than most people, and I apologize for that.
All right, let me ask you this: Would you choose out of like only hot women that you consider hot?
Man, it's not even about hot women. It's a full package. It's a package deal. Like if you know what, a woman can be hot as fuck, and as soon as she opens her mouth, yeah.
What's that thing they say? Whenever you see a hot woman somewhere, some guy's tired of her shit.
And I've had my fair share of hot women, and hot women are assholes when on average. Because you know why? Because they can be.
They can be, yeah, because men let them be.
But can you really feel that way pressured when you're under pressure and you haven't had any, I don't know, sex in a while, or you didn't even beat one off? Can you really think that way?
No, my standard.
Are your hands? Is there something wrong with your hands? Are your hands? Handicapped?
So you're saying you're able to think that way because
what I'm saying is that I would rather. I don't know. I'm just saying that I would rather rub one out.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Than to put myself into some weird compromised position, and or be some woman's bitch.
I can definitely see what you're saying now.
No, I agree with that.
But that's the
you and I are on the same page on that one.
Yeah, me too. I agree with you.
I am not hung up on pussy. I'm sorry,
no,
but I'm
I would disagree. I would disagree with you, Saul. I think men that feel like you've been hurt so badly that you feel this way. This is what I've told women before.
He's not saying anything that sounds like that to me.
Really?
He doesn't sound hung up on it. He sounds actually fairly.
No, I'm not saying that he's
smart about it.
I think you guys are hung up on it more than I am.
See, as a female,
I think that what it comes down to it is, and when people have a problem with my stance on this, it's because it makes them uncomfortable with whatever stance they take on it. That's what I think.
I mostly agree with you. The only thing that I took issue with you on was about self-worth. It kind of confused me.
Well, I want it to be more meaningful than just an just like a
Yeah, but you don't.
being
I thought your
opportunist
position.
about it.
I'll clarify. I thought your position was a little bit more simpler than it is, and it's very nuanced. So,
He's a lot more complicated than you think. Yeah, I mean,
it's a very complex position.
You know, you want to talk about complicated? I've got this little stash of weed in front of me, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep I'm on 5 days of having not puffed anything, and it's killing me right now.
Why are you holding back, or why are you abstaining?
Just trying to reduce it a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to clear my head.
I know, I can tell.
After 15 years of bong hits.
So weed addiction, that's a myth, right?
Well, then I'm Zeus.
I don't smoke, so I don't know.
And I'm Zeus. I like that.
'Cause I can understand that weed is not a bad drug, but I mean, I just see people defending it like it's a perfect drug, that you can't get addicted on it.
No, that's the. I am mentally addicted to it. I'm not even gonna lie about it. I am mentally addicted to it.
My son-in-law.
That's why it's been tough for me this past 5 days. And I tried to give up 3 things at one time. I couldn't do it. I tried to give up eating whatever I wanted, smoking pot, and smoking cigarettes. I went back on the cigarettes. I compromised.
You're also
on the
quitting video
cigarettes
games,
tonight.
aren't you?
Yeah, I'm quitting video games, and that's probably the worst of all because I'm probably played video games every
Why are you
day
doing this?
almost.
Why are you doing this?
Because I need some life changes. Is why I'm doing this.
I
because
think
because it's time to wake up and smell the coffee.
you got a lot of brain chemistry going on now too, and you don't want to discount that, and you don't want to fight it too often. I mean, too much, because it's kind of a losing
There's
battle.
a reason.
You need to substitute it for something else. That's the
There's a
important
reason
part now.
that it's like 7 o'clock in the morning and I'm still up.
Yeah, there's a reason we're all up at this. I mean, yeah.
Still up.
Yeah, got it. Me too.
Yeah, I'm still up too.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm still up too.
I'm up. Might take a nap.
Yeah, the thing is, we do these things, and this is how our life goes, but we don't have to tear ourselves down about it. We're not necessarily bad.
Just enjoy it.
We're just getting through life. I mean,
just like I enjoy your mom.
I enjoy everyone's mom, and I would have sex with everyone's mom equally.
See, and see, do you hear the cleanliness in his brain? He's just like clear and focused, and I hear that. I hear you, brother. There's some.
No, but seriously,
you know what? I'm just as much of an asshole when I'm high. It doesn't affect me that way.
Who said you were an asshole?
I'm being sarcastic. I'm just joking about that. I'm just saying that I've smoked pot for so long that it doesn't slow my thought process.
So why do you want to quit?
Yeah, everybody that I know that smokes.
Because I've done it for 15 years at least. I've done it for at least 15 years.
Why do you think you have to stop it?
Doesn't want to be dependent on it.
It's a personal.
It's a personal change. He's making
right
it.
Right.
I don't know why everybody's on him like this.
Okay,
This is really strange.
Okay, all right. Let
the guy's just like, I want to lay back on my pot, and everybody's like, why must you do this?
Why don't you just
Like,
smoke pounds of weed and fuck lots of women? You know?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I'm kidding.
I said
because it's the best life decision you can make, obviously, Saul.
Yeah. I just think you're being awfully hard on yourself.
This last year, I mean, if you guys really want to know, this last year has been really tough for me. I have quit working to take care of my mother, who has had 4 strokes this year.
Oh, I'm sorry, honey. I know that's hard.
And
Yeah, really.
I'm getting around the time where I'm thinking about getting some employment again.
Yeah.
Is a number 1 reason to quit smoking pot.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
That's
pass
true.
a drug test. My son just had to abstain for a drug test. Yeah.
Now, Sugar, don't ask him why again, okay? He gave you a perfect answer now.
I hear it in his voice, and I hear the way he feels, and I don't think you really have to be so hard on yourself.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
That's what I'm feeling right now. I'm not feeling like you're an asshole or anything. I just feel like, man, you're being real hard on yourself, and And I don't feel like you need to be. I mean, I think you're probably just perfect the way you are, you know. And
Yeah, I was just
Sugar's
asking.
caring, man.
oh man, I am caring. Yeah, I'm very nurturing
That's
and
good.
caring.
Good. You
I know
see?
that.
That's good. Don't be hard on yourself. She's right.
I know that in a lot of states now that's becoming illegal to smoke pot over there. It's not in Australia. It's becoming legal medicinally. I was just going to ask about the ramifications for employment, because they do a lot of random testing here at a lot of the mine sites from time to time, just to check to see if anyone's clean. And obviously smoking, the THC stays in your blood for quite some time, even after you've stopped smoking it. Is that occur over there at all or not?
Yeah, that happens over here, and
Yeah, I can't figure that out. I mean, if it's legal, how is it that
That's
they
what I
can
was
test
asking.
it?
well, because you know why, alcohol's legal, but you're an employer
You
still.
can get wasted.
Yeah, but THC stays in your blood for a lot longer than alcohol.
Yeah, but
doesn't it?
alcohol's legal. But if you got sent in to take some random drug test and you tested positive for alcohol, an employer is still able to fire you over that.
But you can have THC in your system there for sometimes days, if not weeks afterwards. I've heard some people.
Months.
Yeah.
For it's probably going to take
Well,
me.
yeah, but my
It's probably
son
going to
just
take me
my
3
son's
months to
with
flush
a
out.
mouth swab.
So
No.
it's probably just a risk minimizer that they do. They
My
don't
son
care.
took one yesterday. He took one yesterday. It was a mouth swab.
You know
That's it.
why? You know why most employers, say it's a blue collar job or something like that. Well, you know why most employers do drug testing? It's because their insurance companies pressure them into doing it, and there's a good reason for that. It saves them money, because now if you half cut your fucking thumb off at work, you're gonna just grin and bear it and go home and take care of it yourself and not report it on the insurance. That's really, in my opinion, why the drug testing is so prevalent in workplaces.
My son had a mouth swab yesterday, and he only stopped smoking for a day. And he had a mouth swab, and he passed it.
Okay, so there is a limit, obviously, as to how much they can detect with the mouth swab, if anything at all.
They do piss tests here.
Yeah, well,
They do piss tests, blood tests, and hair tests.
So for my medical stuff, for my hair.
Yeah, they test hair follicles.
Why?
Because you can find THC will deposit because in your hair follicles.
Oh,
Good morning, Nadia. I can see Nadia's right there.
What if you're bald?
You know what? You can find a hair somewhere on you, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how bald you are. Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, no. I haven't seen anybody do a hair strand test. That's usually really deep. I mean, if they want to test.
I know guys that have had to do hair
Balls
tests before.
Yeah, the casino does a hair test. I don't know if that's what you were talking about, hair test, right?
And there's even like special shampoos to wash it out for hair tests, just like there are flushes for piss tests.
Yeah, but they can test for the flushes because it has a special.
Test.
Yeah, but fake urine seems to be the bigger issue.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've had some experience where I've had to send an employee to go get tested for smoking weed after he came back from his lunch break, and I later found out after he passed the test that he'd actually used someone else's urine.
Yeah, they sell little warmers to warm it up, and very strange. Your mom's strange. Sorry.
You said I'm wrong.
It was pretty, it becomes pretty obvious when the eyes are sort of glowing pretty red and all the mistakes start creeping in with their work. So.
Oh, yeah. I don't advocate. I don't have a problem with people smoking weed, and I think it's probably a better alternative to anything else, and certainly, as opposed to taking drugs, regular hard drugs, but
I like have oversized eyes anyway, so that it's like even more obvious. I do. I have huge eyes for for a human being.
I would like to smoke for sleep, because I've never slept very well. I've always been this way because I have that sleep paralysis. I don't want to sleep, and so I'd like to.
Pot's really not good for sleep.
No, it's the best. It's actually the best.
It kills your REM while you're sleeping.
No.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I told you that. Wait. There's studies the exact opposite. I mean, that's easily verifiable.
Go look it up.
Okay, hold on a second. When I was younger, I used to smoke weed, and I used to get some good sleep. At least I thought I did. But when I got older and I started smoking weed to try to go to sleep, I found that T-cell is right. Like, I don't think it's very good for sleep. I found that it's like drinking alcohol. Like, yeah, you go to sleep, but it's not really good sleep.
That's true.
Well,
Alcohol provides a much better sleep for me.
No. Oh my gosh, you guys, it's statistically
unhealthy.
I know it's unhealthy, but if we're talking about sleep,
you're killing your liver.
I'm gonna find you. I'll find you. Yeah, I'll find you the data.
Alcohol dehydrates you.
I would have to say, from my experience, alcohol was good for sleep. I can't talk about weed, but I know, because I haven't really sort of delved too much into it, but a mate of mine said that he said he had good sleep after smoking weed.
The best thing.
You gotta make sure you lay down sideways before you fall asleep.
All right.
The best thing for sleep, though, is melatonin.
A lack of dreams is also commonly reported by nighttime marijuana users, which demonstrates marijuana's unique effect on different stages of sleep, specifically REM
Who put
sleep.
that study out? Who put that study out? How was it done? What's their backing? I mean, before
You know what? I don't know who put this out that I'm reading, but what I do know though is that pot affecting your REM is something that I have heard about ever since I was probably a freshman in high school.
I don't know how they would have that. Okay. I mean, I'm not even a smoker, and I'm saying that's just not the issue that. I have to look it up because I've always.
Could be true.
Pot doesn't even make me tired.
It could
Are
even
you
be
smoking
below.
sativa? Are you smoking sativa or indica?
Well, I know the difference between the two. Sativa is a heavier high. Indica is more trippy than sativa.
Yeah.
I'm a seasoned pro. Yeah, I'm talking
I'm
15
not suggesting
years.
that you're not. I'm just wondering if you're, maybe they're smoking the wrong blend for yourself. I don't know.
There's only two distinct different kinds for me. I know that people like to give it like 2,500 different names, which I think is silly as shit. But that's, you mentioned the two specific different kinds, and that's what it is. There's either indica or there's sativa. And they both honestly, yes, they feel differently, like when you smoke one or the other.
Yeah.
Sativa is heavier. It's more of it's as close to drowsier than as I guess as I'll put it, but indica wires me in comparison.
Right, that's what I've been told.
That's not the synthetic stuff, is it? You're not talking about the synthetic?
No. Indica, it's just two different strains. It's two different strains of the plant.
I'm thinking of salvia, I think.
Have you tried the synthetic stuff, and how would that relate to your experience?
I've tried just about everything. What was it called? I mean, that shit is illegal now, like K9 or something like that, synthetic pot. And I tried that, and it didn't feel as good, and it was more expensive. So that got the gong. And then salvia is like that feels like you're doing whippets if you smoke that shit.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, find a credible source here. There's a bunch on marijuana. The truth about using marijuana and alcohol as sleep aids. A credible study. Psychology Today. How credible that is. marijuana versus alcohol, just like psychoactive.
I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Yeah, let me check this out. Now, class. Phil, where did everybody go?
No,
Did you scare them off?
I think he just went off a couple of minutes. But no, I'm not sort of savvy on the subject, so I'm going to sort of sit and listen to the opinions of you guys about it. But I mean, I've known friends who have gotten right into it, and I've seen some slight changes in personality over the years of them using it.
Yeah.
Particularly the younger generation, you seem to notice it more with the younger generation. That seems to affect them more. Slows down their cognitive function, is what I've recognised.
And I wonder if we notice that. I wonder if we're supposed to be this high functioning, this big, and sometimes I wonder if that's such a bad thing, I mean, I don't know that we're supposed to be on it 24/7.
Yeah, no, like the younger, in my younger years when I had friends who were smoking quite a lot of it, they slowed down their speech patterns. And just receiving information, you could see they were trying to work through what was being said, and they were heavy smokers, like these people who I'm talking about. So they were daily users. They might have 2 or 3 cones, in the morning, and then go and do whatever they did through the day, and have a couple more at night, whatever. So they were fairly heavy users, but it was noticeable with them. And like I would say that with other people I've met who have maybe 1 or 2 at night, just to sort of calm down after the end of the day's work or something like that, you really wouldn't notice a difference, and it was actually beneficial, talking to them and how it affected them. Particularly, if they've had a really stressful day, running a business, or if they've, just been working in a pretty stressful job, then, I've got no problems with people, using it as a medication,
Yeah. I don't have much of an issue with it either. Can you hear somebody talking?
I can't know.
Sounds like an Australian, like.
I haven't got another page open. I'll close that off.
Now I feel. I'm trying to hear what he's saying.
So, hey, do you guys think that it was so bad for me to mention that the cop situation that we saw yesterday morning, and just say that like you do believe that the like white cops or white people in general sometimes get picked on, and sometimes we're probably not seeing the whole story? I mean, do you guys think that's so wrong?
No, I agree with you 100%, but I didn't want to say anything because I get jumped on every time and I didn't hear everything that you had said, but clearly. What the heck is?
I think like from what I've seen out of the US recently, with all the cop shootings and that, everyone is treading very lightly, or is being very focused on what's going on in every situation. Whether it be at a school or just cops on the street or whatever. And unfortunately, they are in the limelight at the moment, which overall is not a bad thing. But it needs to be, it needs to be sort of looked at a case-by-case basis too.
Yeah.
There is racism, though. That's for sure.
Oh, that's for sure.
Yeah, but my point though is that so this is how it works. So like, let's say I do believe racism exists. I'm not naive, but what I'm trying to say is I think that what happens is as soon as you try to mention some type of critical judgment, or you try to be critical of a situation, and it goes against their side or the right side, then everybody jumps on you and says racist. and it's like so it's similar with the feminists. Like, but you can never gain any ground. You just can lose ground, and I think that sucks.
Yeah, as a white man, you're going to have to deal with that for a while. I mean, I can't see any way out of it. I don't think it's right. But.
No, I get what you're saying, but I think in that case, it shouldn't only be about race per se. It should be like about what was right and what was wrong in that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the race.
If someone says that's
okay, the New York Times.
You know, it doesn't help. It does. It doesn't.
New York
help,
Times.
But go on.
Okay, sorry. The New York Times, that's what made me so upset about it. I wasn't that upset about it yesterday morning. What made me upset is the New York Times tried to use that situation and apply it to the other situations that have been happening, saying that cops just in generally want to go after minorities. And that's not what's going on. What's going on is that there's a battle between white. I think okay. There is a battle. I mean, there is a battle, and even if you're not racist, that will make you racist.
Right.
I guess that's the point that I'm trying to make.
Right.
Well,
there's a person here at Google that keeps calling me a racist, and I'm like, based on what? How do you know me? I've never said a damn thing, and as a matter of fact, I reject anything that creates separatism or has any of that. But she insists because I because I say there's two sides to the story. I'm a racist.
Can I just I'll just put my opinion forward, and I'll just see if you guys can just sort of comment after I put my opinions forward, because I think it's good for you guys to hear a bit of an outsider's perception, and you can strike me down for it later on if you like. So what I understand of the situation from these viewpoints is the majority of shootings in America is black on black, from the statistics I've seen. The majority of shootings of whites in America is white on white. The majority of shootings from police is police on blacks, and it's usually white police on black men. Is that how you guys read the situation, or is it different to me?
That's how we read it, but I've been told that is inaccurate based on the numbers that white people actually get shot more than black people. But I'm still trying to work all that out. But there are several studies that suggest that it's skewed. I mean, that what we're being fed and what the true statistics are not correct.
Yeah, well, like, so if it is white on white kill each other, so if the cops shoot on the white guy, it's like they're not going to report that because it's not newsworthy, because you're not showing a conflict, right? It's just the race factor has been eliminated, so it just has to be a situational thing. But when you bring in black on white, then that makes it newsworthy, and people are going to buy those newspapers. And I don't know if it's a conscious decision that the news does it. It could be a very subconscious decision.
Oh, it's conscious. I believe it's conscious. I mean, why else would it happen if it wasn't?
I do too. I was just giving them the benefit of the doubt, which I shouldn't.
Nice of you. Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't do that at all. Because I think that the longer we make this a thing, as long as we make it a thing, it stays a thing, right? Because we say things like the only reason we ever need to mention anybody's color or race is when you are talking to a police officer about a description or somebody giving a description. Otherwise, we should never be talking about anybody's race. I mean, I had to do it with a Muslim extremist or Muslim terrorist. I can't say that anymore, because it's like terrorism comes in all nationalities. Why do I have to give them their nationality? It just breeds that kind of stuff. You're a criminal. You're a criminal. It's just like the MRAs and the MGTOWs and the feminists, the ultra feminists. It's like bad behavior. It's just bad behavior.
It's just it's putting people in boxes which don't necessarily need to be put into. And I've said that time and time again throughout my community. On the local social media pages, people want to point out the fact that they're black first rather than there might be kids first, or might be adults first, or might be women first, or might be a man first. They always want to point out that it's a black person first.
Yeah, and I don't see why.
And it is obviously when you are identifying someone in a legal term, that's fine. But I always say try not to use it as the first initial thing in pinpointing someone's identity. It may be a characteristic, of who they are, and it may be, quite evident to everyone, but just as a courtesy thing, if you like, do not point out that they're black first. Why point that out first? I mean, aren't they a man first?
Yeah.
Or aren't they a woman first?
Yeah.
I do it subconsciously sometimes, but I really don't do it on purpose. I never say, man, by the way, he was black. I never. But sometimes I do say black male on accident. It's just.
I came in late on this. How did it start? Concerning.
Has anyone got mods just to show jokes?
What was that?
Got a new person in the room.
Oh,
Joxy.
Oh.
He's an old new person. But what about being black first? Before.
Just as far as identifying people, like we tend to target, well, not target, but we tend to state the colour first, and I think like it's something that should be looked at as one of the last things we sort of state. I mean, aren't they a woman first or aren't they a man first?
I agree, but sometimes subconsciously I do it, but I think it's not malicious. It's kind of like when the media. Remember the guy who shot those 2 reporters? Then on the news they were like, and by the way, he was a pornographer and a homosexual. Like, why do they have to mention that? But I mean, I think just subconsciously you do that because that's more details to the story that you're trying to give. I think that's the reason, like adjectives. So.
Yeah, but usually, like if it was a white man in a population of generally white people, when they report on the news that someone got shot, they would say a man aged 38 years old went to blah 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 and shot this person. They wouldn't bring up the fact they were even white at all a lot of the time. So, but then when it's a black person, that's the first thing they say is a black man aged bloody 38 years old went and shot this woman. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying just as a common social courtesy, we should leave that to when it's appropriate to state that.
I have in the news concerning crimes, I have heard the term white male being used.
Yeah, but it goes either way.
Usually Caucasian, but yeah, you're right, Caucasian male or whatever. But
not either, right?
Yeah, but sometimes it's because they want to identify someone out in the run.
Well, if you have to identify them for that purpose, then that's fine. But if somebody's been caught, or unless it's directly necessary for that moment, does it matter what this?
I don't know.
Exactly right.
Yeah, you're right.
There are plenty of black women out there that I find quite attractive.
I don't know that.
So I notice a difference in that sense.
Someday you and I are going to have a conversation. I got something to say to you.
You're going to cure me.
I'm going to cure you. I'm going to do my best.
Anytime the reporters want to bring, anytime the reporters want to bring the colour into it, in my mind, helps to divide society. When it doesn't necessarily need to be told.
But I think that's the reason why, like, Japan is so guarded when it comes to having for anything that disrupts their homogenous culture. I think it's because they would be worried that something like what's happening in the United States would happen to their culture.
No,
but go ahead.
They're xenophobic, and they always have been. They're like one of the most xenophobic cultures on the planet, and always have been. It's nothing to do with modern times. They were back then. They are now.
Has anyone got mods at the moment or not? No one's got mods?
So is China, so is Thailand, so is Vietnam. There are 52 different minority groups, quote-unquote minority groups in Vietnam. Guess what all of them are racially?
Asian.
Yeah. But yet they have 52 different quote-unquote minority groups in Vietnam.
Tribalism.
Right. That's a whole different level of racism that we're not even familiar with.
Yeah. Does anybody have mods? Anybody know if they have mods or not? Nadia?
I think Art had them, but he's probably fallen asleep again.
Who? Art does? Oh.
Yeah, I think they eventually gave it to him, but then he might have fallen asleep.
Well, I'm just going to take. Oh, there's Nadia. Joke needs to be let in.
Wait.
Joe
I don't
Kuskaban.
think I have mine.
And somebody else might need mods. Nadia, if you can.
Are you
I
trying
don't
to
know
leave?
whether. Yeah, it's all right. But yeah, it gets really
Somebody need to be
frustrating
unmuted.
when you see on social media. I don't think so. That it's pointed out, like so and so, or are seen in this neighbourhood, and just because of their colour, they're pointing them out, and
I mean, if there is somebody on the loose, right? If there's somebody on the loose and you need to be on the lookout, so to speak, then yeah, I think that's appropriate. But if a police officer shoots a young man, I don't think that we need to know the race of either one. Does it matter? No. It does when we
It
make it
doesn't
matter.
matter, but people want to know as much as they want to know about the person.
I know, but
And
I
then it's
don't think we should give in to everybody's curiosity all the time, because that can be bad for us, don't you think?
No, I don't think so. I think it's common knowledge. I think, like in this case, when I was talking about the case, I honestly didn't even think of the race. Well, I kind of did, but even if it was a black person doing it, or a white person, or Chinese, or any race, that was wrong. It was just wrong. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Oh, I
Wrong is
agree.
wrong. I don't care what race you are. Even if it was my own father, I wouldn't care. You know what I mean?
What is wrong?
It's wrong. We saw a video of this white police officer.
Oh yeah, that video. Yeah.
Matt, did you see it? Matt handling this girl. I don't know how old she was.
Well, I only did because the New York Times did. That's what kind of
Where
upset
is
me.
that, by the way? Because I didn't see the thing. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, it was really brutal. Absolutely brutal.
Did you have it,
The
Rustin?
video, is it in the chat?
I think it wasn't you, Palazzo, that.
No, I never posted it.
It got linked. It got linked in the chat a long time ago.
Chat. Yeah. Can you scroll up?
How do I?
Could you...
How do I?
It's one of the YouTube links. If I could find it, I'll repost
Is it
it.
there? Is there a title on it that I can search it?
Let me look. See if
Actually
it's.
found it on Facebook. Yeah, because the thing is, I restarted my computer.
I got it.
Got
I
it?
got
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Or else I would have posted it.
Cool.
Yeah.
It was just retarded.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a lot of bullshit when I worked with on the ambulance, and I certainly had to go pick up a lot of, guys that had been beat up, and the cops had done it, and I regret not. Of course, I couldn't have said anything at the time, but I guess I could have, but it would have meant my job because there was such a huge problem. I'm conflicted about that. Let's see what this says.
Yeah, but it's gotten so bad that like even like a school situation, if you're like in all like it, I can't speak of all public schools, but I can speak of the public schools here where I live, and so like like Ocean's from the south. So if I don't know, Ocean could be living in a really good neighborhood where the public schools are kind of efficient, but here where I live, I may come across more. I wouldn't say prejudice, but I may come off a little bit more biased than maybe Ocean, and I think like because I'm from the south. Ocean's like, well, I don't want to be. I don't want people to think I'm a racist. I don't want the stereotype to be played out because I'm from the south, he's from the south. But to be all honest, like there are good reasons why people feel certain ways in the south. And let me tell you, the black people feel the same way towards us. I mean, it's a very mutual. It's a lot of it. It's like everyone gets along here, but there's like I think it's the racism and stuff. I think it's really suppressed in us because we've learned how to get along with one another for the most part. But when it comes to like public schools, like there's a lot of meanness that goes. I would say more so black to white. I don't think it's the other way around. I think.
Let me ask you. Let me
No,
ask.
no, that's not true.
Yeah.
Though.
Let me ask you something. That I just watched that tape. What was your opinion on that? Because it's pretty clear to me.
Yeah, I thought it sucked all the way around. It doesn't matter what the colors are. It was horrible to see.
I agree, but I said there was provocation that they had to be, and there was.
Wait. Let's look at that. This is a young girl sitting in class. There's big, strong boys around her, and this cop comes in, and he's going to manhandle this girl and drag her like that. She's not even resisting.
It's horrible.
That's bullshit right there.
I agree, Sugar. I agree completely with you. My only point that I was trying to make. I never said that it was acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
I vilify it, but what I'm trying to say is that I think that in a lot of these situations, the provocation is not seen.
I agree with that 100%.
That's all I was trying to say, and they didn't do the provocation here. And it turns out Black Swan had said that I don't know if it was Black Swan, but somebody has said that there was provocation, and this had been an ongoing situation between the two.
Yeah.
That's all
There had been previous instances on both cases. So apparently the school officer had previously been known to rough up some of the kids, and also the female student had very similar situations where she was in the class, disrupting the class, and she'd had to been taken out previously to this in another class, whether it was.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Whether it was the same class as far as what type of class it was, whatever, I'm not sure. But it was certainly at the same school where she had been disruptive and had to be moved out previously by the same officer. So they did have some history there. It still doesn't mean that, it still doesn't justify the actions, but it gives a little bit more context as to what actually happened.
Yeah. It seems like there's two really badly behaved people that they kept there, right? The cops badly behaved, the chicks badly behaved. That's a recipe for disaster. I mean, each side, you know.
The only thing is that the cop has to have better judgment because you know.
Okay, hey, you guys can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so I've got to tell you a story at White Castle High where I used to teach at. So what this made me remind me of is there was I had a physics class, and we have this rule that everything's inclusive, right? So if I have an autistic student, as long as he can, I guess, show up to class and he can participate in the physics class. Well, there was this, and everybody knows how he is, and everybody tries to treat him fairly. But there was this black girl who was sitting behind him. He was a white guy. He was the only white person besides me at that school. And she would sit behind him, and he would just jump up for no reason and start screaming the most racist stuff, and everybody thought that he was crazy. But it turns out, after enough investigation, I started to investigate the situation, and I started to look at the situation closer and closer. What was happening was she was actually pinching him and twisting his skin to such an extent that was causing so much pain that was causing him to jump up. And she was like playing, oh, what's going on? I don't know. He's just crazy. He's just crazy. But no, there was provocation. She was pinching him and making him cry, like constantly, every day, torturing him. And I couldn't see it for a while. So that's what I was trying to say, that there was provocation in the situation. I know that cop was getting provoked by those students.
But that's, I agree with you. I'm sure that happens. I just don't think there's ever a reason why we should behave outside of what's acceptable, even if we hear of injustices. I mean, when people say, well, I did that because they did it. Well, that's not a reason. I mean,
no, it doesn't make it right. I agree, Sugar. I agree.
Yeah.
Like you can walk outside and see someone beating the shit out of a dog in the street, and you think, what an asshole beating the shit out of the dog in the street. But yet, 2 minutes earlier, the same dog was perhaps mauling his child in the street. It's all, you all have to take it all into context.
Yeah, I agree.
What's actually going on.
And I never accept the reason why other people do that. I mean, that's not acceptable. And the fact is, if I see something one way all the time in my life, or most of the time in my life, doesn't mean that it is a true reflection of what really goes on in the rest of the world. It might be just limited to my area.
I just want to say one thing, about this situation. I mean, I think in that case, the best case the best way to handle that situation was to just say, okay, she does not want to leave the classroom, right? So you don't use force. You just say, okay, everyone in the classroom, everybody just goes, because obviously it went to a place where nobody could handle it. Everyone just leaves the classroom. Let her stay in the classroom alone with the teacher and the police officer or whatever he was, and that's it. And you
Well, there's
just
a way to.
isolated the situation. And then what do you think she's gonna do? You think she would stay there? You just outsmarted her, and that's what you have to do. You're in your position. You have to outsmart the situation. You know what I mean? And that could have easily be done. That's what I would have done. I would just kept her, and she would have left eventually. Who would want to stay in an empty classroom? Yes.
Right, okay, so like in another situation I can give you. I mean, there's thousands of situations I can give you, but another one I thought about is I had this one student, this black student that used to come in my class every single day, and he would say, "Oh, I'm stupid, huh, Mr. Rohr? I'm stupid. I'm stupid, huh? I'm stupid. I'm stupid." And he would say it every day, and he would say it for almost the entire hour to my face. And basically what he had a telephone, and he had his phone recording, and he was just waiting for me to say, "Yeah, I do think you're stupid," because to aggravate me so much to the point that I fucking say something that I don't mean to say, and then he'd sue me. So that's just like one example, and you're dealing with like 100 students all day long, and they're all black and you're white. Yeah, you're gonna you're gonna fucking explode eventually. And
that's definitely a difficult situation. There's also ways to take people down, and I agree with Phil. It's better to outsmart them. I can't tell you how many people I've had to take down, or along with other people, but that's usually the key. Is that you don't go one-on-one like that in that situation. Anytime I've had to take down somebody, there's always more people there because it's easier if you all take a body part. That way they don't fight as much, and if they do, you're not tussling. You're trying to restrain somebody, not fight with them, right? And that guy just clearly manhandles her. He doesn't have to do it.
But you don't even need, that's what I'm saying. And
if he needs to remove her from the class, so every time
in my case, you don't even need to do that. You don't even need to restrain them. You don't need to do anything. You don't need to put force. Like I said, what do you think you're going to do? Even if you'd stay there an hour, 6 hours, what would happen? The only time you would use force is that the next day when she's coming in school, the security would say, "Listen, you're expelled. You can't come in. You have to, do whatever disciplinary courses or whatnot, or you know what I mean. We have to talk to your parents or something like that." But not in that case. I mean, in that case, because when you use force, as soon as you put your hands on someone, they could retaliate and just like totally get, start being physical.
So how do you?
Know what I mean?
Yes, I agree with you.
As soon as you just go on.
How do you reinforce the respect of authority if every time the person is badly behaved they get their way? Because eventually they'll stop. They will stop. That won't work for them anymore.
You have to have stricter. You have to have like a stricter type of laws and things that a system where a child cannot disrespect. As soon as they disrespect something, they through like a passive isolation force, they go and they think of what they've done. They might have to write like an essay and saying why do they think what they did is wrong, like reflective. I mean, you have to make the person think, because if you do not teach people's value and you just physically dominate like this, the only thing that person learned is that they're going to grow up the rest of their life and they're going to look at any police and they're going to say they're assholes. And we need police officers in this world. That's what I'm not saying. But I'm just saying they're going to look in their whole life and they say, I can't believe this person has done that. The police officers that I've seen,
all he did is escalate the situation, and that's his situation specific. But he's also not only done that, he's now raised the level of conflict between him and any other child in that facility, which is why he will probably end up losing his job, because he will never be able to be trusted in any situation like that again.
And we run into the problem of consistency, though. I know what Roston's saying about he's up against all these kids that go home to parents that don't teach any respect, that don't reinforce any respect, and the racism and all the other stuff that goes along. This is specifically for the teachers. They can't even protect themselves anymore. But as far as the law goes,
Oh, I guarantee you. Sorry, I guarantee you that if that classroom would have been 50-50, because I've taught in classrooms that were about 50-50, I guarantee you one of my white students, if that student had been acting up for whatever reason, one of my white students would have put that other student in check. And that's what happens when you start to.
But that shouldn't be But that shouldn't be the role of a student. That should always be the role.
No. That is the best thing for a teacher. Is when
I don't think so, because
I'll say. No, it's not true, because what happens is if I'm trying to teach chemistry, I don't have time to be constantly enforcing discipline, because then I won't have any chance to teach chemistry.
You're missing the point. He's exactly right. That's not the job of a student. You should be respected. The children should be taught respect, and they should respect you. Nobody else should have to.
Okay, when I first get into a classroom, my most important thing for me to do is to find the student that everyone looks up to, and then get on his side so he can help me. I'm not talking about every student.
What is that, prison? What are you, prison? You go into a class and you got to find the
he respects me, and he reinforces self-respect. He says, I'm with this teacher. This teacher's a nice guy. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just so getting support, because sometimes administration is not going to support you. So if administration doesn't support you, you count on other students to support you, just like it happens in this chat room. You guys, everybody kind of supports each other a little bit, depending on what you say. There's nothing wrong with that. That's how.
But would that not then put them offside with all the rest of the other students, to be seen as like a teacher's pet, if you like?
Not when it comes. Okay, so that's a good question. So what happens is a lot of times that situation. I found out with the one that I'm actually thinking about is that student does walk. He has to be an exceptional student, right? So he does have to tiptoe and make sure he doesn't come across too biased in one direction or the other. I've seen black people who've helped me with white people, and they call him like an Uncle Tom, or they'll say mean things to him. So it's a very precarious situation for them to get into, but they usually get into it voluntarily. I don't ask them to do it; they do it voluntarily.
But that's what you have to put order in the classroom. I mean, whether a student you'll say, "Listen, okay, I hear what you're saying, student, but I'll take care of this." That's the role of a teacher. They have to step up and do what's right, because if that is the case, then every kid's gonna think like, "Hey, I could be in a position of power," and that doesn't happen. You're the teacher. You have to have the power. You could say, "Okay, I understand what you're saying. Let me take care of this. Sit down." Because then what happens is that then you cause a conflict between that student.
You're missing the point.
The student that intervened.
You're missing the point. If your students don't like
and then they're gonna.
Rustin, you're missing the point, and you're not wrong.
But what I'm trying to say. But what I'm trying to say is, after the fact, let's say the class is over, next thing you know, they're fighting against each other, and it's like, what the fuck? Why did you step up and say whatever, this and this about my actions or whatnot? And then it becomes personal between them two. You as a teacher always have to have that authority figure, and you have to know what's right, and like I said, outsmart a situation. And
I understand, but I'm telling you from practice that the best way to deal with that situation is for them to self-correct themselves.
You say that, but what we're trying to tell you is that just perpetuates the problem. You should have been respected from the beginning, and that just putting that Band-Aid on it doesn't fix the big problem.
Okay. So if I'm teaching in an all-white school, I have 3 weeks to prove myself. 3 weeks. If I'm teaching in all,
you should never have to prove yourself as a teacher.
You have to. Okay, what should be, but what is two different things. You have to. And I'm telling you, in a black school, I have 2 days to prove myself. And I have 3 weeks. So white students will give me more leeway than black students will, because I'm not the same color as they are. That's just a fact.
What about the Asian students or the Eastern students?
I haven't taught that many. I haven't taught that many Asians, so I couldn't tell you.
I think it's just really. Is that you, Black Swan? Do I hear that?
I don't know.
It sounds like a storm, like you just said, a storm is coming.
I hear it too. It's on somebody.
That's smart.
Like somebody's outside and the wind's blowing.
Yeah. I think the bigger issue is that our kids have just lost. They've not been given the skills, It's like I was talking the other day when we were talking about feminism and raising your children.
Sure, right, because that shit starts at home, and look at look at the bulk of the majority of kids today are being raised in one-parent families. I mean, hell, that shit's not even discriminatory on color anymore.
Well,
And,
yeah.
and again, I got to thinking about that, right? And while we're talking about race and feminism at the same time, right? Because I used to have a racist bias. I used to, and I'll just admit it. I don't anymore. I guess that's why I'll admit it now. But I used to buy into the black guys don't take care of their kids stereotype, and then I got to thinking about it. Black guys will take care of their kids. They won't take care of another man's kids. That's what it comes down to it. and often, I'm not saying every case, I'm not saying every woman out there, but often there are cases where the woman would make that impossible for a black guy. So of course he's not going to stick around. And that's what's created that monster. And guess what? White families are right behind. If you're white or if you identify as white, guess what? We're catching up. It's going to be the same for white culture in America as it was for black culture in America in the last 20 years. So black guys were just ahead of the times when it came to that.
So I was just saying that in the classroom, it operates exactly the same way this chat room operates. I mean, it's almost identical. So whoever's room it belongs to is going to get more seniority, but it also depends on each person checking the other person. That's all I was really trying to say. That's how the classroom dynamics work. So it doesn't really matter whether you throw in if you're a teacher, you automatically should have the respect. I mean, you have to earn that, and you earn that by the students liking you.
You earn respect as well. I'm saying you earn respect as well is when you respect your students, and then it comes back to you.
Right,
right.
I
Right away you have to be keep it open flame, and as soon as I'll tell you one thing, and you know how the students are. If they know they could get away with something, they will push that limit. So you have to earn that respect and say, hey, I don't play around, I do this. And then they don't they want to test the waters, boom, you right away you discipline them, and then they won't mess with you, because you can make an example of one, but it doesn't have to be mean. You could always talk with to your student on a one-to-one basis when everyone's going, and you could talk to them in a level of, okay, what's really going on here. And if you talk to them as a friend, and let me tell you, if you in a level where you're not really a teacher, but you're coming to them with a friend, and you actually do care, sincerely care, let me tell you, you'll get the most respect out of that student.
I agree.
And they will respect you. And they will respect you.
I agree.
But just going back to the actual situation that we were talking about with the policeman in the classroom.
Okay.
How much better do you think the situation would have solved if he had just bent down on his knees in front of that girl and tried to calmly talk her out of the classroom? I mean,
absolutely.
In those situations, there is ways to de-escalate the situation. Instead of standing over someone like a big beefy bully bloke, showing how much muscle you got and all that sort of stuff, showing how much power and all that sort of stuff you got.
Yeah.
They're going to feel threatened straight away. But if you crouch down in front of them and start to talk to them calmly and discuss the implications of what they're doing calmly, you're going to end up with a better outcome, surely.
Black Swan. Okay, let me give you an example of the psychological phenomenon that happens when a cop walks in a situation. So let's say there's a situation like in a gym, and I'm trying to de-escalate the situation. What will happen is if everything's going, if I'm calming everyone down, then what happens is as soon as a cop walks in, then what happens is they feel like they got to prove themselves. And actually, when a cop comes in, just by the mere appearance of a cop, it actually starts to escalate back up really quickly, just when they see a cop. And it has something to do with color. It's just there's an authority figure there, and he's got a gun, and he's got handcuffs.
Right.
And for some reason, it's something psychological, man. They go crazy, especially black people. For whatever reason, they go nuts.
For whatever reason. I don't
know why. They start fighting. They start fighting with each other.
Know why.
I don't. I've seen it happen multiple times, and I've had many people tell me about it. That had the phenomenon that happens.
Yeah, I'm not down saying it doesn't happen, but I know why. I know you have to know why.
Well, yeah,
Say
because
sugar.
there you go. You can say
Yeah. No, I mean
Someone
it's
gonna say it?
painfully, yeah, it's painfully obvious to me. I mean, the African American community has been just treated badly, and the cops have treated them badly, and they are having to rebel. I mean, it's really
They're
obvious why
afraid.
they do that. And children, yeah, and children
There's
are not
cultural.
being taught to. Yeah, there's no. Yeah.
There's no respect shown for the police
There's no.
like
Yeah,
there
there's a
should
fear.
be anymore because they haven't earned the respect of the community.
Mm.
And that's the fault of both parts.
Yeah.
And you know, like when you get corruption in a you know, in a police force or anything like that, when you see the media talk them down so much, when every story that comes out is negative against the police, the community starts to perceive the authority like that, and that is undermining of that authority. And it is. I'm not saying it's not their own fault, but it is something that could be helped by proper media reports, proper you know, particularly like we was talking about before about how much was shown on that video. Okay,
yeah.
So that it really is the fault of not only the police but also the media and on some part of the community, but less so.
No, but you know what? You're right on the community side. When people see police officers being badly, when they see them mistreating the public, I mean, when a whole group goes down to the city council and on their city council meeting nights and they show up repeatedly complaining, this is the action. I mean, you have to get up and you have to expose them. You just can't. If you go down to the police department and you file one report, it may not, nothing may happen. But if the community bands together and they say, this is what we're seeing, and they keep bringing it up, they get away with it because we let them get away with it. Because we don't go forward.
You know, if you're a white guy and you're not paying your child support, you're going to go to jail too.
Hell yeah.
So it's not exclusive to black men. But what I will say though is it's slanted towards men of all colors. Look how many women are in jail right now for not paying child support, and then look how many men are in jail for not paying child support.
That's not fair, because if a woman hasn't been awarded to pay child support, you have to tell those numbers right. Right? I mean, if most, I support this, but what I'm saying is most women are not made to pay child support.
Right,
so
you're right about that.
But then they wouldn't go to jail for not paying it.
But even when women are ordered to pay child support, they seldomly go to jail for it in comparison to men.
Okay, I'm going to ask you that if you're going to say that, you're going to back that up with stats.
All right.
I mean, that's all I'm saying. I agree with you that men get the shaft, that a lot of women take advantage of men when it comes to divorce and child support. I support that. I believe in that. But if you're going to do that, you got to give the statistics on the other side that supports that the women are going back on the agreement. If they're, you know what I mean? Women are being shits. I agree, but let's make sure that we're accurate. Because I don't want the women to be vilified any more than I want the men to be vilified. I want bad behavior to be pointed out and without gender.
Based on national data,
Well, in the end,
incarceration for non-payment of child support occurred at equal rates for men and women who are in arrears. 88% of those incarcerated would be men.
Right? But again, did they just say
that's per capita? That's per case. That's taking not the ordered, but for every woman that's ordered to pay child support versus every man that's ordered to pay child support. Of the actual incarcerations that happen over that, 88% of that would be men.
But you know what? You know what else happens too, though. By when we're talking about this black and white stuff, is like, okay, let's say like let's say you have like an all like white bar or an all, yeah, I say a bar, and like there's like a one black person who for whatever reason can fit in because if he's charismatic and people like him, he can get away with a lot more criminal activity or bad things than if it was another white person in the group. And I don't think it's not a black and white thing. It's a minority versus majority situation. If you're like if you're white and you go to like Japan, and you got if the people like you there, like the Asians there, you can get away a lot more with doing something than if you were another Asian. And so what happens a lot of times when you're coming from another country, a lot of people, if you're coming from like America to Japan, no other person, if you see someone from the United States, they won't talk to each other. I didn't know that, but I was watching some YouTube videos. They won't talk to each other because you start to interfere with each other's territory. So, like for example, in the situation where the bar, where you have a black person at an all-white bar, like another black person probably won't talk to that black person because that's his territory, because he can get away with a lot more stuff because it's all white people and there's a minority versus majority dynamic going on. A lot of people won't notice that until you actually start to kind of research it.
Well, if you can find something different, Sugar, I just clicked on the first thing that when I searched it myself. So,
yeah, no, I'll look.
I didn't cross-reference it or anything like that, but I've heard it before though. Is why I brought it up.
Yeah, I mean it's like the male, like the battered men's shelter thing that the MRAs and the MGTOWs do. Yes, there is only one, but there is only there's only a presented need for one because men don't report it when they get beat by women. So it's one of those things that, it has to be fair on both sides, And then the other thing is, why do we try and get over? I hear this same thing: get away with stuff, get over on somebody, take advantage. It seems like there's a lot of people that are really undermining. I really can't get next to that. Like I can't understand that. I don't have that point of view. I don't have that need to get away with something or get more than I'm owed or due, or it's a strange I don't know, it's a strange thing that I hear in people, and it's not just you. I hear it through a lot of people. It's what they can get away with. They take what they can. It's like a survival attitude that I hear coming out of people.
I don't hear that out of white people. I hear that more out of black people. I mean, I'm just keeping it real.
Yes, I know, but when you keep it real,
it's usually the oppressed that bring it up. Yeah.
Dude, do you see what I'm saying? That just keeps it. Rusted.
What? I'm just be honest. I mean, I'm sorry.
Don't be honest then. Lie to me, like all men do. Just lie to me, buddy.
I asked Mac earlier on a question about what's the right terminology to call his particular culture. How does he identify with himself? He didn't get to answer, but I just wanted to know, just out of Mac when he was here earlier, just out of respect, I just wanted to know, as far as black Americans, how do they like to be known? Like, how do they like to be called?
Black.
Sugar, you put African American. Is that something that is still accepted in the American black culture, or is that something? Because I've heard varying things about it, but I'm not 100% sure as to what's acceptable.
Around these parts, around where I live, people who would call black people African Americans do it out of fear, and it offends black people that I know. They would rather just be called black if you're going to call them anything at all. They'd rather not be called anything at all, really, other than just another person. But if you had to call them something, though, they would prefer black over African American.
So like, if I was going to say someone in the chat room, are you a black American? That would be, that would be defining.
That would be fine. Yeah.
What about Yank? Is Yank seen as a
Yank is Yank is like a limey term.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I mean, we call most people here in Australia call most people in America Yanks. So.
You know what you know, I've watched my fair share of videos of Australian people, and respectfully, you guys, you're Australian, right, Black Swan?
Yeah, West Australian.
Yeah, you guys have some of the most foul-mouthed people I've ever heard.
Well, fuck me, I guess we do. But anyway, we get that.
And
But in what respect? Like you're talking about comedy or just in general conversations?
It's just, I don't know. Yeah, Bogans. Bogans are like neo-rednecks. Like they make our rednecks look relaxed.
Yeah, like
You know what?
you
They
will
appreciate
get
each other.
yeah, you will get you know, different cultural things, but we play up those stereotypes too. I mean,
And something else I've noticed is that like I guess like dog is like the one of the highest of all insults that Australians use. Because I hear them call each other dog quite often.
okay, well that's something I couldn't say either way on because I don't, you know, I've never used the term
Well,
myself.
right. Well, you may not be party to those demographics of people that I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, it's not something that I commonly hear anyway. But look, I'm a middle-aged guy, so you know, it could be something to do with the younger generation that they're calling each other. But,
Well, you know, and I don't know if it's true, but it seems with some people that I know that Australians kind of have there's a stereotype for Australians that they're kind of racist.
look, it has to do, I think, with the fact that we do have a lot of immigrants into the country, so there's always going to be those little skirmishes between different cultural groups. The Indians did have it pretty bad there for a little while, where a lot of the university students were getting hassled. You know, and there was, you know, to the extent where there was some rapes and that, which was pretty bad. But
Yeah, I heard about that, where
yeah.
your universities actually started losing money over it because less people were going to Australia.
It's a pretty stupid situation when you think about it. When we're only 200. Well, 1770 was when we were first colonised. So yeah, we're only like, you know, what is it? Maybe 10 generations, if that, sort of old sort of thing. And you know, it's something that to look at immigrants and say that they don't belong here, or we're racist towards any other immigrant or even the indigenous, and we shouldn't be telling anyone else to come here and all this sort of shit. It's farcical. It really is.
Yeah, that's the nature of man, though. What country can? I mean, it's time that we know better. I mean, look at work. We've got media. We know better. Cultures are young. This is what they go through. You know, we choose to keep this stuff around. I truly believe that. You know, we know that not
It
all
does
people
get, you know, like nothing's perfect in this world, you know, and we're all striving to get things right, to get things better. Well, I would hope that we are anyway. And yeah, it's from my perspective, it's been great to sort of travel a bit and you know, have a look around and get involved with the indigenous culture and see things from their perspective, as well as you know, living in a very multicultural town, so you get to see it from quite a various you know, perspectives from different cultures, and a lot of new immigrants that show up in the town, and I get to talk to them and find out how they're enjoying Australia and what their plans are on that, and it's interesting to hear their backgrounds and what they come from, particularly, you know, Philippines or somewhere like that, which is third world places, and then it makes you realise how lucky we do have it here, you know, and it makes you even appreciate even the smaller things that you've got, because when you hear their stories.
Well, that's
Yeah.
cool.
Hey, Reggie.
I know, Reggie. I put some stuff in the side chat. I guess one or more of them are not working.
Yeah, the link was broken.
All of them?
Well, the one I couldn't even click on. The second one is like prompts the 403.
Huh. That's been happening with me a lot lately. That's very strange.
I think the best way to judge if you have, I don't know if I'm harping on the subject that's already been jaded out or not, but I'm gonna go ahead and throw this out there. I think the best way to determine if you have any racist bone in you is just imagine whether you would want your daughter to have sex with that person. I think that's usually the way that you can figure it out.
Do you ever think before you open your mouth?
I'll probably never have kids in my life, but I wouldn't not have a child with a black woman because she was black. So that there you are, right there. So I would have a black daughter. That wouldn't bother me. Let alone not be concerned. I would be more concerned that whatever man, whoever the color they be, treats my daughter well, rather than
right. But what I'm trying to say, okay, so if
what color they are.
If you're black and you say to yourself, I would rather, I want my student to go to an all-black school. I'm black, and that's perfectly acceptable if you're a minority. But if you're a white person, you say, well, I just want my student to go because I think it's healthy for whatever reason to go to an all-white school. Then you're deemed a racist, and then also you're pushed like a liberal agenda where you have to integrate your student with a diverse group. But it's perfectly okay for the minority group to say that. But
Well,
it's not.
It may be in the media's eyes, but I don't think it's cool either way. I don't have a personal double standard on that. I don't think it's okay that black people go to all black schools or white people go to all white schools. I don't think that should exist either way.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I don't see the reasons behind it. I mean, where else around the world does it happen? Does it happen in Europe?
Because it's segregation, sugar.
Exactly.
Because that's why I care. Because I don't want to live in a world where we're segregated by race.
Okay, by saying that, you're suggesting that I do. What I'm saying is...
No, I'm not suggesting that you do, but you asked why I care, and that's why I care.
But again, this stays a thing as long as we keep it a thing. If people want to do what they want to do, why are we telling everybody what they're supposed to be doing?
Okay, so the reason why I brought it...
Did the kids choose? Is the thing.
The reason why I brought it up...
to choose.
What I was bringing it up is if you looked at that video, for example, that teacher was African American, and so there were students, and those students, that classroom looked clean. But if you have like a situation where it's a white teacher and a black black kids, they tend to show more respect towards black teachers. They just do. There's a tendency there, and that's the reason why I think a lot of black people in the South are like, okay, we're fed up. We just want to have, they realize that they get along better when they're when they're with each other. But whenever it doesn't have to be black or white. It can be black and Asian or but just people tend to get along better when it's people who reflect their value system or whatever value system. It's just true. I am sorry, but it's
nothing to do with color.
Right? Do you think it's
people self-identify by color? They do.
But that doesn't mean.
I don't think so, man. I think that if there's a disconnect, then there's an underlying reason for it, and there has never been a time in my life where I've spent any sizable amount of time around people of any ethnicity where I haven't been able to win them over if I wanted to, whether or not they had pre-misconceptions or not.
Okay, have you ever worked in a public situation where there was a major difference between race?
Oh, really? I worked in Oakland, California. It was almost all ethnic.
Okay, maybe it's a Southern problem. I don't know.
I managed a car rental for like 7 years. 6 years, probably.
Maybe it's a Southern problem. I don't know.
And
it's a human problem.
And we did a lot of black business while I managed that car rental.
We all have stereotypes. We all have racial thoughts and feelings. It's the way we act, though, that really makes the difference.
we should never treat anybody different.
What I like about it is like if when you look at a child and they're really young and they don't know about race or anything, they'll just look at any race and they'll just play, and there's nothing. They'll just look at them as a human being, and that would be amazing if adults could think that way and be free instead of having all this.
Well, that's where you
racism
want. That's
going
where you
around.
want to put them into a situation, if you can, into a public school system or a private school system, whether it's mixed race, where it's mixed cultures, where they're going to get a balanced perspective on the world.
Right. And the more educated you are too plays a role. Like if your parents have told you no, I don't want you dating a black girl or some Asian, which or something like that, then you're gonna grow up to think that way. And if your friends,
almost like it's got nothing to do with education. Look,
it does. It does.
No, it does not. I know some of the most smartest people who have their biases and their prejudices.
Well, maybe they're not as smart as you think they are. Maybe they could be intellectually smart, but maybe they're not socially smart.
No,
you know
what
what I mean?
it comes from is from past harms. When you've been harmed by the other race, you automatically you start to make.
Oh, that's not true.
But you could say that about anything. You could say that about anything.
True for everything. It is true. It is
But
true.
the more, there's a little bit of ignorance in that too.
No, so Sugar mentioned the MGTOW, how they've been hurt, mommy issues. They've been hurt by, so they automatically have that baggage. And so I'm saying, and so what happens here in the South a lot of times is like, so about my age, we get along. Right. I get along with like African Americans, but I only get along with them because we both agree that we've both been hurt by each other, and we just say, we talk and we communicate and we have fun, but there's a mutual understanding that there's been enough harm on both sides, and we just kind of separate. So it's mutual. It's not like they're trying to be nice and I'm being mean, or they're being mean and I'm trying to be nice. It's just a mutual understanding that there's a history.
Why wouldn't you attribute the gender to that instead of the actual race or the color of the skin?
I couldn't tell you about that. I live in the north, and it's been swirled here for a long time. So, I live, like, the street that I live on is, there are both black and white families on the street. We have black, June and Ward Cleaver, 2 doors down.
The whole MGTOW thing, Rustin, while we're on that, is unfortunately what happens is that is perpetuated. I mean, the hurt that goes that isn't resolved is the problem. And maybe I didn't make that clear, but it's unresolved.
And I'm not saying sugar, but I will say that if you do identify with MGTOW, if you tell a lot of women that, will immediately be apprehensive or offended, or they'll try to shame you for that there's something wrong with you.
Well, I mean, give me a specific. Sorry,
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying.
No, I know.
That's the reaction that you'll get from a lot of women if you take that stance.
Well, it's the same thing. Yeah. It's the same thing with race, so too, right? If you take the stance that you just wanna be around white people, if you're xenophobic at all, people can treat you differently. So I mean.
But again, why are we coming at people that way? Why are we pointing out these things? Why aren't we just taking people for what they are? And it seems like it's a defensive stance to begin with.
I like that there's different people all around. Like the world would be fucking boring if
how do you maintain that? How do you maintain that if you remove diversity, right? I mean, in order to have diversity, you have to separate people, right?
No.
If you mix them,
How do
you keep diversity?
That's avoiding the problem.
How do you keep diversity if everybody can interbreed?
You know what? I'll be honest with you. It's really your perception. You go in with that, intention of like, oh, there's something bad. Well, guess what? It's gonna turn up. I think you're the one who even brought this whole conversation in the first place.
No, we're talking about it was yesterday morning. This came up. I never mentioned this stuff before in my ever since I've been in this chat room. It only came up yesterday from the video. So I don't have any. Maybe I have a little biases because I wanted to have children, and I was teaching at a school where no one cared about their kids. Mm-hmm. And maybe I've just, I feel a little hurt that I wanted to have kids with the girl that I cared about deeply for 14 years, which, by the way, she's Japanese and half white. But I don't know. And by the way, I have black relatives too. But I think I just felt hurt that I wanted to have children, but I was dealing with so many racial people from an opposite race that I just feel hurt, and so I'm expressing this, and then I get more resentful when people say that you're not allowed to feel that way, or you're an idiot because you feel that way. No, I have good reasons for feeling the way I
No,
feel.
you could feel the way you do feel, but I think in the end, when you meet somebody, you just try and push all that negative bullshit, that's in your head and stuff, and just look at the person as face value. They're a human being, and I know it's the hardest thing to do, because everybody has a little bit of that, but just embrace who they are. Because I mean, I can hate people in my own race or whatnot. You know what I mean? It makes no difference. You know what I mean? I'm sure there's white people that you hate that are next to you, and I'm sure there's maybe a black person or an Asian person. You see, you dated a Japanese girl. You said half
My
white,
my,
half
my,
Asian,
my, my
and
girlfriend,
you were in love with her.
the girl I live with, or I've been with for 14 years. She was half Japanese, half.
Yeah, and you were in love with her. So there you go. But the more closed-minded you are, I think, in this world, and that's what I think education plays a role. I'm not saying like education book smarts, but saying listen, they're a person, and I think that's passed on also with parenting, and just sheltering your kid, and that's why I think it's also wrong to have all black schools and all white schools or all Japanese schools or whatnot. It just isolates the problem, and then you're kind of like it's us versus them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think when I got arrested and when all that stuff played out, I think I was very hurt about the situation, and I think I probably threw a lot of blame uh, on the yeah, like for example, I would go to a bar and I would meet like a black racist, for example, at a bar, and I would be drinking a beer and just hanging out with them, and I would hear comments like, and I was going through so much shit, and I would hear comments like, this guy just talking about how terrible white people are, and I'd be like, dude, I spend so many hours after school helping black people, and I would tutor them, and then he would actually get more resentful towards me because then he feels like he owes me something because I'm doing that. I'm like, dude, I'm just doing it because it's a job. And so it was like, man, I can't win. If I'm teaching and I'm trying to help, I'm damn. If I don't do anything, then I'm damn. I'm damn no matter what. So it
Some,
was just like, yeah.
Sometimes it's better not to do anything. Like if you're in a situation where someone is talking like that, I mean, sometimes it's
Well,
not
they
worth
have the
even voicing your
problem, then,
opinion.
don't they? At the end
You
of
know
the
what I
day,
mean?
they're the ones with the problem.
Did you pretty much not grow up around many black people, Rustin?
No. I grew up with a lot of black people. Okay, this is what you have to understand about the black people, white people situation where I come from, is that we both have hurt each other. I haven't hurt nobody, but that there's almost a mutual racism towards each other. Now it's very it's hidden though. Like you can never tell that you can never tell that I have certain peculiar
You can't recognize that there are both black and white rednecks out there.
That's not what I'm trying. That's not what I'm trying to say.
Those are the two conflicting cultures that you're talking about are the black and white rednecks. Any blacks or whites that have more class than that
I don't
are getting
think
along.
he's talking about. I don't think he's talking about the extremes of like rednecks. He's talking more like moderates, if you like. Is that right, Russell?
That's correct.
So I understand where he's coming because I sort of live in a similar sort of culture where there is the intermingling of the indigenous cultures with white society, with Caucasian society. There is an underlying rift there, but it's not necessarily seen easily. But once you start digging in a little bit, when the young black kids, when they walk into the shops, they're always on the lookout for them, because they're the young black kids who, stereotype are going to knock off shit out of your shop. There's those sorts of things that happen in communities that it's very, very hard to shake. Because the evidence shows that obviously when people come from a situation of poverty, a situation where they're in need, where perhaps they haven't had the same sort of education level, that they're the ones that are more likely to rob you from.
Right, and those are also stereotypes too associated with race. Because
that's right.
Because
exactly.
not every brown skinned person out there
exactly
is subject to the poverty and all that. There are several classes within every demographic of people ethnically.
but that's where it starts.
That's a big misnomer. That's a big misnomer that's pushed in our media right now.
Yep.
Is that blacks are all part of this one big poor disadvantaged class, and that's just not true. I think I said this yesterday. There are low, middle, and high class blacks.
Yeah,
or upper class blacks.
Right throughout society, and it festers and it grows, and then like obviously, you do have the occasional blowout where there might be a bigger brawl or something like that to happen, like a riot, which helps to perpetuate it even more. And it's really everyone's responsibility to keep all that in check and put it back into we'll go into damage control and put everything back into perspective, as to how we want life to be. I mean, we all want peace. We all want to get on through life, and we all want to help each other through life. Unfortunately, the police these days, when they get involved in those situations, tend to flare the situations up, as we've seen recently in the US, and even locally here we've seen it happen a couple of times as well. But that comes back to, again, better training, better management, and better coverage by the media. I mean, with what they did with a couple of those ones in America there, from what we saw, and the aftermath, reading between the lines on the aftermath, actually what went on, it's like two different totally fucking stories, particularly when you get Fox News involved in a lot of this shit.
Anyway, I like black people. I'm widely accepted in the black community where I live.
That's cool.
I'm liked. So it's foreign to me. I understand what you're saying, Rustin. I just don't experience it myself.
Well, I mean, again, like the school that I was at and I'm gonna drop it after this, but the school that I was at when I was I was a chair. I had very good rapport with the black students as well as the white students. That was no problem. So what happened was, after the court case had been settled and I got a job at all. This is after like all the trauma stuff that happened. I did teach at a place that, what he was saying, black rednecks, and basically the whites would be like, why are you teaching at an all black school? And they would give me shit about it. And then I wasn't appreciated at the school I was teaching because I was like the only white teacher there. There was one white student there, and so both sides were very racist towards each other. And I was new to it, and that's the part that hurt the most. Was just like, I just got out of the court system. I was getting back on my feet, and it felt like it was a slap to my face. And so I just carry a little baggage, but it's not nothing that's very serious. I understand. Like, I mean, you would never be able to tell like my feelings, in public. I'm just kind of revealing them right now because it feels like I can. That's all.
Get out of the court system for what exactly?
I've been falsely arrested, and it's just, I don't want to get into it, but that's all. It's just I was.
Let me remind people the reason why, or the impetus behind
If you're talking, Nadia, you cut out.
Yeah, totally cut out.
organized to attack the labor movement. There were replacements for like the Pinkertons and such. Did you hear that, or?
I can hear you now, but I didn't hear what you said previous.
It cut out at one point.
Yeah, they're not really here to serve and protect. So
No, they're here
They
to
should not
harass
be.
and collect.
They're here to what?
Are you talking about cops not being here to serve and protect? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're here to harass and collect anymore.
Harass and collect.
Yeah.
Well, I'd be maybe a little bit more careful or close about the, quote unquote purpose or intention and all that, because the sorts of things that I guess, suppression of the labor movement and all that don't really relate much to things like merely harassing and collecting and all that. And why would they be harassing like most college people anyway if they're trying to collect, right? And you can't collect anything from them.
From who?
Most impoverished people.
Is this a link to? Are you switching it over, Nadia?
Yeah, change over.
I think you're talking about bribery there, Nadia, are you? Is that what you're
No.
talking about? Okay.
All right, I'm moving over to the new.
All right. Hopefully the viewers pop in soon. I wonder if I can grab some of this furniture. Philoso, can you see the link?
No.
Can you see the sidebar text chat at all, Philoso?
Yeah, I do see the sidebar.
Okay.
All I see is Sugar saying good night, gentlemen. Thank you all for a wonderful night as usual. XOXO. And then
You see anything I
Rustin
posted?
left. Rustin left. Sugar left. Teal left the group, and Black Swan.
Okay. Philoso, I'll try and send it to you again in a second because I have to kind of keep my finger on the button when 9 o'clock rolls over here.
Oh, okay. So it's gonna restart.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm asking you about it. Yeah.
Okay.